Chapter 474. Ling Xiao stopped healing her and chuckled. Your Highness, I will think of a way to get rid of the restraining power in your body. However, I will need some materials. Of course, you can also think of a way yourself. Novel, La, you are really cunning. Never mind, I will give you a subdragon martial soul as a gift when you successfully break through the Moonlight Pagoda. The Moon Lady chuckled. That's too stingy. You will become my master by then. Don't tell me you want to give me a subdragon martial soul as a greeting gift. Ling Xiao chuckled. He had basically figured out the Moon Lady's temperament and character. Although this woman wasn't young, she was no different from a 16 or 17-year-old girl in many aspects. She was equally beautiful and full of enthusiasm. Quiet as a virgin, quick as a rabbit. These words were really suitable to describe her. When she stood there quietly, she was as noble and mysterious as a fairy. Once she became lively, she was similar to a girl next door. Don't worry, the subdragon martial soul is only one of the benefits. Once you become my disciple, there will naturally be many more benefits. Then I can rest assured. Your Highness, please rest here. There is an array formation outside the cave. Those stupid dire beasts and evil beasts won't be able to discover you at all. After saying that, Ling Xiao left the cave. He felt that he needed to remove the Moon Lady's restraints because he wanted to integrate the evil beast Demon King into the 9-demon divine art. Even if the evil beast Demon King was seriously injured, he still wouldn't be able to defeat it without the help of the Moon Lady. Therefore, the Moon Lady was the key to his success. Although there were still many dire beasts lingering outside the cave, the evil beasts were nowhere to be seen. They probably hadn't been able to find Ling Xiao and lost track of the Moon Lady. Thus, they had returned to their own caves to cultivate. Evil beasts were equivalent to sky humans, so they wouldn't waste time chasing after their prey. The dire beasts were naturally the coolies they had sent out. Good disciple, I think you shouldn't take that girl as your master. Just let her be your woman. Wouldn't that be better? Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. Master. Weren't you asleep? How could this be? Ling Xiao had really thought that the Yuan Venerate had fallen asleep. He had not expected that the Yuan Venerate would suddenly speak, which gave him a fright. Yes, I did fall asleep. However, I felt that there were a few things that I should make clear to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to rest properly, so I woke up again. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. She is a yin-yang martialist. If she becomes your woman, who will you be afraid of? The entire Yuhua school will be yours. Master, are you serious? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Sometimes, this master of his was simply too disrespectful. Master is very serious. Yes, to be honest, I've also had the same thoughts as you. In any case, I don't have a woman. It's just that the difference in strength between the two of us is too great. I'm afraid that such thoughts won't bring me any benefits. Instead, it will bring me a fatal disaster. Ling Xiao said solemnly. Furthermore, one's own strength is the key. If I keep relying on others to protect me, wouldn't I be like a baby in swaddling clothes? How could I possibly grow up? That's true. In any case, you can make your own decision. If it really doesn't work out, you can also acknowledge her as your master. After all, her cultivation is so strong. She won't leave you in the lurch. The Yuan Venerate pondered for a moment before saying, forget it. Just take it that I'm worried for nothing. Go about your business. I really have to go back and continue sleeping. After saying that, the Yuan Venerate entered the beast ring again. Ling Xiao sorted out his somewhat chaotic thoughts and quietly sneaked into the Thousand Ghost Forest. The confinement in the Moon Maiden's body was mainly caused by the evil beast Demon King's spirit power being too strong. Ling Xiao thought of a way to slowly dispel this powerful spirit power. However, he needed some medicinal herbs. Fortunately, very few people entered the Thousand Ghost Forest, so there were many rare medicinal herbs there. Ling Xiao avoided the eyes and ears of those ferocious beasts and quickly collected the medicinal herbs he needed before returning to the cave. As soon as he arrived at the cave, he saw the Moon Maiden lying on the soft bedding in boredom. Her hands were supporting her cheeks while her legs were swaying rhythmically behind her. She really looked like a naive little girl. She smiled excitedly when she saw Ling Xiao. She immediately got up and rushed to Ling Xiao's side. "You're back. I was so bored staying here alone." Ling Xiao was sweating profusely. What the hell was this? Was she still the otherworldly fairy he had seen before? She was just a cute and lively little girl. "Your Highness, Moon Maiden." "Don't call me Your Highness. It sounds too distant. Just call me Moon Maiden." "All right, Moon Maiden. Yes, I have already collected some necessary medicinal herbs. I will remove the confinement of the evil beast Demon King's spirit in the next few days." Seeing the Moon Maiden's lively appearance, Ling Xiao knew that her external injuries should be fine. After all, she was a yin-yang realm expert. Her recovery ability was heaven-defying. "How long will it take?" the Moon Maiden asked. "About 3 to 4 days. You will need to soak your body in the medicinal liquid I concoct every day. Then, I will use a special method to absorb the evil beast Demon King's soul power from your body. This way, you will be able to break free from the confinement and regain your strength." Ling Xiao replied. "It's much faster than doing it myself." The Moon Maiden revealed a surprised expression. In reality, she had not been idle. She had been thinking about how to remove the confinement with her own efforts. However, no matter how she thought about it, it would take at least 10 days. There was no time at all. The pagoda ascension ceremony was coming soon. She had to be present. After all, she was the only one who could control the Moonlight Pagoda. "Don't look at me like this. I am an alchemist, after all. I am very knowledgeable when it comes to alchemy and alchemy. Have you not heard of me?" Ling Xiao asked as he threw the medicinal herbs into the bathtub. The bathtub was naturally a must-have item in the storage ring. If one needed to take a bath while traveling, it would be much more convenient to have a bathtub. "I really haven't heard of you. Do you think I have nothing better to do?" The Moon Maiden shook her head, but there was a hint of slyness in her eyes. Ling Xiao looked at the beautiful woman whose cultivation was much higher than his and could not help but sigh. He could actually chat with an expert of this level. This could be considered a magnificent feat if he told the people in the sect. No one would believe him. "Sigh, I thought I was famous." Ling Xiao pretended to sigh in disappointment. Then, he asked, "Moon Maiden, once your confinement is removed, are you still going to hunt down the evil beast Demon King?" This was actually what Ling Xiao wanted to know the most. In fact, he also wanted the Moon Maiden to give an affirmative answer. This was because his 9-demon divine art required the soul of the evil beast Demon King. Chapter 475. Of course. Although he's heavily injured, he's still a yin-yang realm expert. It won't take long for him to recover. We have to kill him before he fully recovers. Novel, La. The Moon Maiden suddenly became serious. She no longer had the girl-next-door vibe. She once again acted like an unfathomable fairy. Yes, the evil beast Demon King has harmed many cultivators in the Thousand Ghost Forest over the past 10,000 years. If he doesn't die, the Heavenly Dragon continent won't be peaceful. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Moreover, that guy is so powerful. If we don't kill him while he's down, I'm afraid we won't have another chance in the future." "That's true. Even if I used the strongest move of the Moonlight Sword Art, Falling Moonstrike, I still couldn't kill him. Moreover, it's all thanks to you breaking his myriad beast blood refining array. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome." The Moon Maiden was clearly a relatively calm person. She was aware of the gap between her and her opponent, so she wouldn't be arrogant. This was something that Ling Xiao rather admired. If a person couldn't even figure out their own worth, then how could they talk about dominating the profound world? He was probably going to be killed soon. "All right, the medicinal liquid is ready. Moon Maiden, you soak in it. I'll go out and protect you," Ling Xiao said with a smile as he filled the tub with warm water. "There's no need to go out. Just stay inside and cultivate." The Moon Maiden knew very well that Ling Xiao wanted to go out mainly because he felt there was a difference between men and women. However, danger lurked everywhere outside the cave. She couldn't take someone else's place and let him take the risk. As long as she turned her back and kept a distance, it would be fine. "Fine. Ling Xiao knew that the Moon Maiden wasn't a pedantic person, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He walked out of the cave and sat down cross-legged to cultivate when he was a distance away. The relationship between people really needed to be nurtured. For the past 3 days, Ling Xiao had been taking care of the Moon Lady. He had concocted medicine for her and helped her expel the remnant soul energy of the evil beast demon king from her body. This had made their relationship very close. The Moon Lady, who was very approachable, was now like an old friend to Ling Xiao. Sometimes, she would even pat Ling Xiao on the shoulder and make some intimate gestures. Ling Xiao naturally knew that the Moon Maiden didn't mean anything else. She just didn't care about the difference between men and women. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable. This was the problem of having a lower cultivation base than others, because you didn't know if the other party's attitude would suddenly change. You had to be on guard at all times. His relationship with the Moon Lady was far less intimate than his relationship with Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum. Of course, compared to most people, their relationship was naturally much better. In front of the Moon Lady, Ling Xiao didn't have to be as respectful as he was to Wanghan Tianzuan, Yuhua School's sect master Chang Yueying, and Desperation Tower's tower master. He could communicate with the Moon Lady as if they were peers. The shackles in your body have basically been removed. You still need to soak in the medicine one last time. I'll go pick the herbs. Let me go. You're too weak. Evil beasts run rampant in this 1,000-ghost forest. You can't beat a single one. The Moon Lady stood up and said, "Listen to me. Your shackles are almost completely removed. If you rashly use your true qi now, everything will be wasted." After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and left. Listen to him? He actually wants me to listen to him? The Moon Lady stood there and couldn't help but be stunned. Did this brat make a mistake? A transcendent realm cultivator actually wants me, a yin-yang realm cultivator, to listen to him? After a while, her dull expression suddenly turned into a smile. This little guy is quite interesting. When I woke up, Fairy was no longer by my side. No one cared about me anymore. Those Yuhua School's higher-ups only had awe and greed for me. It's impossible for them to care about me like this. This little guy is an exception. Her smile at that moment was truly peerless. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't see it, otherwise, he would definitely be moved. No, it's been almost 3 days. It's impossible that the evil beast demon king hasn't made a move yet. I have to go out and take a look. Although the shackles hadn't been completely removed, the Moon Lady's strength at this time was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. She was really worried about Ling Xiao's safety, so she decided to go out and take a look. As soon as she came out of the cave, she suddenly heard a beast roar in the distance. Her expression changed drastically. Judging from the sound, it was at least a Class 9 vicious beast. With Ling Xiao's strength, he couldn't resist it at all. She became even more anxious and tried to use Lunar Shadow Divine Travel to leave, but she was blocked by the cave's array. Damn it! If anything happens to Ling Xiao, I'll definitely turn the 1,000-ghost forest into ruins. I'll kill all the beasts here. She was about to use a powerful martial skill to directly break the cave's array when she saw an afterimage rushing over from afar. It was Ling Xiao. The Moon Lady's face lit up with joy. She never thought that she would care so much for a little brat. But at this moment, she couldn't control her emotions at all. It was the truest expression of her heart. "Are you okay, Ling Xiao?" The Moon Lady asked anxiously. "I'm fine. It's just a vicious beast." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "I've already gathered the herbs. I'll make the medicinal liquid for you now. This is the last time. After using it, you should be completely fine." Looking at Ling Xiao's expression, the Moon Lady was a little confused. Ling Xiao really didn't look like he was injured now. She heaved a sigh of relief and didn't say anything else. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao began to make the medicinal liquid. This kind of medicinal liquid couldn't be made by just anyone. The amount of herbs used had to be particular. A small difference could lead to a huge difference. It could even be made into something completely different. So he had to do it himself. After about 5 to 6 minutes, Ling Xiao held the bathtub and said with a smile, "Okay, you can start soaking." I'm going to cultivate. Thank you. The Moon Lady was a little upset. She really didn't know how to face this kid in the future. Could she really take this kid as her disciple? She smiled bitterly and took off her outer clothes. Just as she was about to soak in the bathtub, she suddenly heard a plop sound. She hurriedly turned her head. Ling Xiao was already lying on the ground. Wisps of black gas were emitting from his body. Ling Xiao! The Moon Lady screamed. She casually wrapped her clothes around her body and rushed over to help Ling Xiao up. The place where the black gas came from was Ling Xiao's back. The Moon Lady directly tore apart Ling Xiao's clothes and checked. Only then did she realize that there was a claw mark on Ling Xiao's back. There were a total of 5 claw marks, all of which were emitting black gas. You idiot, you're already injured to this extent and you're still saying that you're fine. The Moon Lady was so anxious that she was about to cry. The disappearance of the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden left her alone for tens of thousands of years. Now that she finally met someone who could chat like a friend, he was injured to this extent. She swore that she would never let anything happen to Ling Xiao. Chapter 476. I won't let you die. Absolutely not. The Moon Maiden pressed her jade-like hand on Ling Xiao's back. The black gas began to be drawn out of Ling Xiao's body and into the Moon Maiden's body. In a daze, Ling Xiao felt as if he was soaking in a warm medicinal liquid. His body felt very comfortable. He remembered that he encountered a level 9 vicious beast when he was picking herbs. Moreover, that fellow was a demon general under the evil beast Demon King. In the end, he was viciously clawed during the battle. He felt that he had the heavenly dragon golden body, so there shouldn't be a problem. He was afraid that the Moon Maiden would be worried about this, so he simply changed his clothes. However, who knew that the evil aura in the claw couldn't be expelled even by the heavenly dragon golden body? He could only rely on his mountain river martial soul to absorb it. He didn't even have time to heal himself before he fainted. He opened his eyes and took a look. He was indeed soaking in a bathtub. His clothes had been taken off, and there was new water in the bathtub. Moreover, he was soaked in some special medicinal liquid. No way, Moon Maiden. Did you do all this? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. You know how to do this? Nonsense. Back when I was fighting with the Moonlight Goddess, I did many similar things. It's only in the recent tens of thousands of years that I basically abandoned it. I feel that my skills have regressed a little. As she spoke, the Moon Maiden's pretty face actually blushed a little. She was obviously shy. Moonlight Goddess. Isn't that the founder of the Yuhua school? Sister, don't tell me you've lived for more than 100,000 years. Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden in surprise and asked. Why? Do you think I'm old? Although it's more than 100,000 years, I actually slept for nearly 90,000 years. Sigh, I don't know where the goddess went. The Moon Maiden sighed and said. Ahem, let's not talk about sad things. You didn't have time to soak in the medicinal liquid, right? I'm fine now. Your recovery is the key. Ling Xiao could tell that the Moon Maiden wasn't in a good mood at the mention of the Moonlight Fairy, so he changed the topic. I've already soaked in it. Don't tell me you don't know that you've been unconscious for a day and a night. The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly. No way. Ling Xiao thought that he had only been unconscious for a short while. Oh my god, doesn't that mean you just soaked in this bathtub? No wonder it smells so good. Stinking brat, what nonsense are you thinking? Do you believe that I won't tear your mouth apart? The Moon Maiden snapped. However, what was interesting was that after Ling Xiao's antics, her mood seemed to have improved a lot. By the way, Moon Maiden, I've almost recovered from my injuries. Since you've removed the shackles, you should be looking for the evil beast Demon King, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Yes. The Moon Maiden nodded and said, this is part of the plan. But in my opinion, since the evil beast Demon King knows about formations, he must have set up a formation where he's hiding to recuperate. I'm afraid you can't do it alone, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You want to go with me? The Moon Maiden asked. That's right. Although I can't help you much in battle, you're not as good as me in deciphering formations. Moreover, I also want to get some Earth Spirit Origin Stones. Ling Xiao said straightforwardly, The pagoda ascension ceremony is about to begin. I have to hurry. Otherwise, I won't be able to get first place. If you don't accept me as your disciple, wouldn't that be terrible? You can go, but you have to listen to my arrangements. The Moon Maiden said after pondering for a moment. No problem. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly because he knew that the Moon Maiden wouldn't harm him. This woman wasn't the kind of person who would harm others. In some aspects, this woman was too naive. To put it bluntly, if Ling Xiao really wanted to deceive her, he could definitely fool her. That's good. Keep this with you. It can block 3 fatal attacks for you. If you encounter any danger, try to escape. Don't force it. The Moon Maiden put a pendant around Ling Xiao's neck. The pendant had a silver chain on top and a crescent-shaped gem at the bottom. Ling Xiao didn't know what it was exactly. However, he felt that it should be some kind of defensive artifact. Moreover, its level wasn't low. After all, it was given by the Moon Maiden. It definitely wouldn't be bad. Then I'll accept it. Ling Xiao was also afraid of death. Since he wanted to be foolproof, this was a must. Therefore, he didn't have to be polite. All right, hurry up and recuperate. When you're fully recovered, we'll set off. I need to rest too. The Moon Maiden smiled and sat not far away from Ling Xiao's bathtub. Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden. He really wanted to tell her his real purpose, but he was afraid that the Moon Maiden would object. After thinking about it, he decided not to. He closed his eyes and felt the energy from the medicinal liquid. Together with the self-healing ability of the heavenly dragon golden body, he began to speed up his recovery. After a long time, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. However, he realized that the Moon Maiden was gone. Beside the bathtub, his clothes were neatly folded. He put on the clothes and saw a note on the bedding. There was a paragraph written on it. Ling Xiao, thank you for taking care of me all this time. However, the more you do this, the more I can't let you take the risk with me. I'll get the Earth Spirit Origin Stone back for you. After you wake up, leave the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts as soon as possible, Moon Maiden. There was even a cute smiley face under the name. This woman. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Master, I'm sorry. Your disciple is going to go crazy this time because I seem to have fallen in love with that woman. His feelings were different from Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao felt that he had fallen in love this time. Even if I die, I have to protect her. The Yuan Venerate didn't say anything. He was probably really asleep this time. Ling Xiao leaped out of the cave. The battle had already begun. However, it didn't seem like a battle between the Moon Maiden and the evil Beast Demon King. Instead, it seemed like the evil Beast Demon King's subordinates were protecting him. That fellow probably hadn't fully recovered yet, so it wasn't suitable for him to fight now. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of this. As long as the evil Beast Demon King didn't make a move, the Moon Maiden wouldn't be in any danger. What he had to do now was to take advantage of this battle to sneak into the evil Beast Demon King's hiding place and do something big. Although he knew that his cultivation base was worlds apart from the Moon Maiden's, he should protect her wholeheartedly since he liked her. Even if his opponent was a powerhouse like the evil Beast Demon King. Of course, he wasn't a rash person. He had only decided to do this after carefully analyzing the situation. The evil Beast Demon King's injuries were probably more serious than he had imagined. After all, that fellow didn't have a suitable body and had only used his soul to endure the damage. Chapter 477. This is the place. A terrifying aqua-blue energy gushed out of Ling Xiao's body. Novel, La, this was the energy of the Moon Lady that had been absorbed by the all-evil Beast Soul Spear. Right now, Ling Xiao was using the mystic technique imparted to him by the Yuan Venerate to enhance his own body. This terrifying energy was enough to allow him to maintain the strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate for 2 hours. This secret technique could only be used once a year, and it had to be used by a martialist with an extremely outstanding physique. An ordinary martialist would definitely explode and die. A half-step Heavenly Venerate was indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao believed that if he used this energy to kill Wang Shi, he would definitely be able to kill him in one move. However, It would be too wasteful to use this against Wang Shi. Ling Xiao wouldn't have played around with his body if it hadn't been for the fact that his opponent might be the evil beast demon king. This secret technique was considered a forbidden secret technique that would cause severe damage to the body. After 2 hours, he would be completely paralyzed and would no longer have the ability to fight. If he couldn't get rid of his opponent by then, he would be done for. Looking at the battle not far away, the advantage of the Moon Lady was obvious. However, although the puppet guards created by the evil beast demon king were weak, they weren't afraid of death and wouldn't be dealt with in a short time. Ling Xiao used a moment to break the array set up by the evil beast demon king. This array was even worse than the 10,000 beast blood refining array, but it wasn't a problem for him. He entered the evil beast demon king's hiding place, which was still a cave. For some reason, these martialists seemed to be too lazy to build houses outside. Instead, they liked to live in caves. It was reasonable to say that transcendent-grade martialists basically had storage rings and could easily build a decent house in the wilderness with some materials. The light in the cave was very dim, and there was no light-absorbing array. After all, the evil beast demon king should be able to see clearly even in the middle of the night. Therefore, it probably felt that light-absorbing arrays were useless. Along the way, Luo Yunyang saw many weapons on the ground. Some were broken, some were stained with blood, and most of them were common-grade and fine-grade artifacts. There were even quite a few precious artifacts. It was likely that the evil beast demon king didn't care for these things at all, so after killing the martial artists, he casually threw them away. Only immortal grade and above treasures could tempt him. The evil beast demon king didn't care, but Ling Xiao did. He directly stored all these artifacts into his mountain river world. With this batch of items, his 36 celestial dipper swords could be completely forged into precious grade artifacts. As for the rest, they were still sent to the Divine Sword Sect. The more powerful the Divine Sword Sect was, the more he would have to rely on in the future. Perhaps the Demon King felt threatened by the appearance of the Moon Lady, so he sent all of his guards to stop her. In any case, Ling Xiao did not see a single guard along the way, nor did he encounter any danger. The sound of his footsteps was very light. His outstanding movement technique, Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, allowed him to pass by without making any sound, as if he was a ghost. It was obvious that the cave had been modified. There were 3 paths leading to 3 different directions. If it had been anyone else, it would have been troublesome to choose the path. However, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao at all. His eyes emitted strands of golden light as his vision directly penetrated the walls and extended to the end of the 3 paths. His vision stopped about 20 meters away from the end of the path on the right. Ling Xiao didn't dare continue. That was where the evil beast demon king was recuperating. This fellow had wrapped himself in a huge cocoon at the moment, so he must be recovering his body. The path in the middle led to a prison. There were quite a few powerful cultivators locked up in this prison. Some were at the Transcendent Realm, some were at the Heaven Realm, and some were even at the Grotto Heaven Realm. These people were probably the evil beast demon king's food reserves. This fellow was really ruthless. There was nothing at the end of the path on the left, but there was a huge irregular stone. The yellow stone was suffused with a thick luster and gave off a very mysterious feeling. Earth Spirit Source Stone. Ling Xiao was delighted. He had seen the appearance of an Earth Spirit Source Stone in the book that the Yuan Venerate had given him. Furthermore, the aura that the evil beast demon king had used before was exactly the same. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. This time, he had snuck into this place for only 2 things. One was the soul of the evil beast demon king, and the other was the Earth Spirit Source Stone. He thought for a moment and walked toward the left path. Naturally, the path was still protected by an array formation. The evil beast demon king was also very careful. Unfortunately, even with the protection of the array formation, it was still of little use to Ling Xiao. It didn't take long for him to break through the array formation and reach the location of the Earth Spirit Source Stone. "Let me out quickly." Suddenly, the sleeping Yuan Venerate shouted from the beast ring. Ling Xiao let the Yuan Venerate out and smiled strangely. "Master, aren't you tired?" "Nonsense, I didn't expect that there would actually be an Earth Spirit core here. Ha ha ha. You are really lucky, kid. The Yuan Venerate had been staring at the stone ever since he came out. Ling Xiao was absolutely sure that his master's eyes had never been so wide open before. Earth Spirit core? Isn't this an Earth Spirit source stone? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had always thought that this was an Earth Spirit source stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come over. He hadn't expected that this wasn't the case. Strictly speaking, this is also considered a type of Earth Spirit source stone. However, it is considered a high-quality Earth Spirit source stone. The Yuan Venerate clicked his tongue and sighed. It is very difficult for an Earth Spirit source stone to be born in the first place. It can only be found in places with extremely abundant spirit energy, and there are very few of them. However, an Earth Spirit core is the essence that is born in an Earth Spirit source stone when the sun and moon shine together. There are even fewer of them. If the probability of a dragon vein being born is 1 in 100, then the probability of a supreme-grade dragon vein being born is 1 in 1,000. The probability of an Earth Spirit source stone being born is 1 in 10,000, and the distance of an Earth Spirit core being born is 1 in 100,000. So precious. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue in wonder. The Yuan Venerate lamented. Isn't that so? It is precisely because it is precious that its effects are much better than ordinary Earth Spirit source stones. You have really struck it rich, kid. If you use an Earth Spirit core during cultivation, the effects will definitely be more than 10 times better. Furthermore, the condensed true origin will be even purer. It is said that some martialists who are good at body tempering can even use an Earth Spirit core to cultivate an Earth Spirit body. Not only will their defense be greatly increased, but more importantly, the effects of absorbing Earth Spirit power will be better. Chapter 478. The Yuan Venerate added, Your master once roamed the mystic world and spent a lot of effort searching for this Earth Spirit core. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it until something happened to me. After hearing what you said, Master, we really hit the jackpot this time. Will this thing help you recover your cultivation base? Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised in his heart, but his face revealed a look of concern. On one hand, he had to improve his cultivation base to face all kinds of challenges. On the other hand, there was absolutely no harm in making his backer stronger. Once the Yuan Venerate could recover, it would be of great help to him. Thank you for your kindness, but Master doesn't rely on the Earth Spirit core to recover. In any case, Master has already waited for so long, so it doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. Once your cultivation base becomes stronger, just help Master find it in the future. The Yuan Venerate had once frantically tried to regain his human form and strength. However, after so long, he had become calmer and was no longer as anxious and urgent as before. I'll take it now, Ling Xiao said. I'm afraid that won't be easy. The evil beast Demon King has been staying in this cave and can only use the Earth Spirit Source Stone. He can't use the Earth Spirit Core, so I reckon he won't be able to take it. If he can't do it, how can you? The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Where there's a will, there's a way. If he can't do it, it doesn't mean that I can't. Ling Xiao wasn't being arrogant. He had the mountain river martial soul, which was something the evil beast Demon King couldn't compare to. The Yuan Venerate shook his head and didn't stop Ling Xiao. Young people always had to suffer some setbacks before they knew the hardships of life. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't learn their lesson. However, a moment later, his eyes widened even more than when he had seen the Earth Spirit Core. Damn! How did you do it, kid? The Earth Spirit Core was gone. He had seen Ling Xiao put the Earth Spirit Core into his storage ring with his own eyes. How had he done it? Master, don't worry about how I did it. Anyway, now that I have this thing, the next step is to deal with the evil beast Demon King. Ling Xiao wasn't willing to explain further. If he lied too much, it would be difficult for him to make up for it in the future. That's true, but what do you plan to do with those people in prison? Yuan Venerate asked. Naturally, I want them to owe me a favor. I think those people should be warriors from the Heavenly Dragon continent. If I'm in trouble in the future, I'll need friends to help me. Ling Xiao said after some thought. But some people might not accept this favor. Instead, They might kill you. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Of course I know that. Because of that, I'll release them together with the Moon Maiden after dealing with the evil beast Demon King. If anyone dares to disrespect me, I'll just kill them. After all, there's no point in keeping those ungrateful bastards alive. Ling Xiao smiled. Looks like I was worried for nothing. You're not stupid. Yuan Venerate yawned. I can't take it anymore. I was lured out by the Earth Spirit Core and I'm still exhausted. I'm going to sleep for a while more. You go first. If you need any help, just call Master. I've almost recovered. All right. Ling Xiao put the Yuan Venerate back into the beast ring before leaving the fork and entering the path where the evil beast Demon King was recuperating. However, as soon as he entered the path, a roar was suddenly heard. Immediately after, the gigantic cocoon shattered, and a silkworm crawled out from within. This silkworm was 2 to 3 meters long and its entire body was like white jade. It looked very beautiful. However, it was also somewhat sinister. Think about it, that was a silkworm that was 2 to 3 meters long. The most troublesome thing was that its body was as thick as a bucket. It was simply a short, fat python. Evil Beast Demon King? Ling Xiao sensed the aura of the evil beast Demon King from this fat silkworm. However, it was much weaker than before. He. This fellow probably hates you to death. The reason he wanted to stay here to recuperate was because he could absorb the energy of the Earth Spirit Core. In the end, the Earth Spirit Core was taken away by you and he couldn't continue to recover. Yuan Venerate's voice was heard again. No way. Then why didn't he just recuperate near the Earth Spirit Core? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Stupid. There is no way to set up an array formation near the Earth Spirit Core. He still has to set up a small 1,000 beast blood refining array to recuperate, Yuan Venerate replied. Alright, let's not bother about this first. Hurry up and destroy this fellow. He is very weak now. Master, are you kidding me? Even if he is very weak, he is still not someone I can deal with. I originally intended to launch a sneak attack while he was recuperating. Now that he has woken up, let's flee and let the Moon Ladies deal with him. Ling Xiao wasn't that arrogant. He knew very well that even if he temporarily maintained the strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate, he definitely couldn't go head-to-head with the evil beast Demon King. That would simply be courting death. The evil beast Demon King had just come out of the cocoon. When he saw Ling Xiao, all his old and new grudges erupted. His white jade-like body turned scarlet with anger. Silkworm Baby's expression also became very sinister. Hurry up and run. Ling Xiao only had one thought now. He had already obtained the Earth Spirit Core anyway. Even if he couldn't kill the evil beast Demon King, he would still have profited greatly. As long as he could escape this place, he would definitely make a profit this time. However, he had really run into trouble this time. He had never expected that the chubby evil beast Demon King would actually be faster than him and block his way out in an instant, leaving him with no way to escape. Ling Xiao, who was about to dash forward, quickly stopped in his tracks. The evil beast Demon King was really cunning. If he had chosen to attack directly, he could have used the other party's true origin to slip away. However, the other party hadn't attacked directly. Instead, he had blocked the only way out. This was clearly a prelude to taking care of him. The huge silkworm's eyes glared at Ling Xiao with fury and murderous intent. The ant that he had once ignored had repeatedly become a factor that caused him to fail on the verge of success. He was very upset. Very upset. Kid, don't even think about going anywhere today. I will definitely torture you properly and let you know the consequences of offending the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire. The evil beast Demon King bellowed furiously. A whistling gust of wind blew Ling Xiao away and sent him crashing heavily against the cave wall. Damn. This fellow was too ferocious. How could he be so ruthless in one breath? Although Ling Xiao did not suffer any injuries, wanting to escape had become a huge problem. Could he only enter the form of the ancient golden dragon? Apart from that, there was no other way. Kid, do you need my help? The Yuan Venerate asked. There is no need for that for the time being. Potential can only be stimulated between life and death. Chapter 479. Brat, you really make people speechless when you're stubborn. Why do you still care about that at a time like this? Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Wait until I'm really about to die before you make a move, Master. I think this evil beast demon king is at most at the celestial realm. I'm not so weak that I can't handle it. As long as there was a slight chance, Ling Xiao would seize it. He didn't think he would die. Boom. He directly entered his human dragon form, and his strength suddenly soared. Coupled with the powerful energy he obtained from the Moon Lady, he wasn't even afraid of a heavenly venerate who had just entered the celestial realm. Unfortunately, this was only temporary. Otherwise, it would be great. The moment Ling Xiao entered his human dragon form, the true essence in his whole body circulated wildly, and his aura suddenly soared. From top to bottom, his whole body exuded a powerful aura. At that moment, the evil beast demon king actually retreated more than 10 meters. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. Dragons were the kings of all beasts. During the prehistoric times, the dragon race was a powerful existence that ruled all beasts. All beasts and insects had to obey the orders of the dragon race. Dragon aura naturally had a suppressive effect on the evil beast demon king in his current form. Run my ass. Maybe I can fight. Ling Xiao suddenly changed his plan. The look in his eyes also became tenacious. His fighting spirit continued to rise. The evil beast demon king was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that this ant in front of him would dare to be so decisive in front of him. Then, his anger became even more intense. Because he felt that he was being looked down upon, even an ant wanted to fight with him. Poof! He opened his mouth and shot a ball of silk at Ling Xiao. Although it was a silk thread, it could easily penetrate steel. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. Although he was now in his human dragon form, his strength was still much weaker than the other party. If he didn't seize the right opportunity, it would be impossible to kill him. The moment the silk thread was spat out, the evil beast demon king's body suddenly bounced up. It didn't look like a chubby silkworm baby at all. It was more like a python that suddenly attacked its prey. Its speed was too fast. Ling Xiao watched all of this. He raised his right hand and a chi sword flew out, blocking the incoming silk thread. Then, with the help of the rebounding force of the silk thread, he suddenly retreated, causing the evil beast demon king to pounce on empty air. The escape route was wide open. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of running away. He knew very well that this was the evil beast demon king trying to break down his fighting spirit. Once a person had the thought of running away, it would be impossible for them to fight with all their strength. The end result would be even worse, especially when facing such an opponent. It didn't matter if he lived or died. Ling Xiao would not choose to run away. He wanted to fight this battle to the very end. Shock and disappointment appeared in the evil beast demon king's eyes. This human warrior in front of him was different from the others. He was really not easy to deal with. Evil beast demon king, die. The phantom of the pestilence demon king appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, he suddenly sped up and charged towards the evil beast demon king. Just as he had expected, the moment the pestilence demon king appeared, the evil beast demon king was distracted. Even if it was just a moment of distraction, but for Ling Xiao, it was definitely the best opportunity to attack. Poochie. After piercing through the evil beast demon king's head, Ling Xiao turned around and attacked again. He knew that although the evil beast demon king could only unleash the strength of a heaven realm cultivator, his own cultivation was at the yin-yang realm. Naturally, he would not be killed so easily. Fart. As he turned around, his sword was blocked by the silk, and he failed to succeed. However, Ling Xiao had already expected this. The pestilence demon king opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dark green gas, directly enveloping the evil beast demon king's head. Bastard, you actually betrayed the true devil empire. In a moment of carelessness, the evil beast demon king was actually seized by Ling Xiao to launch a series of attacks. Not only was his body pierced, he was also poisoned by the pestilence demon king's plague poison, causing his strength to drop once again. Ling Xiao's attack still continued, the ice dragon sword in his hand thrusting out continuously. Phut, phut, phut. The wounds on the evil beast demon king's body grew more and more. Although this guy's recovery ability was similarly astonishing, Ling Xiao's attack speed was even faster. If the situation continued to develop like this, the one who died in the end would definitely be the evil beast demon king. However, how could the dignified evil beast demon king die so easily? Bang! An attack that appeared out of nowhere directly slapped onto Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao's entire body was smashed to pieces. The heavenly dragon golden body was actually useless under this terrifying attack. Behind that silkworm baby, a terrifying fierce beast appeared. You indeed possess a dragon soul. Dragons were the king of 10,000 beasts. As the true Devil Empire's general in charge of 10,000 beasts, the evil beast demon king's martial soul should also be the king of 10,000 beasts. The enormous wings flapped, and it was actually a complete skeleton. The power of frost twined around it, incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, the martial soul was a soul. Otherwise, with such a huge guy appearing, this cave would definitely explode. Frost Dragon Soul. This should be the martial soul of the Frost Dragon clan under the jurisdiction of the ancient Hell Dragon clan. Fortunately, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the opponent's martial soul was one of the 9 great ancient dragon souls. If that were the case, he would have really kicked an iron plate today. Surprised? You were able to force this king to use his martial soul. You should be proud of yourself. You can die in peace. Seeing Ling Xiao's body shatter, with only his head remaining to speak, the evil beast demon king did not believe that this brat could survive. After all, this kind of recovery ability was definitely not something a trivial transcendent realm cultivator could achieve. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth slipped into an imperceptible sneer as his head continued to fall to the ground. The evil beast demon king had already recalled the frost dragon soul and was ready to escape. With his current strength, he was far from the Moon Lady's opponent. He had to find a place to heal. He definitely could not stay here any longer. It was all because of that damn brat. Just as he turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt the fear of death. His body, which should have been fragmented and broken, instantly merged into one. No, it was not just merging into one. What appeared in front of him was not Ling Xiao, but a 3 to 4 meter tall golden dragon. A body more than 10 meters long, with bright golden scales. A body with the characteristics of 10,000 beasts. Without a doubt, this was the characteristic of the Golden Dragon clan, the king of the Dragon clan. Die. By the time he discovered this golden dragon, the opponent's attack had already finished condensing. A bright light shot out from the dragon claw, a light that seemed to be able to cut through the void. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger in the form of the ancient golden dragon. In the end, Ling Xiao used this form that he had not used until now. Because he felt that he could kill the evil beast demon king, so he had to do this. Boom. It seemed like only a single finger, but the moment it pierced through the evil beast demon king's body, it produced an extremely terrifying effect. The silkworm baby quickly collapsed and exploded. A severely injured soul desperately tried to escape from it. Who tilde? Chapter 480. I actually succeeded. Ling Xiao had already returned to his human form. Although his body had been scattered by the evil beast demon king, he had managed to reassemble himself by relying on the miraculous effects of the 5th level of the Sky Dragon golden body. Even now, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. Furthermore, the ancient golden dragon form was really terrifying. Although this was the first time he had used it, the power it unleashed was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Where's my earth spirit core? Just as Ling Xiao was rejoicing, he suddenly discovered that the earth spirit core in the mountain river realm had disappeared. Not only that, but some of the rare medicinal herbs that had special healing effects had also disappeared. Damn it. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I've long felt that there was definitely something wrong with the Sky Dragon golden body. Now, it seems like it's true. After cultivating to the 5th level, the so-called rebirth from a drop of blood is real, but there is a price to pay. And this price is really huge. Smelly brat, you should be content. You've profited from a disaster. Yuan Venerate suddenly said from the beast ring. Profited from a disaster? Yes, didn't you feel it? The Earth Spirit Core was used as a material to repair your body. Generally speaking, the Earth Spirit Core can't be completely absorbed by the body of any martialist, but you're different. Your body was basically destroyed. Now, it's as if the Earth Spirit Core has condensed a new body. Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Even Master is a little jealous of your good luck. You actually condensed the Earth Spirit body without cultivating. I'm afraid that even a celestial grade treasure body would find it difficult to break through this defense. Furthermore, the Earth Spirit body will continue to grow stronger as your strength increases. Even Master isn't sure how strong it will ultimately be. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao tried to circulate his true essence. Sure enough, he discovered that a thick earthy yellow glow had appeared on his body. Not only had his physical strength increased several times, but even his true essence had become much more vigorous. In terms of quantity alone, even a transcendent 8th level martialist couldn't compare to him. It was really a blessing in disguise. Ling Xiao's originally disappointed mood suddenly improved. Boy, quickly go back and cultivate. The Earth Spirit Core's energy is definitely more than this. If I'm not mistaken, the remnant energy from the Earth Spirit Core should be enough for you to break through to the Transcendent Realm 6th layer. Yuan Venerate reminded him. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. However, before returning, he was prepared to release those trapped martial artists. Unfortunately, this evil beast demon king didn't have any treasures. In addition to those rare, fine, and common grade treasures that were thrown into the cave, the rest of the magical weapons and spirit stones were swallowed by this guy to restore his cultivation. The evil beast demon king seemed to have many beast-like abilities. Among the beasts, Ling Xiao knew that there was a kind of beast called the gold-eating beast that could recover its cultivation by eating gold, silver, copper, and iron. Perhaps the reason why the evil beast demon king's cultivation recovered so quickly was related to its special ability. Unfortunately, after Ling Xiao collected the evil beast demon king's soul, he discovered that because his mountain river martial spirit's level was too low, it could not be transformed into a martial spirit. Instead, it was directly frozen in the glacier. It seemed that he could only think of a way in the future when his cultivation increased to a certain level. Right now, it was better to release those martial artists as soon as possible so that they would owe him a favor. After all, a debt of gratitude was greater than any other debt. Although there would definitely be ungrateful people among them, there would definitely be people who would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Although the people trapped in the prison were very strong, they didn't understand array formations. In addition, they were wearing special torture devices that prevented them from circulating their true essence. Therefore, it was impossible for them to escape with their own abilities. Seeing Ling Xiao, these people's eyes that were originally filled with despair had a little more color. Young hero, what happened just now? The evil beast demon king is dead. I'll let you all out now. Ling Xiao said faintly. The evil beast demon king is dead. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Then, they cheered excitedly and cried bitterly. Among them, there were 2 Grotto Heaven Realm experts. They were considered absolute powerhouses in the Heavenly Dragon continent, but they were trapped here all these years as blood slaves of the evil beast demon king, providing blood for the evil beast demon king. It was a fate worse than death. Thinking that they could see the light of day again, their excitement was definitely no less than coming back from the dead. But young hero, there is an array formation set up by the evil beast demon king. Although there are people among us who understand array formations, we are unable to break it. Can you do it? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just smiled and pierced the chi sword into the center of the array formation. Crack! The array formation immediately shattered. In fact, from the moment he started speaking, he had already been cracking the array formation. There wasn't much time left. He would definitely faint from overexertion, so before that, he must do what he wanted to do quickly. Great, young hero is really good. Everyone was excited. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and opened the door of the prison. Then, several chi swords shot out and unlocked all the shackles on these people. May I know your name, young hero? I will repay your kindness in the future. Ling Xiao from Yuhua School. Ling Xiao had originally planned to make these people owe him a favor, so he had to report his real name. Thank you. Let's go. In the prison, more than half of the people were preparing to leave out of gratitude to Ling Xiao. These people were naturally open and above-board people who knew how to repay kindness. Wait a minute. However, the ungrateful person soon revealed his fox tail. The person who spoke was actually the strongest Grotto Heaven Realm expert among them. He was wearing a purple robe. Although it was tattered, since he had unlocked his shackles, he naturally had the demeanor of an expert. That kid's cultivation is mediocre, but he was able to break into the cave. Don't you think it's strange? It's a little strange, but this young hero has good intentions. Good intentions, my ass. I think this kid is in cahoots with the evil beast Demon King. Now that the evil beast Demon King is dead, he wants to do us a favor so that we can give him benefits. The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert snorted coldly. Kid, hand over what you got from the evil beast Demon King, and this Realm Lord will let you live. Grotto Heaven Realm experts were respectfully called Realm Lords. Hee, just kill him and take his storage ring. Even if this kid is not in cahoots with the evil beast Demon King, he must have some kind of treasure on him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break into the cave, let alone kill the evil beast Demon King. Another yellow-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert spoke. Who else wants to do this? Ling Xiao looked at the two idiots in front of him indifferently. Since I dared to let you out, I must have something to rely on. You actually revealed your fox tail so quickly. How stupid. Chapter 481. More than 10 people stood out, and all of them were Heaven Realm experts. Novel, there were still more than 30 people left, and they still had a conscience. As long as they had a conscience, it was fine. If they had a conscience, they would know how to repay kindness. In that case, the 16 people who stood out could go die. Ling Xiao looked at the two Grotto Heaven Realm experts and said coldly, You two are really arrogant sector lords. You've cultivated for so many years and have such a strong cultivation, but you've cultivated for nothing. You're ungrateful and shameless. Didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you doing it? The others were a little confused. Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't strong, so where did he get the confidence to challenge a Grotto Heaven Realm expert? The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert laughed and said, It's really been a long time since I walked in the outside world. I didn't expect that a small Heaven Realm warrior would dare to speak to this Realm Lord like this. Kill him. You don't have to walk around in the outside world anymore, because you will die today. Ling Xiao pulled out the Ice Dragon sword. In less than a quarter of an hour left, he could still maintain the cultivation of the Celestial Realm and could still fight with the Celestial Realm martial artists. Hula Tilda under the order of the purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert, 4 or 5 Heaven Realm experts pounced on Ling Xiao. They didn't have the slightest sense of shame. They didn't have the slightest intention of repaying kindness. Greed had taken over all of them. Boom. Suddenly, the warrior who pounced out exploded in mid-air. His body turned into pieces and blood splattered all over the ground. The Moon Lady appeared. She stood behind Ling Xiao indifferently and waved casually. Moon Lady, thank you for your trouble. I will repay this favor in the future. Ling Xiao said to the woman behind him. Between you and me, what's the point of talking about favors? Is that evil beast Demon King dead? The Moon Lady asked with a smile. Dead? You stinking brat, you really scared me to death. You actually secretly went to deal with the evil beast Demon King. How many lives do you have? The Moon Lady suddenly said angrily. I was just afraid that you would get hurt. Ling Xiao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Now that he thought about it, the previous operation was really too dangerous. The evil beast Demon King's attack was too strong, so much so that the treasure that the Moon Lady gave him didn't have any effect. If he hadn't snatched the Earth Spirit Core in advance, he would have been in trouble. It seemed like he had to do less of such crazy things. Little brat. I'm afraid of getting dirty, so of course I have to deal with the trash. The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven expert sneered and suddenly attacked. Purple Flame Mystic Dragon Palm, His hands suddenly burned with purple flames, and the temperature in the cave suddenly rose. The celestial realm martial artist who was closest to him actually burned up in an instant, and screamed incessantly. Hehe, this martial skill is not bad, but it's useless. The Moon Lady probably knew about Ling Xiao's current situation, so she didn't want to waste any time. Her figure suddenly flashed, and 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were lifted up by her like babies. Is the Grotto Heaven Realm very strong? Since you have done something ungrateful, you should be prepared to die. After saying that, sword chi burst out from her hand. The 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were sliced into noodles just like that. There wasn't even a trace of blood on her body. After doing that, she waved her sleeves lightly, and the other dozen or so people were turned into dust on the spot. Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were reduced to ashes while talking and laughing. This was the strength of the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao looked at all this, but his hands were tightly clenched together. Although my cultivation is now much stronger than my peers, I would still be at a disadvantage if I were to encounter a celestial realm martial artist like the Flame Deity, let alone a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist or a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist like the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao's desire for strength grew even stronger. Not enough. Far from enough. I'm still too weak. There are many things I want to do that I can't do. You guys can leave. Don't forget that I didn't save you for free. Ling Xiao looked at those people who still had a conscience and waved his hand lightly. Thank you, young hero Ling Xiao. We will never forget your kindness. They originally wanted to repay the favor, and now that they saw the beautiful and powerful woman behind Ling Xiao, how could they not repay the favor? After saying that, they all turned and left. Let's go back too. Ling Xiao turned back and glanced at the Moon Lady as he watched those people leave. However, just as he was about to leave, his body went limp and he lost consciousness. Time was up. Ling Xiao. The Moon Lady hurriedly hugged Ling Xiao when she saw this. She checked his breathing and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This fellow actually dared to borrow my quintessential origin energy to increase his strength for a short period of time. This secret technique was probably taught to him by a Yuan Venerate. Is this Yuan Venerate trying to kill Ling Xiao? The Moon Lady smiled bitterly and shook her head. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. After all, without the evil beast Demon King, she was the absolute ruler of the 1,000 Ghost Forest. Anyone who was tired of living and came looking for her would be courting death. Boom tilde tilde. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged out of Ling Xiao's body and poured into every part of Ling Xiao's body. At the moment, Ling Xiao was in his weakest state. It was very difficult for him to withstand such a violent and domineering power. The Moon Lady hurriedly placed her jade-like hands on Ling Xiao's chest and poured her quintessential origin energy into Ling Xiao's body, guiding that domineering power to circulate in Ling Xiao's body more gently. Her quintessential origin energy formed a protective layer that protected every part of Ling Xiao's body so that Ling Xiao wouldn't die on the spot from excessive absorption of energy. Is this the power of the Earth Spirit? This brat couldn't have swallowed the Earth Spirit core, right? The Moon Lady smiled bitterly as she looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying motionless on the ground. This fellow was really too crazy. He really resembled the human monarch of the past. Actually, she didn't know. This time, Ling Xiao had dared to take the risk to deal with the evil beast Demon King purely because she was around. If she wasn't around, Ling Xiao would have been even more cautious. Ling Xiao's calculations had never been wrong. This time was no exception. Even if there were uncertainties, Ling Xiao could accurately calculate them. Of course, there would be some deviations. He had dared to look for the evil beast Demon King so boldly because he had taken into account the Moon Lady's powerful combat strength. However, the original plan had been for him to assassinate or severely injure the evil beast Demon King while he was recuperating. This way, the Moon Lady would have an easier time fighting him. However, there had been some deviations in the plan. Chapter 482. Of course, the integration of the Earth Spirit core into his body was also an accident. But the result was good. Now, the Moon Lady was continuously transferring her vigorous vital essence into Ling Xiao's body to control the domineering Earth Spirit power. Although the Earth Spirit power was domineering and violent, it was still something that no one could control. However, the Moon Maiden was a yin-yang realm expert, and it was naturally not difficult for her to tame a wild horse like an outstanding horse trainer. Under the guidance of the blue vital essence, the earth spirit power continued to merge into Ling Xiao's martial vein. Every time it merged, it would make Ling Xiao's vital essence thicker and make the space of the martial vein bigger. People who were not martial artists would not be able to understand why the martial vein did not look big, but it could accommodate a sea of true essence. In fact, the reason was very simple. The martial vein itself was something like a mustard seed space. It was very similar to a storage ring, but it could only hold and produce vital essence. Therefore, in theory, the space of the martial vein could be expanded infinitely. This required a large number of heaven and earth treasures to constantly strengthen it. The larger the martial vein space, the harder it was to break through. However, every breakthrough would increase one's strength by a shocking amount. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, the total amount of vital essence that a warrior could produce would also increase, and the speed of filling the martial vein space would greatly increase. To put it simply, when the martial vein was only the size of a wine cup, the warrior's cultivation might be very low. At that time, the energy produced by the martial vein in a month would not be enough to fill the wine cup. When the martial vein became as big as a water tank, the warrior's cultivation might have increased by a lot. At this time, the energy produced by the martial vein in a month would be enough to fill a water tank. In other words, under normal circumstances, the larger the martial vein space, the more vital essence would be produced. Although the cultivation increase would be slower, it would not be too slow. Therefore, it was really beneficial. No matter which warrior it was, they all hoped that their martial vein space could become bigger. Originally, the martial vein space of a warrior in the martial vein realm could increase as his cultivation increased. At the peak of cultivation, the space of a martial vein was about 1 cubic meter. Whether the energy in one's body was in a gaseous, liquid, or solid state, it could only be stored in such a large space. Therefore, the true essence of a top martial vein expert was at most 9 cubic meters. After reaching the transcendent realm, the space within the 9 martial veins would slowly expand as one's cultivation improved. Basically, every realm increased the space by 1 cubic meter. This was the direct reason why the higher one's cultivation was, the more vigorous one's true essence would be. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao's cultivation was at the mid-stage transcendent realm 5th layer, so his martial vein space was only 14 cubic meters. But that wasn't the case. Due to the fact that he had fused with the golden dragon blood and other natural treasures, his martial vein space had been greatly strengthened. Now, his martial vein space was about 17 cubic meters. In other words, he was equivalent to an 8th layer transcendent realm cultivator. This was the reason why his true essence was much denser than other martial artists of the same realm. This time, the Earth Spirit Core helped Ling Xiao increase his martial vein space. The Moon Maiden could clearly feel that as the Earth Spirit energy continued to enter his martial vein space, Ling Xiao's martial vein space was also constantly expanding. However, even though the martial vein space was constantly expanding, the speed at which the true essence was being filled was still astonishing. "I'm afraid you're the only one who can make a breakthrough while unconscious." The Moon Maiden shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The terrifying Earth Spirit energy was forcibly suppressed by her into Ling Xiao's martial vein and began to fuse with Ling Xiao's true essence. Late Transcendent Realm 5th layer, Peak Transcendent Realm 5th layer. It continued to climb, when the Earth Spirit energy completely fused with Ling Xiao's martial vein. Ling Xiao's cultivation had also broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 6th layer. While he was unconscious, he had unknowingly broken through a major realm in his cultivation. Moreover, his martial vein space had now reached 20 cubic meters. This meant that Ling Xiao's total true essence was now not inferior to a half-step heavenly venerable. The size of his martial vein space was also comparable to an ordinary half-step heavenly venerable. This was the terrifying aspect of the Earth Spirit Core. Not only that, the Moon Maiden also discovered that Ling Xiao's body had already become an Earth Spirit body. In other words, this Earth Spirit energy was only a remnant. "Little guy, you're really different. The Moon Maiden withdrew her jade-like hands and helped Ling Xiao wipe his body. Then, she helped him change into a clean set of clothes. After that, she brought Ling Xiao back to the cave from before. When Ling Xiao woke up from his coma, the first thing he saw was the Moon Maiden, who was looking at him with concern. However, because he had woken up in a hurry, he accidentally kissed the Moon Maiden's lips. "That was my first kiss." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The Moon Maiden hurriedly retreated to the side with a flushed face. "Little brat, what are you doing?" "Sister Moon Maiden, you're so beautiful," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He realized that the Moon Maiden did not react too violently. Instead, she began to flirt with him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't kill you with my sword?" The Moon Maiden wanted to show her fierce side, but she could not do so in front of Ling Xiao. "Hey, sister, can you bear to do that?" Ling Xiao laughed. "Little rascal," the Moon Maiden said in annoyance, "I really lose to you." She did not know what was wrong with her. She had lived for more than 100,000 years and had never fallen in love with anyone. In the past, she had only admired the human king. Why was she so reluctant to part with this little brat? "Hihi, sister, don't worry. I'll take responsibility. Besides, I've never kissed a girl before. This is my first time." "Sister, you're taking advantage of me," Ling Xiao said. "Mph, who doesn't have their first time?" "What?" Ling Xiao was shocked. "No way, Sister Moon Maiden. You've never kissed anyone before?" "Nothing. You're making a fuss over nothing." "Alright, since you've woken up, I should go back. Now that the evil beast Demon King has been killed, I should go back and prepare for the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Do you want to go back with me?" The Moon Maiden hurriedly changed the topic. Otherwise, she really did not know how to face Ling Xiao. "No, I still have something to deal with." Now that his cultivation had broken through to the Transcendent Realm 6th layer and he still had the all-evil beast soul spear in his body, he wanted to kill Wang Shi, Qin Wu, and Wu Yang. He would not leave any of the people who wanted to kill him alive. "Do as you wish. Just be careful," the Moon Maiden said. "Sister Moon Maiden, I've made up my mind." Ling Xiao suddenly said something that did not make sense. "What have you made up your mind?" The Moon Maiden asked doubtfully. "I'm not going to worship you as my master," Ling Xiao said seriously. "You're not going to worship me as your master?" Chapter 483. "Hihi, I want to take you as my wife," Ling Xiao added. "What?" The Moon Maiden looked at Ling Xiao with her mouth agape. She had never been so surprised before. "Do you know what you're saying? I'm the Moon Maiden of the Yuhua school. I'm a yin-yang realm powerhouse, an old monster who has lived for 100,000 years. So what? Are you unwilling?" Ling Xiao stared at the Moon Maiden and asked. Me. As long as you're willing, everything else is not a problem. If you say that you're the Moon Maiden of the Yuhua school and a yin-yang realm powerhouse, then I'll become the sect master of the Yuhua school. We'll both be yin-yang realm powerhouses. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with confidence. "Lunatic." The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly. Then, she walked to the entrance of the cave. "Goodbye, Yuhua school." Her mind was in a mess. She didn't know how to answer Ling Xiao's question. She didn't agree. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't agree. Seeing the Moon Maiden leave, Ling Xiao shouted, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. However, shouldn't you change the reward you gave me previously? In any case, I won't acknowledge you as my master." "That's what you asked for." The Moon Maiden's voice had already faded into the distance, but Ling Xiao smiled. She didn't refuse, so there was still hope. Anyway, he was still young. He had plenty of time to catch up to the Moon Maiden. However, he had to speed up. As for the Moon Advent Pagoda Ascension ceremony, he would definitely get first place. He couldn't acknowledge the Moon Maiden as his master, but there were other benefits waiting for him. He couldn't acknowledge her as his master, and he couldn't marry her for the time being. However, he could at least live with her, right? Don't misunderstand. They would just be living in the same place at the same time. Although he wouldn't be her master in name, he would still be her master. He could still receive guidance from the Moon Maiden, but he didn't have to give up pursuing her because of her master's identity. If he wanted to do that, he had to at least get first place in the Tower Ascension ceremony. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the right to negotiate with the Moon Lady. Smiling, Yang Kai sat back down and checked his current condition. After confirming that there were no problems with his body and that his cultivation had stabilized at the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, he stood up with relief. It was time for revenge. There were less than 10 days until the Moon Arrival Festival, so he really had to hurry. Hula tilde tilde, he extended his golden dragon wings and flew out of the cave, towards the direction of the Shaw family castle. After a few minutes, Ling Xiao landed. Although he could use the golden light dragon wings to fly for a little longer, he still couldn't keep it up. However, he was about to reach the Shaw family's castle. He intended to find someone to ask about the current situation in the Shaw family's castle. Otherwise, if he were to blindly go there, wouldn't Wang Shi be there for nothing? Right now, it was still early. In the Dragon Submission mountain range, there were still quite a number of martial artists moving about. After all, he had stayed in the Thousand Ghost Forest for a long time. Even if there were cultivators who didn't dare to enter the mountain range because they were afraid of him, they weren't afraid anymore. There are people over there. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that about 1 li away, there were 4 people walking in the mountains. It looked like they were heading towards the Shaw family castle. They were probably here to gather herbs or hunt. They had already finished their day's work and were preparing to return. Using his Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, Yang Kai chased after them. Although he didn't need to fly, his movement skill was still outstanding and his speed was still very fast. It wasn't until Ling Xiao appeared beside these 4 people that they suddenly noticed that there was an extra person behind them. The 4 of them were all startled. They all drew their weapons and pointed them at Ling Xiao. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" The one who asked was the strongest of the 4, an early Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator, the same as Ling Xiao's current cultivation. The other 3 were only at the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer and had probably been brought out for life experience. Hey, don't be so nervous, I was chased by a vicious beast and just ran out of the forest. I just happened to run into you, I didn't follow you." Ling Xiao hurriedly waved his hand. "Words aren't proof. Who knows what you're doing? Did you try to sneak attack us but were discovered by my big brother?" The one who spoke was a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, only 1 or 2 years older than Ling Xiao. Her cultivation was naturally not as good as Ling Xiao's, but she was definitely a genius. Her weapon was actually a crossbow and at this moment, it was aimed at Ling Xiao, as if she was about to attack at any moment. Being misunderstood like this, Ling Xiao was quite unhappy. If this young master really wanted to sneak attack you, none of you would be able to survive, yet you're still standing there and talking? Another arrogant little girl. Geniuses are bound to be arrogant and self-righteous. Xiao Jiao, shut up. The leader of the group was more astute. He was a veteran of the world and could tell that Ling Xiao was strong. Although he didn't know his exact cultivation, since the other party didn't attack, he didn't intend to offend him. "Brother, didn't you hear me tell you to shut up?" "Me." The girl snorted coldly and kept her crossbow. She stood aside angrily and stopped talking, but the way she looked at Ling Xiao was still wary and suspicious. The leader laughed bitterly and said, "Brother, don't mind her. Xiao Jiao is just a little more cautious. After all, your sudden appearance really gave us a shock." "It doesn't matter." Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why would I care about such a small matter? It's just that I need to make a trip to the Shaw family castle. I wonder if you guys can tell me about the current situation here. It's my first time here, so I'm not too sure." Although Ling Xiao was a little unhappy with the girl's overreaction, but thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to bicker with her and went straight to the main topic. "Brother, why are you going to the Shaw family castle?" The leader asked warily. "I'm a pharmacist. I've collected quite a number of medicinal herbs from the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range. I'm going there to sell them. I heard that Fairy Ling Long is buying them." Ling Xiao replied. As he spoke, he deliberately took out some rare herbs that were over 100 years old from his storage ring. This was also to reduce the other party's wariness. So that's how it is. Coincidentally, we're also going back to the Shaw family castle. Why don't we travel together? Seeing that you're quite skilled, it'll be safer for us to travel together. The leader looked at the herbs in Ling Xiao's hands and suggested. Thank you very much. However, since I want your protection, I'll give you these 4 high-grade vital elemental dans as a gift. By doing this, he still wanted to get closer to these 4 people, hoping to get more accurate information from them. High-grade vital elemental dans were insignificant to him, but to these martial artists, they were still very precious. These are perfect high-grade vital elemental dans. Its medicinal effect is almost comparable to the highest grade vital elemental dans. It's too precious, we can't accept it. The leader hurriedly shook his head. Brother, are you afraid that I've poisoned the herbs? You'll know after you go back and test it. Ling Xiao said lightly. No. How could that be? Since brother is so kind, I'll accept it. My name is Jean Lei. How should I address you? Chapter 484. Obviously, the 4 perfect high-rank true elemental pills had completely opened Jean Lei's heart and made him trust Ling Xiao. That was why he asked for his name and what Ling Xiao's name was. Yu Ling. Ling Xiao made up a name, taking the surname Yu and his surname. Good name, but what is Brother Yu's cultivation? You actually dared to venture into the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range alone? Jean Lei asked again. Early Transcendent Realm 5th layer. This was the template Ling Xiao redefined. He planned to use this template after returning to Yuhua school, otherwise, a 6th layer cultivation would be too exaggerated and would scare a lot of people and easily cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Wu Yang and Qin Wu both knew about this cultivation and had probably already told Meng Yuan about it, so it was best to temporarily set the template at this stage. Transcendent Realm 5th layer. You're just bragging. How old are you? The little girl named Xiao Jiao looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. She is my cousin Lin Jiao Jiao. She was spoiled when she was young, so her temper is a bit bad, but she is still very kind. Jean Lei introduced. The other 2 are my cousins, Jean Long and Jean Hu. The 3 of them have just broken through to the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer and came out with me to gain experience. Although Ling Xiao was not very interested in the origins of these people, since they had introduced themselves, he might as well listen. My cousin Jean Lei is an early Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. He is only 26 years old this year and is the most outstanding genius in our family. Lin Jiao Jiao coldly snorted and said proudly. And then? Ling Xiao didn't quite understand why this little girl was saying this. And then? I just want to tell you that if you have any bad ideas, you should give up as soon as possible, otherwise, you will definitely not be able to escape my cousin Jean Lei's thunderous means. The difference between you and him is like heaven and earth. Lin Jiao Jiao seemed to like her cousin Jean Lei very much and worshipped him. It seemed that with this cousin of hers, she had nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. What a naive child. He didn't bother to bicker with the girl, but looked directly at Jean Lei and said, Brother Jean, can you tell me what I just asked you? You mean the Shaw family castle? Jean Lei sighed and said, now that Fairy Linglong has been killed, it's useless for you to go. Now, the Shaw family castle has become the territory of the Beast King Palace. Their core disciple, Wang Shi, is sitting there and has taken over all of Fairy Linglong's territory and inheritance. However, what's strange is that Wang Shi doesn't seem to care about it. He still continues to put a bounty on Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was glad that he had put some makeup on his face. It was very different from the original portrait on the bounty poster. Then it should be fine for me to sell it to Wang Shi, right? No problem, but the price might be lower. Jean Lei reminded. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. The 5 of them continued on their way. Along the way, they encountered several waves of attacks from ferocious beasts. Ling Xiao secretly helped and did not expose his strength. However, this made Lin Jiao Jiao very dissatisfied. With Lin Jiao Jiao's eyesight, she couldn't find Ling Xiao's help at all. Therefore, she felt that Ling Xiao only knew how to hide all the way and refused to deal with the ferocious beasts. She wanted Jean Lei to drive Ling Xiao out of the team. Zhon Lei rejected her request on the grounds that Ling Xiao was a pharmacist. Zhon Lei was calm. Although he didn't find Ling Xiao's help, he always felt that after Ling Xiao joined the team, it seemed that dealing with the ferocious beasts had become easier. Therefore, he naturally thought highly of Ling Xiao. Lin Jiao Jiao, that brainless girl with big breasts, really couldn't be compared with this person. Cousin Zhon Lei, how can you help outsiders? Lin Jiao Jiao wiped her tears and ran forward quickly. This silly woman, they haven't left the dragon-subduing mountain range yet. Does she think she's safe? Just as Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly, Lin Jiao Jiao ran into someone's arms. Haha, I didn't expect a beauty to throw herself at me while walking on the road. Looking carefully, she's really beautiful. This uncle wants her. The person who spoke was a bald man with a ferocious appearance. At this time, the words coming out of his mouth were even more vulgar. However, Ling Xiao didn't know this person and had no interest in saving that silly woman. This Lin Jiao Jiao deserved to suffer a little, otherwise, she really didn't know how dangerous society was. Oh no. When Zhon Lei saw the bald man, his face suddenly changed. Who is he? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Because the other party's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the transcendent realm, slightly stronger than Zhon Lei. If Zhon Lei teamed up with his cousin, it was possible to defeat this person. Why was his expression so horrified and scared? Flower Tai Sui. Zhon Lei replied. I don't know him. Brother Yu is from outside, so you may not know. Flower Tai Sui was originally a famous flower thief in the Shaw family castle. He has done a lot of shady things with Fairy Linglong. The only brothel in the Shaw family castle was jointly opened by him and Fairy Linglong. He can be considered one of Fairy Linglong's men. Zhon Lei smiled bitterly. This person is cruel and vicious. Most of the women he has played with are worse than death. He especially likes women who practice martial arts, saying that it's exciting to play with them. Oh, he's a scumbag. Ling Xiao nodded. Not only that, but recently, this guy submitted to Wang Shi and became Wang Shi's chief steward. He's in charge of the brothel business. He's crazier than before. If little sister falls into his hands, it's over. Zhon Lei's face was a little pale. He's actually one of Wang Shi's men. Then he should have also chased after Ling Xiao, right? This guy is very cunning. Among the cultivators who chased after Ling Xiao, he's the only one who's safe and sound and hasn't left the Shaw family castle. The rest are either dead or escaped. Zhon Lei replied. That's easy to handle. What? Before Zhon Lei understood what he meant, he saw a shadow pass by him. Then, Lin Jiaojiao was thrown over. Little girl, remember, think more with your head when you go out in the future, don't just use your mouth. Bang! When the voice fell, Hua Tai Sui had fallen to the ground, with 4 swords inserted in his limbs, deeply pierced into the soil. A shrill scream followed. When you hurt those women, you should have heard this scream. What do you think now? Isn't it more enjoyable to shout it out yourself? Everything happened too fast. It was almost a blink of an eye. Zhon Lei looked at Lin Jiaojiao in his arms and listened to the scream of Hua Tai Sui. His eyes were completely dull. Just now, he was still worried about how to save his cousin, but now, he found that the ferocious man who held his cousin and touched her with a big hand had been subdued. He's really not an ordinary person. After a long time, Zhon Lei came back to his senses. He always felt that Ling Xiao was not ordinary, but he really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would deal with Hua Tai Sui so easily. Chapter 485. As for Lin Jiaojiao, she felt even more incredible at this time. She has always looked down on Ling Xiao. She has repeatedly mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao. In the end, she was saved by this person. Otherwise, if she fell into the hands of Hua Tai Sui, her life would be worse than death. A very complicated expression immediately appeared on her face. Self-mockery, shame, shock. There were probably all kinds of emotions, but there was no contempt and disdain. Thinking about the things he had done before, he really felt like a child who had never seen the world throwing a tantrum. It was so embarrassing. Thank you for saving me, Lin Jiaojiao said. Save you? Ah, don't get me wrong. I just think you are an eyesore, so I threw you over. It's not saving. Don't be grateful. I dealt with him for other reasons. Ling Xiao was really not so kind to save a person who mocked and ridiculed him, but this woman took up too much space. Throwing her to Zhon Lei was just a matter of convenience. Lin Jiaojiao really wanted to find a hole to hide in at this time. She thought she was a blessed girl, but it turned out that he didn't care about her at all. Her face was pale, and she lowered her noble head. The young man who looked useless at first seemed so tall in her eyes at this time. On the other side, Hua Tai Sui, who was screaming, also came to his senses. Bastard, you dare to attack me. Do you know who I am? The pain made it difficult for him to speak. His face was full of pain and anger at this time. I am Hua Tai Sui. You dare to attack me, I will kill your whole family. TSK, if I didn't know your identity, I would be too lazy to do it. Ling Xiao sat directly on Hua Tai Sui, and then continued, Linglong Fairy's gigolo, Wang Shi's slave, haha, look who I am. At this moment, Ling Xiao removed the disguise on his face and showed his true face. Ling Xiao. Hua Tai Sui, Zhon Lei, and others almost shouted this name at the same time. Haha, I seem to be quite famous. Ling Xiao laughed. Impossible. You fled into the forest of 1,000 ghosts. How could you still be alive? Hua Tai Sui shouted in horror. Zhon Lei and the others were also surprised. It was said that cultivators who entered the 1,000 ghost forest, even if they were Heaven Realm masters, had never come out alive. This Ling Xiao was just an early transcendent realm early stage cultivator, so how could he still be alive? I'm really sorry. I'm really still alive. What can I do? Even the heavens aren't willing to take my life. Ling Xiao shrugged. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him, you bunch of trash. Hua Tai Sui shouted at the people he brought. However, none of them dared to approach Ling Xiao. In the hearts of the Shaw family's martial artists, Ling Xiao was basically a demonic god. After killing Fairy Linglong and 2 other experts from the Yuhua school, he fled into the forest of 1,000 ghosts. He had thought that the fiend celestial was finished. But today, the demon god had appeared again, and he was still alive and well. He had completely subdued Hua Tai Sui with one move. He was not human at all. It seems that your subordinates don't dare to make a move. Ling Xiao chuckled. If you don't make a move now, none of you will live when you return. Hua Tai Sui roared angrily. Ling Xiao also looked at those people and said calmly, I'll give you a chance to live. Everyone, come here and stab this guy. Then you can leave. Hero Ling, is what you said true? Of course. Don't you want to kill this villain? Yes. Of course we want to. This Hua Tai Sui is unpardonable. We've wanted him dead for a long time. Unfortunately, we're too weak to be his opponent. Then it's easy. Now that I'm giving you such a chance, you must seize it. Ling Xiao stood up and walked to the side, making a gesture of invitation. Hua Tai Sui wanted to struggle, but strangely, no matter how he moved, he could not get rid of the 4 swords. Don't waste your energy. Those aren't ordinary swords. They're a small confinement array. Unless you have the strength of 10,000 jin, don't even think about it. Ling Xiao said calmly. Those subordinates of Hua Tai Sui walked over with their swords. Hua Tai Sui, you deserve this. Do you still remember my daughter who was sold to the brothel? And my wife? Everyone here has a deep hatred for you. Kill. If you dare to touch me, the Beast King Palace will not let you off. Hua Tai Sui was anxious and finally mentioned the Beast King Palace. The Beast King Palace will not care about the life of a rapist. As for that Wang Shi, I'm going to the Shaw Castle to take his life. When those people heard this, they no longer hesitated. Fart. In an instant, Hua Tai Sui's body was stabbed more than 10 times. He looked like he was on the verge of death. Remember one sentence, the heavens are clear and the retribution is not good. After saying this, Ling Xiao cut off Hua Tai Sui's head. Looking at the completely dead Hua Tai Sui, Zhon Lei and the others felt a chill in their hearts. This young man is too scary. Demon God! Zhon Long exclaimed. Are you talking to me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Brother Ling, please spare my cousin. Jean Lei hurriedly pulled Jean Long and Jean Hu to kneel down. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Demon God, TSK, I like this title very much. Alright, there's nothing for you here. We're about to reach the Shaw Castle. You don't need my protection. You can go back by yourselves. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'm sorry. At this time, Lin Jiaojiao's emotions were a little out of control. She kept kowtowing to Ling Xiao. She was probably frightened by Ling Xiao's decisive killing style. Goodbye. Ling Xiao did not look at Lin Jiaojiao. With a move, he disappeared into the dense forest. Little Jiao, now do you understand why your cousin told you not to be too arrogant outside? Jean Lei sighed and sat on the ground. Fortunately, he is not the kind of person who kills innocent people. Otherwise, based on what you said to him before, he definitely has a reason to kill you. Cousin, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Jiaojiao cried. She was really scared. She had always grown up in the family and received a lot of care from the elders. She was used to bullying people. She was still like this outside. She could be considered lucky to have met Ling Xiao. If it had been someone else, they might not have had it so easy. Well, don't cry. It's good that you know you're wrong. Remember, after returning to the Shaw Castle, none of you talk nonsense. Otherwise, you will be killed. Jean Lei said to the two cousins behind him. Got it, cousin. Chapter 486. Early in the morning, the gate of Linglong Celestial Palace was crowded with people. The reason was that a dead body was hanging on the gate of Linglong Celestial Palace. It was Huahua Taisui's. His head had been cut off, but it had been put back together. He looked miserable. He had been stabbed many times, and he was still hanging there. Many people in the crowd were cheering for him secretly. Huahua Taisui had run amok in the Shaw Castle for many years. He had done many evil things. Everyone had the right to kill him. However, no one had been able to deal with him. Those who were weak could not beat him. Those who were strong did not want to bother with him. However, on this day, this arrogant villain who had done all kinds of evil things was dead. It seemed that he had died a miserable death. I wonder who killed this villain. I will build a golden body for him and build a cultivation temple. A middle-aged man who looked very rich had tears in his eyes as he said excitedly. He used to be a local rich man. However, when he came back from a business trip, his wife and daughter were both dead. He found out it was Huahua Taisui who had killed them. Since he could not force them, he decided to kill them. His wife and daughter were hanging on a big tree at the gate of the Shaw Castle. They looked miserable. I can do anything for him. Thank you, my great benefactor. Thank you, my great benefactor, for avenging my wife. A young man in his 20s knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. His wife was kidnapped by Huahua Taisui on their wedding night. However, he found her cold dead body outside the next day. He hated it. He had been practicing martial arts for many years. Unfortunately, he was only a martial vein warrior. It was almost impossible for him to take revenge. However, he got what he wanted today. His wife could rest in peace in the afterlife. There were many people like this. Huahua Taisui, this person, owed too many blood debts to be counted. A man walked out of Linglong Celestial Palace. It was Wang Shi. Looking at the dead body hanging there coldly, he asked, "Who did this?" "Palace Lord, there is a name on the dead body. It's Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao. Wang Shi flew into a rage when he heard the name. The reason he came to the Shaw family fort was to hunt down Ling Xiao, to avenge his junior martial brothers and sisters, and to avenge his women. However, as soon as he arrived, he began to covet Fairy Linglong's subdragon martial soul. He originally thought that his plan was flawless, but in the end, he was ruthlessly played by Ling Xiao. Not only did he fail to obtain the dragon subspecies martial soul, but he also watched as Ling Xiao escaped. The anger in his heart was already very strong. But now, Ling Xiao had actually returned. This guy actually came back alive from the forest of 1,000 ghosts. How did he do it? Could it be that this guy really wasn't human, but a ferocious beast? Could it be someone impersonating him? I'm well aware of Ling Xiao's strength, his at most an early-stage transcendent realm cultivator. How could he have killed Hua Hua Taisui so easily? What's more, there are several transcendent realm cultivators following Hua Hua Taisui. Wang Shi frowned. But immediately, he thought of Tai Shan and Zhon Liu who had been killed by Ling Xiao. Those two had higher cultivations than Hua Hua Taisui, but hadn't Ling Xiao still killed them all the same? That little brat's strength really couldn't be judged by his cultivation alone, otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Palace Master, do you think Ling Xiao's cultivation will improve again after entering the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts for nearly a month? A cultivator next to him asked worriedly. Do you think it's so easy to break through to the transcendent realm? Wang Shi angrily said, the higher one reaches the transcendent realm, the more difficult it is to break through. Even if his cultivation has broken through in the past 20 days, he's probably only at the middle or late stage of the transcendent realm. Even if he's at the peak of the transcendent realm, so what? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Although he said so, Wang Shi's heart had suffered a heavy blow. Less than 2 months ago, he learned that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the transcendent realm. But now, he was worried about Ling Xiao's terrifying breakthrough speed. This might be his only chance to kill Ling Xiao. If he missed this opportunity, Ling Xiao's cultivation and strength would become even more terrifying in the future. At that time, it would be absolutely impossible to kill him. I'm actually afraid of that little brat. Wang Shi felt incredulous. But this was his true feeling right now, he was truly afraid. Ling Xiao's potential was simply too terrifying. Put down the bodies and bury them, then wait. I believe Ling Xiao will show up soon, and this time, I definitely won't let him escape. Wang Shi clenched his fists and said, there's a path to heaven, but he doesn't want to take it. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. For Wang Shi, sending people into the mountains to search for Ling Xiao was a very unrealistic thing. Because most cultivators now had an extremely strong sense of fear towards Ling Xiao, even if he was 10 times stronger, no one would dare take him on. Therefore, he could only wait for Ling Xiao to show up. Boom! Suddenly, Hua Hua Taisui's body exploded, and the 2 cultivators of the Linglong Celestial Palace who were close to the body were killed on the spot. It seemed the explosion had been calculated, and it would not have hurt the innocent. Hateful little brat. Wang Shi gnashed his teeth in hatred. He really hoped Ling Xiao would show up directly on impulse, so that he would not have to worry about him in the future. Report. At this moment, a man riding a horse rushed over from afar in a hurry. As he ran, he shouted loudly, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has shown up. He got off the horse when he got close. What's going on? Wang Shi asked. Palace Master, Ling Xiao is here. He has shown up in the Sha Castle. The cultivator reported loudly. Where is he now? Wang Shi was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect the idiot Ling Xiao to come to the Sha Castle. Was he courting death? Palace Master, Ling Xiao went to the brothel. Brothel? This little brat is also a man. He went to the Sha Castle as soon as he arrived there. Wang Shi could not help but burst out laughing. The others also burst out laughing. No, Palace Master, that little brat said he was going to destroy the brothel and set those women free. What? Ling Xiao was not going to be a chivalrous person, but he had no choice. He was really annoyed. Although he could not save all the people in the world by himself, and he did not have such a great ambition, either. But he could do something if he was annoyed. Especially since the brothel was the property of the Beast King Palace. He and the Beast King Palace had been enemies for a long time. Wouldn't it be great to destroy it? Wang Shi said coldly after hearing what the cultivator had said. Did he ask for help? No, Ling Xiao came here alone. I didn't see any help. The cultivator answered. Chapter 487. Wang Shi was still confused, but he didn't think Ling Xiao was such a reckless person. But he couldn't figure it out, so he decided to catch the guy first. He was a Transcendent Realm LV8 martial artist, and he had more than 1,000 martial artists under his command, all of whom were recruited from Fairy Linglong. Although these martial artists were generally only at LV3 or LV4 of the Transcendent Realm, They were still a powerful force when they joined forces. Since this guy was courting death, he would let him have his way. When they arrived at the brothel, it had become a ruin. More than a dozen corpses were lying on the ground, all of them belonging to the brothel's martial artists. These people had killed many women. As for the women of the brothel, they had all been released by Ling Xiao, and they were hiding somewhere else. As long as he could kill Wang Shi and destroy Ling Long's celestial palace, these women would have nothing to fear. Ling Xiao was standing on the ruins, holding his sword, looking very handsome. As the breeze blew, his long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his black robe made him look like a legendary demon god. He was mysterious and terrifying. "Brother Wang, you took so long. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing Wang Shi, Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to have the nerve to break into the Shaw castle alone. But since you are here today, you will never leave here alive." A ferocious look appeared on Wang Shi's face. His eyes were full of killing intent, and the shadow of a giant python appeared behind him. The giant python was more than 30 feet long and as thick as a bucket. "The giant python martial soul?" Ling Xiao said with a smile, "No wonder you hate me so much. You must have a special relationship with Shi Mai, right?" "Yes, she is my first woman, and she is also my junior sister apprentice," Wang Shi said angrily. "Oh, I see. By the way, I have a question for you. Where are Wu Yang and Qin Wu from Yuhua School?" "They have returned to Yuhua School. They said they were going to prepare for the pagoda ascension ceremony," Wang Shi answered. "You have asked enough questions. Just come down and die. Accept your death." Ling Xiao floated down and smiled. "I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I'm not here to die. I'm here to kill you. Ha 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 ha, boy, you've got guts. Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Wang Shi sneered, "From the moment you entered the Shaw family castle, you lost your last chance to escape. Kill him." For a time, a large number of martial artists appeared out of nowhere. With 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, Ling Xiao was completely surrounded. Not to mention escaping, it was probably impossible for him to even go out for a breather. The outermost layer was made up of archers. Every one of them held a shiny crossbow in their hands and aimed it at Ling Xiao. Needless to say, these crossbows and arrows must have been coated with poison. Since Wang Shi wanted to kill him, it was impossible for him to be merciful. This was basic knowledge. The cultivators in the middle were all cultivators between the 5th and 6th layers of the transcendent realm, all of whom were closely guarded, ready to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao at any moment. The frontmost layer was made up of cultivators below the 4th layer of the transcendent realm. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder, expendable goods. These people were used to weaken Ling Xiao's combat strength. Wang Shi quickly retreated to the middle of the group. Although he was confident he could kill Ling Xiao, he could use the most energy-efficient method. Naturally, he wouldn't choose to fight one-on-one. Ho ho, such a grand welcoming ceremony. Should I be thanking Brother Wang? Ling Xiao still stood in the middle of the group with his sword in hand, looking at Wang Shi indifferently, not the slightest bit shaken by the sudden change in the situation. Ling Xiao, you're too cunning. I won't fight you one-on-one, this isn't a spar. I'll do whatever it takes to kill you. When Wang Shi said these words, his face didn't turn red or his heart didn't race. Obviously, he was a ruthless character. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I didn't expect Brother Wang to fight me one-on-one. If I wanted to kill someone, the means I used would be even more ruthless than this." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wang Shi suddenly felt a little worried. What did Ling Xiao mean by this? Was he bluffing? Or was he really planning something else? Afraid? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Come, let me see your determination to kill me. Today, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Either you die or I die." He didn't think Wang Shi was despicable. Because if you want to kill someone, talk about fairness and justice, talk about being open and aboveboard, that would be too laughable and pedantic. Since they were already like fire and water, there was no such thing as despicable. Whoever killed the other represented justice. The weak didn't even have the right to choose death. Still not attacking? Wang Shi shouted angrily, "Kill him." Although he was still a little worried, Wang Shi was confident that his arrangements today were sufficient. Even if Ling Xiao had some kind of plot, he could use the cultivators below the fourth layer of the transcendent realm to pave the way for him. This was the role of cannon fodder in the first place. All of you listen to me, once I attack, I won't show any mercy. If you die, don't blame me when you go to hell. Ling Xiao simply put away the ice dragon sword and coldly glared at the hundreds of cultivators below the fourth layer of the transcendent realm. This was his final warning. If you die, I will give you a large pension. Our Beast King Palace will take care of your families. If you don't attack, I will kill you all. Wang Shi's voice was extremely cold. Kill. Hearing this, the cultivators' eyes suddenly turned blood red and they completely lost their minds. In any case, if they attacked, they would die. If they didn't attack, they would die. They had to choose a more meaningful way to die. Standing there, Wang Shi sneered and quickly declared, Ling Xiao, you have no chance of survival. Today, you must die. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, just calmly looking at the cultivators approaching him, a murderous intent gradually rising in his eyes. Although these people were forced to do so, he would not show them any mercy. Because once he showed mercy, he would be the one to die. He wasn't Buddha, nor was he the Holy Mother. It was impossible for him to sacrifice himself to save others. Behind him, the phantom of a giant hemlock tree appeared. The terrifying power released by this martial spirit caused these cultivators to tremble in fear. Die. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The phantom of the hemlock tree trembled and stretched out its branches, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Except for those who were watching the show outside, Wang Shi and his subordinates were all wrapped up. Asterisk su su su. Asterisk countless spikes protruded from the ground. Tilde. Screams rang out one after another as cultivators fell one after another. Release the arrows. Wang Shi waved his hand gloomily. He didn't care about the lives of the cannon fodder in front of him. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, even if all the cultivators here died today, it didn't matter as long as he didn't die. Asterisk su su su. Asterisk arrows shot out one after another. Chapter 488. When the arrows shot by the archers got close to Ling Xiao, it was as if they had hit something. They shattered easily and fell to the ground, having no effect at all. However, the archers were in a miserable state. The sharp spikes flew past the experts in the middle and headed straight for the archers behind them. Another wave of screams rang out. Ling Xiao was the least afraid of numbers. On the contrary, the more people there were, the stronger he would become. In addition to the Mountain River Martial Soul's ability to devour true yuan, there was now a simplified version of the 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array. The 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array was not as simple as refining the essence of beasts. It could also refine martial artists. Therefore, the more people that died, the stronger the 10,000 Evil Beast Soul Spear that Ling Xiao condensed would be, and the more powerful its combat power would be. Although this method of fighting seemed a little evil, since the other party was an enemy, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. On the ground, there was a strange red glow and some terrifying inscriptions. Not good, let's rush out first. This guy has set up a trap here. Wang Shi was experienced and quickly realized where the danger was. Therefore, he led the group of experts in an attempt to rush out of the Iron Mountain cage. Hihi, Brother Wang, don't waste your time. Since I dared to keep you here, I won't give you a chance to escape. Ling Xiao's Iron Mountain cage had been strengthened by the Earth spiritual energy and could continuously absorb the Earth spiritual energy from the Earth. Unless he was killed, no one could escape. Brat, you actually used such an evil array. If news of this gets out, you'll finish. What a joke. If you can bully me with numbers, why can't I use an array? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, you said that my array is evil. Then, what kind of martial arts isn't evil? Unless you don't use it to hurt people. Wang Shi was speechless. He glared at Ling Xiao. Brother Wang, it's time to end this. After killing you, I still have to go back to Yuhua School to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. I don't have time to play with you here. Ling Xiao smiled and slowly walked towards Wang Shi. Suddenly, the ground bulged, and a sharp claw stretched out from the ground, directly grabbing Ling Xiao's vital point. Those claws were extremely sharp. Under the sun, they actually flickered with a strange cold light. The attack this time was extremely sudden and tricky. If it was someone else, they would have admitted defeat. However, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly, displaying one slight skill before an expert. He had been releasing the true essence ball all this time, so he had long discovered what was hidden underground. The reason why he hadn't moved was because he wanted to beat them at their own game. When the claw reached out, he suddenly made his move. His right hand had already turned into a dragon claw. He directly grabbed the thing underground and pulled it out. It was a large rat. A large white rat. It was as big as a dog. This was King Snake's pet. He had always relied on this pet. With this pet, he had once ambushed an enemy who was stronger than him and killed him. He was confident that this time, Ling Xiao would also fall for it. However, the reality made him shudder with fear. Hihi, it's not good for such a big rat to run around. Let's kill it. Ling Xiao glanced at King Snake and couldn't help but chuckle. The true essence in his hand surged, and a thick chi sword shot out. Little White, be careful. King Snake cried out in alarm. The situation changed too quickly, and his expression hadn't changed yet. He originally thought that Little White's sneak attack could successfully injure Ling Xiao, and then he would launch an attack and definitely kill Ling Xiao. However, the situation now was completely different from what he had imagined. It had even turned around. He had a deep friendship with Little White. This little thing had accompanied him since he was young, from weak to strong. His relationship with him was even deeper than his parents'. He naturally didn't want Little White to die. If you don't want it to die, don't let it out. He smiled faintly at King Snake, and then the rat's shrill scream was heard. Squeak, squeak, squeak tilde tilde squeak, squeak, squeak. After you die, remember to choose the right master in the future. Don't mix around with that idiot. The chi sword had already pierced through the rat's body, and blood flowed all over the ground. Squeak. Before the rat died, it actually burst out a dazzling attack. It spat out a cloud of black smoke and shot directly at Ling Xiao's head. Of course, it didn't know what regret was. It was just a brainless rat that obeyed its master. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Ling Xiao actually swallowed the black smoke into his stomach in one gulp. TSK, it's actually poisonous smoke. The taste isn't very good. I'll return it to you. Ling Xiao frowned, then opened his mouth and spat. The poisonous smoke that was originally inhaled actually flew towards King Snake and the others. Quickly hold your breath, King Snake shouted, but the speed of the poisonous smoke was too fast. Many martial artists were still hit. They fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. After a while, they lost their vitality. In the sky, there was a figure covered by a cloud. It was actually the Moon Maiden. She originally planned to return to the Yuhua school alone. However, she was really worried about Ling Xiao, so she followed Ling Xiao to the Shaw Castle. She was almost ready to attack just now, but she didn't expect Ling Xiao to be completely fine. She was worried for nothing. This guy is even more terrifying than I thought. The Moon Maiden shook her head and continued to watch the battle. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she definitely wouldn't attack. Otherwise, it would definitely be detrimental to Ling Xiao's development. Little White. In the blink of an eye, Little White sneaked up on Ling Xiao and killed him. It happened in the blink of an eye. Even if King Snake wanted to save it, it was already too late. Here you go. Ling Xiao threw Little White's corpse to King Snake. However, King Snake didn't catch it. He let the corpse fall to the ground and stabbed into the spikes. Trying to trick me? No way. King Snake said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I really didn't play any tricks this time. I just thought that your little pet was not bad, so I wanted to return its body to you. Look at you, you're such a person. King Snake looked at Little White's corpse, and his face turned red and white. In the end, his various expressions converged into a bone-chilling murderous intent. A snake spear appeared in King Snake's hand. He said to Ling Xiao in a bone-chilling voice, no matter what, you will die today. You've said the same thing many times. Even if you don't find it annoying, I'm tired of hearing it. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said to King Snake. In fact, he wanted to say the same thing. Today, all the martial artists here would die. He didn't care who was the mastermind and who was the accomplice. Whoever dared to chase after him would die. Tolerating the pursuit of the enemy wasn't kindness, but stupidity. Sooner or later, he would be killed. Chapter 489. Ling Xiao hated being hunted down, so whoever tried to kill him, he would make them pay the heaviest price. Even if he couldn't kill them because of his strength, he would make sure they never had a day of peace. La Wangxi looked around. Those who were dead and those who were injured. There was no one who could help him. Even his pet had been killed by Ling Xiao. Now, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he would have to do it himself. The giant python phantom flickered and a layer of green scales appeared on his body. If Yang Kai wasn't mistaken, this should be a defensive martial soul battle skill that used the giant python scales to enhance its defense. It was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon scale armor, but because it relied on the power of his martial soul, it was much tougher. However, Ling Xiao no longer relied on the heavenly dragon scale armor. His earth spirit body's defense in its normal state was even more terrifying than the heavenly dragon scale armor. On the green scales, wisps of dark green true yuan gas were emitted. At this time, Wang Shi looked like a giant python instead of a human. His eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao, as if he wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. The gigantic python's shadow coiled behind him. It also stuck its head out and stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. Although a transcendent 8th layer cultivator was only at the initial stage, the fusion of his martial soul and soul had basically reached a perfect state, so he was much more powerful than the previous cultivators. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Shi indifferently, still maintaining an indifferent expression on his face. Indeed, his opponent was an early-stage transcendent 8th layer cultivator. However, the all-evil beast soul spear in his body was a sure-kill skill he had obtained from the evil beast demon king. And even now, it still possessed terrifying lethality. As long as Yang Kai chose the right opportunity to release it, Wang Shi would die. The gap in strength seemed great, but in fact, from the beginning of this battle, the outcome had already been decided. Suddenly, Wang Shi moved. The serpent spear abruptly pierced out, turning into numerous shadows. Like a poisonous snake, it spat out its tongue and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Although he was still standing in the same place, the snake shadow had already shot out at an extremely fast speed. In a battle between transcendent realm cultivators, even if they didn't engage in close combat, it was still possible to resolve it. The only difference was that in terms of attack power, it was naturally not as great as using a weapon to strike the opponent's body. The snake shadows went straight for Ling Xiao's vital points, making it impossible for Ling Xiao to dodge. However, Ling Xiao didn't move. He extended both hands, and 6 swords of energy appeared. He had successfully condensed the 6th Qi sword on his way to the Sha castle. After breaking through to the transcendent realm 6th layer, this matter had become much easier to accomplish. Pa. The 6 Qi swords blocked all of the snake shadow's attacks, producing a muffled explosion. However, this did not seem to be beyond Wang Shi's expectations. After the snake shadow appeared, he quickly rushed forward and swept the snake spear in his hand towards Ling Xiao's lower body. The terrifying power of the martial soul was added to the long spear, and it actually emitted a sound similar to the hiss of a python. Snake shadow spear art, python devour style. The snake spear seemed to have suddenly transformed into a giant python, opening its bloody maw and biting towards Ling Xiao's lower body. One could even clearly smell the fishy smell coming from it. Cloud Dragon Divine Trek, Illusion Array. Ling Xiao used his movement skill to dodge, but Wang Shi once again rushed forward, the snake spear in his hand continuously attacking, forcing Ling Xiao to be unable to counterattack. The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves in a row inside the Iron Mountain cage. Wang Shi showed a sneer. He clearly understood Ling Xiao's cultivation, Ling Xiao's moves, and Ling Xiao's reliance. He believed that Ling Xiao's current cultivation was at most the early transcendent realm 6th layer. What Ling Xiao relied on was nothing more than that strange movement skill of his. Since that was the case, killing Ling Xiao would not be a problem. Snake Shadow Spear Art, Snake Shadow Cup. Suddenly, Wang Shi's move changed, and the snake spear in his hand flew out like an arrow, shooting towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao originally intended to block it, but the moment he was about to react, he suddenly changed his move. Hemlock Martial Soul, 1,000-ton heavy staff. The huge Hemlock Martial Soul merged into the 1,000-ton heavy staff and smashed it into the ground. At that moment, the snake spear piercing towards Ling Xiao's neck disappeared, and another spear shot out from the ground. Is this the Snake Shadow Cup? It's really an exquisite spear art, but unfortunately it's useless in front of me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, still standing there steadily. Do you think you've seen through me? Do you think you can kill me? Do you think everything is under your control? Wrong, it's just a ridiculous illusion. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in Wang Shi's ears, causing him to panic. Ling Xiao's performance was too surprising. He had no choice but to re-evaluate his opponent. It's time to end this. I don't have time to waste here with you. Thunder and lightning constellation, flying snow. Unknowingly, the ice dragon sword had already appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Thunder and lightning roared, and the sword in his hand was filled with a ferocious and shocking power. Then, it tore through the air and pierced towards Wang Shi. The cold aura caused Wang Shi's body to tremble. The dark green scales all over his body became even thicker. He clearly knew that he couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack, so he could only defend with all his might. As long as he wasn't hit by Ling Xiao's attack, he shouldn't die. The flying snow was too fast. It was so fast that Wang Shi couldn't react in time. The attack, which was wrapped in the power of lightning, hit the dark green scale armor fiercely. Bam! With a loud explosion, Wang Shi's body was actually sent flying backwards by the terrifying impact. The spikes on the ground were shattered by the dark green scales. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, your attack is only SOSO. Although Wang Shi was in a sorry state, he was so excited that he laughed out loud when he saw that his scales had not shattered. Crack! Just as Wang Shi was laughing out loud, cracks appeared on his scales, and there were still residual electric currents coiling around them. It seems like I'm still lacking a little. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and without waiting for Wang Shi to react, the sword in his hand thrusted out once again. This time, the sword was even faster. Wind and rain celestial phenomenon, flying snow. The wind's splitting effect and acceleration effect, the rain's corrosive effect. These were the key to Ling Xiao's choice. Break! Ling Xiao shouted softly. Crack! Pa! Finally, Wang Shi, who had just stood up, was knocked down again. Not only that, the cracks on his scales became bigger and bigger, and finally, they completely split open. The remaining sword qi pierced Wang Shi's body. Damn it! Wang Shi felt a sweetness in his throat, and a trace of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was actually injured. When fighting against martial warriors of the same level, he had not been injured for a long time, but this time, facing Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was clearly much weaker than his, he was actually injured. Chapter 490. This is troublesome. Wang Shi had a bad premonition that Ling Xiao had broken his scales and injured him. Novel, La, En, as expected of an 8th-layer transcendent realm cultivator. Although he's only an early-stage cultivator, he's still not easy to deal with. Ling Xiao couldn't help but nod with a regretful look on his face. In fact, if he didn't have to use the all-evil beast soul spear, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been willing to use it. The all-evil beast soul spear could only be condensed using the 10,000 beast blood refining array. Normally, it wouldn't be easy to condense it, so he really didn't want to use it. However, Wang Shi's defensive power was beyond his imagination. The toughness of his scales was terrifying. If he wanted to kill Wang Shi in one go, it seemed that he really would have to use the all-evil beast soul spear to launch a surprise attack. What's more, he really couldn't waste any more time. He believed that someone had already reported what happened here to the Beast King Palace. It probably wouldn't be long before the disciples of the nearby Beast King Palace arrived. At that time, as long as even one core disciple of the Beast King Palace appeared, he would be in danger. If a Heaven Realm Elder came, it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, he had to end this quickly and then escape. Smelly brat, Your strength really exceeded my expectations. Originally, I didn't plan to use my high-grade gold-grade martial skill on a piece of trash like you, but it seems that I have to use it today. Although Wang Shi said that nothing had happened to him, in fact, the 2 consecutive attacks had almost scared him out of his wits. His resentment and hatred for Ling Xiao had accumulated to the extreme, so at this moment, he would rather use a high-grade gold-grade martial skill that he hadn't mastered yet. He believed that Ling Xiao was just an outer disciple of the Yuhua school, so he definitely wouldn't be able to learn such a high-level martial skill. Ling Xiao just looked at Wang Shi indifferently as the all-evil beast soul spear in his body began to prepare. After all, the all-evil beast soul spear was condensed by the evil beast Demon King, so it wasn't very obedient. It was like a naughty pet, so if he wanted to control it to attack, he had to prepare a little. Superior gold-grade martial skill? Ling Xiao was a little stunned. As far as he was concerned, a martial skill of this level could only be considered trash. This guy was like a treasure. But thinking about it carefully, Wang Shi's reaction should be the normal reaction. In the Yuhua school, only the core disciples were qualified to practice superior gold-tier martial arts. Even so, it was still very difficult to obtain one. As for the other disciples, it was already very good for them to be able to cultivate a gold-grade precious grade martial art. This Wang Shi was only the weakest core disciple in the Beast King Palace. It must not have been easy for him to obtain a superior gold-grade martial skill. Therefore, in his opinion, this thing was really a treasure. Dai, outer disciple of the Yuhua school. So what if your talent is outstanding? If you aren't a core disciple of your sect, you won't be able to learn such a powerful martial skill. Wang Shi sneered, and the Zhen Yuan wrapped around the snake spear in his hand became denser. At the same time, the giant python phantom behind him became smaller and smaller. In the end, only a green ball was left, which was integrated into this attack. The long spear trembled and turned into a living giant python. The dense Zhen Yuan made the onlookers tremble. Is Hero Ling okay? Hero Ling, you must win. Damn it, this Wang Shi actually has a superior gold-grade martial skill. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. There were also powerful people in the crowd. Some people had good eyesight, but they didn't have much talent for cultivation. However, they had a rich understanding of martial arts in the world. There were also some experts who were watching the battle with interest and commented on the onlookers. This move that Wang Shi used should be a special martial soul combat skill. It integrated everything about the martial soul. This is the specialty of the Beast King Palace. They are the best at this. Yes, this move seems to be called Sky Snake Fatal Spear. That's right. Just as the onlookers were discussing, Wang Shi used his attack. The roaring giant python seemed to have grown a pair of thin cicada wings. Its speed was so fast that it was even faster than Ling Xiao's flying snow. In the sky, the Moon Lady stared at the giant python nervously. As long as Ling Xiao was in danger, she would not hesitate to block the attack. However, she couldn't do that now. She couldn't interfere with Ling Xiao's battle until the last moment. She knew this young man's character too well. If she really did that, it would make Ling Xiao unhappy. Good. A confident smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. A superior gold-grade martial skill? A core disciple of the Beast King Palace only has this little bit of knowledge. In his body, the all-evil beast soul spear was completely under his control. Then, black smoke appeared around him, as if there were countless vengeful spirits wailing. I will release you now. The black spear appeared directly behind Ling Xiao. The strange black light caused the surrounding space to distort. The all-evil beast soul spear. It was also a spear, but even a fool could see how powerful Ling Xiao's all-evil beast soul spear was. Following his shout, the spear appeared. All kinds of strange inscriptions appeared on the black spear. It was strange and mysterious. What martial skill is that? What is the all-evil beast soul spear? I've never heard of it. How can this martial skill be so terrifying? Is it a superior gold-grade martial skill? That's impossible. Ling Xiao is rumored to be an outer disciple of the Yuhua school. How can he learn a superior gold-grade martial skill? This is too strange. The jaws of the passing experts almost fell to the ground. They thought that Ling Xiao's superior gold-grade martial skill would be enough to suppress Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would use an even more terrifying martial skill? It seems that I don't have to worry about this kid anymore. I didn't expect him to be able to subdue the all-evil beast soul spear of the evil beast demon king. What is his martial soul? In the sky, the moon lady smiled wryly. She felt that she was worrying too much. She didn't need to treat Ling Xiao like a baby. He was a mature martial artist who had experienced many life and death battles. Inside the Iron Mountain cage, the all-evil beast soul spear didn't cause any discomfort. Of course, Ling Xiao had spent a lot of time preparing to use the all-evil beast soul spear. Although the all-evil beast soul spear's power was less than 1% of the evil beast demon king's, it was enough to deal with Wang Shi. It was more than enough. Black light danced in the sky. Ling Xiao pushed his hands forward, and the black spear made the sky look ferocious. Wherever the spear passed, the plants on the ground withered rapidly. The original corpses were also sucked dry of blood and turned into withered corpses. Chapter 491. Wang Shi stared fixedly at the terrifying black spear. Novel, La, despair flashed across his eyes. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a terrifying trump card prepared for him. Master, save me. He let out a shrill roar at the sky. Tens of thousands of miles away in the Beast King Palace, an inner sect elder suddenly opened his eyes and sped towards the direction of the Shaw family castle. His cultivation was on par with the flame deity. Although he could not fly, he could glide for a long time, and his speed was not slow either. Therefore, even if he was tens of thousands of miles away, it would only take him about an hour to reach the Shaw family castle. Even so, the elder still felt that it was too slow, so he directly used the secret technique scroll that he had kept for a long time. The secret technique scroll could only be used once. Therefore, it was extremely precious. The secret technique scroll in his hand was the 8,000 miles near secret technique, which allowed him to travel tens of thousands of miles in an instant to reach his destination. He had to do this for Wang Shi. Wang Shi was his most outstanding disciple and one of the future hopes of the Beast King Palace. He could not die here. At this moment, in the Iron Mountain cage, Wang Shi poured all his true qi into the sky snake lethal spear. He sensed his master's arrival, so as long as he could stall for time and save his own life, he would be able to wait for his master. Boom! With a loud explosion, the corpse in the Iron Mountain cage was blown to smithereens, and the black spear collided with the sky snake lethal spear. Then, the sky snake lethal spear was easily destroyed like it was made of paper. The black spear pierced through Wang Shi without any resistance. With a scream, Wang Shi's body was sent flying, and he crashed heavily into the Iron Mountain cage. He was nailed to the Iron Mountain cage by the black spear, and blood flowed from his back. However, the early-stage Transcendent Realm 8th level cultivator was still alive. When the smoke dispersed, Ling Xiao was still standing there, unscathed. There was not even a trace of a tear on his clothes. In the sky, the Moon Maiden's beautiful face showed a proud smile. That kind of feeling was like watching her man flaunting his prowess. It was especially comfortable. We won. Some of the onlookers cheered. That king snake is not dead yet. Some people seemed to be very vigilant. Even if he's not dead, he should be severely injured. There's no way he can win against young Hero Ling, that's true. This time, Wang Shi is completely defeated. This feeling is really great. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Shi, who was nailed to the cage, and said, "As I said, I'm here to kill you today, so you have to die." Ah! Wang Shi roared like a madman. But suddenly, his body began to tremble violently. I advise you not to move around recklessly. The all-evil beast soul spear is the evil beast demon king's famous consummate skill. Its most frightening aspect is not its destructive power, but its ability to continuously absorb the essence of its victims. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Shi and said, "If you don't move, you can still die peacefully. But if you struggle, I'm afraid you'll die a horrible death." Ling Xiao did not feel any pity for Wang Shi at all. Wang Shi had brought all of this upon himself. The arrogant core disciple of the Beast King Palace thought that he could kill Ling Xiao. Hence, he chased after Ling Xiao all the way to Shaw Castle and conspired with Fairy Linglong to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, He was killed by Ling Xiao in Shaw Castle. It was a story to be told. Bastard, do you think that you can live after I'm dead? Wang Shi roared furiously, my master will be here soon. When that time comes, it will be your time to die. His voice was filled with endless hatred and anger. Are you talking about this old man? A woman's voice was heard in the sky. Then, an old corpse was thrown down. Moon Lady. Ling Xiao was delighted. He did not expect the Moon Lady to still be here. Hehe, she's still interested in me. In fact, with Ling Xiao's mountain river martial soul, he could see Wang Shi's master but not the Moon Lady. After all, the difference in strength was too big. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was prepared to deal with Wang Shi's master. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least run. He had already thought of a plan to retreat. Knowledge didn't expect that when this old man appeared, he would already be a corpse. Master. Wang Shi was in despair. Looking at the smashed corpse, he no longer had the confidence to fight with Ling Xiao. How dare you kill an inner sect elder of the Beast King Palace? Does the Yuhua school not want to exist anymore? Wang Shi was stunned. He could not believe that this was real. So what if I killed him? If the Beast King Palace is not satisfied, then destroy it too. The woman in the sky was domineering. Although she was a peerless beauty, the words that came out of her mouth were really domineering to the extreme. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh bitterly. If he could be as domineering as her one day, he would be a true elite. Did you hear that, Wang Shi? Since your master is dead, you should go with him so that he won't be lonely on the way. No, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I can give you a complete set of upper gold grade martial arts. When the shadow of death loomed over him, Wang Shi had completely lost the determination in his heart. He actually begged Ling Xiao for mercy. Upper gold grade martial arts. Haha, but I don't want it. After saying that, Ling Xiao gently hit Wang Shi with his palm. Wang Shi, who was on the verge of death, completely lost his life. His body slid down softly and fell beside his master's tattered corpse. Ling Xiao took Wang Shi's storage ring. However, the Moon Lady took Wang Shi's master's storage ring. In Wang Shi's storage ring, there was only one thing that caught Ling Xiao's attention. It was a secret scroll. Soul fusion. Ling Xiao penetrated the scroll with his soul force and carefully checked its grade and function. It turned out that this secret scroll was a secret scroll that could completely fuse one's martial spirit with a cultivator. The fused state could last for half an hour, and during that time, the cultivator's combat strength would increase by at least 3 times. Furthermore, the cultivator would be able to use some special combat abilities. However, the cultivator had to be at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th level or above. Because Wang Shi's cultivation was not high enough, he could not use it for the time being. Instead, it benefited Ling Xiao. Little brat, I'll take my leave first. This time, the Moon Lady really had to leave first. Ling Xiao's performance made her feel very relieved. She did not think that such a cunning little brat would die so easily outside. Ling Xiao looked in the direction the Moon Lady disappeared and removed the iron cage. He then soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the Yuhua school. Wang Shi was dead, and so were the cultivators who chased after him. He did not want to stay in the Shaw family castle any longer. Chapter 492. After Ling Xiao left. The story of a young swordsman who was half a demon and half a swordsman spread around the Shaw castle. He destroyed the Linglong Celestial Palace and killed Wang Shi, a core disciple of the Beast King Palace. He had saved countless women who had been harmed and allowed the Shaw family castle to return to its former tranquility. In fact, not long after this incident, the Yuhua school sent people to take over the place. Of course, they did so only because the Moon Lady had told Chang Yuing to do so. After all, once the Beast King Palace vented their anger on the Shaw castle, many people here would die. It seemed that the Moon Lady, who looked domineering and tough, was actually quite meticulous. Before returning to the Yuhua school, Ling Xiao went to the Divine Sword sect and left behind a large number of mundane grade treasures, fine grade treasures, gold and silver, as well as a large number of panaceas. Then he rushed to the Yuhua school. After returning to the sect, Ling Xiao did not meet anyone. Instead, He went back to his cave abode in the outer sanctum and started to make some preparations. First of all, he used the precious grade treasures he got from the evil beast Demon King's cave to condense his 36 Qiangang swords into precious grade treasures. He also condensed the drifting snow sword. So far, his 2 long swords, the Ice Dragon Sword and the Drifting Snow Sword, had become precious grade treasures. And his 36 Qiangang swords had also become precious grade treasures. No one in the entire Yuhua school could compare to him. Unfortunately, he had used up all his precious grade treasures. Otherwise, he would have given one to Dai Yuling. However, he still had 3 fine grade treasures. He planned to give them to Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, and Shangguan Lei. He gave them to Dai Yuling because of friendship. He gave them to Zhao Ji and Shangguan Lei because he wanted to win their hearts. Even though the 2 of them were already inner sect disciples, it was still not easy for them to obtain a fine grade artifact. Especially a defense grade treasure. It was the hardest to get among all the magic treasures, but it was the most useful. After that, Ling Xiao spent a day reviewing and absorbing the battle scenes of the past few days. He converted the experience gained from the battle into his own. Through this hard work, his 9 Meridians Qi sword finally entered a state of enlightenment. The comprehension of the last 3 Qi swords only took 2 hours to complete. This was mainly because he had been trying to use the 9 Meridians Qi sword to fight with enemies these days, and the experience he had accumulated was not just a little bit. Just as he had expected, after the 9 Qi swords were completely condensed, he was able to comprehend the real move from the original chant. After all, it was a gold-grade martial art. It was impossible for it to be a simple Qi sword attack. If that was the case, it would be inferior to the Snow Lotus sword art. Now, he was relieved. In order to comprehend this set of martial arts moves, one had to constantly practice and accumulate experience. Then, one would look at the incantation and gain new insights. It was a pity that he had just successfully condensed the 9 Qi swords, so he had only comprehended one move. This move was formed according to the mnemonic chant and his mountain river martial spirit. He had let his martial spirit avatar test its power in the mountain river world. It was extremely terrifying. Just this move alone was comparable to the power of the last move of the Snow Lotus sword art. The key was that the execution speed was faster, and he could use it without drawing his sword. It seemed that as his cultivation continued to increase, and he became more proficient in various martial arts, the Snow Lotus sword art would gradually be eliminated. However, this was a natural law, and he did not care much about it. From the day he started practicing martial arts, he had already practiced many martial arts. There would always be times when he would be eliminated. However, these martial arts not only provided him with a strong fighting strength at that stage, but more importantly, provided him with some rules and knowledge to practice martial arts. This could also be considered a kind of accumulation. If he had not practiced the Snow Lotus sword art before, then the current him would not have been able to practice the 9 Meridians Qi sword so easily. Other than the 9 Meridians Qi sword, Ling Xiao's shadow sword art had also improved. Now, he could already condense 10 sword spirit avatars. That's right, it was sword spirit avatars, and not sword shadow avatars. Previously in the Dragon Submission Mountain range, he had obtained a large number of sword-type martial spirits. Therefore, all of the sword shadow avatars had been condensed into sword spirit avatars. In the end, there were still 3 sword spirit avatars left. As long as they were condensed successfully, he would be able to practice the shadow sword art move smoothly. In reality, this shadow sword art was the replacement for the Snow Lotus sword art. It was of a higher grade, more powerful, and also a move that used the sword. In addition, he now had 3 out-of-body stage martial spirits in his body. The Plague Demon King martial spirit, the Fairy Dragon martial spirit, and the Hemlock martial spirit had all reached the 1-point out-of-body stage. It was a pity that the Mountain River martial spirit's grade was relatively low, so it could not be improved for the time being. Other than that, there was also the Evil Beast Demon King, imprisoned, an immemorial golden dragon, and a metal piece that was filled with killing intent that was not inferior to the immemorial golden dragon's aura. As for the other martial spirits, He used a portion to strengthen the immemorial golden dragon's soul, and gave the other portion to the mountain river martial spirit to devour. The mountain river martial spirit's grade was too low, so it had to be improved. Otherwise, the other martial spirits would be stuck at the one day out of body stage, unable to be improved. Fortunately, after devouring so many martial spirits, the mountain river martial spirit had reached the pinnacle of the transparent body, and could break through at any time. This was only a matter of time, because the martial spirits that had been devoured needed a longer period of time to digest. He estimated that after this, the mountain river martial spirit would at least be able to reach the pinnacle of the perfect soul virtual body stage. It might even be able to reach the perfect soul physical body stage. This time, the rewards from the Shaw family castle and the Dragon Submission mountain range were simply too great. After finishing these things, Ling Xiao left the cave and prepared to give the 3 defensive treasures to Dai Yuling and the rest. In another 2 days, the Moon Arrival Festival would arrive, and the Pagoda Ascension ceremony would officially begin on the 3rd day after the Moon Arrival Festival. The first 3 days would not be idle, and the main thing was to organize a selection. Other than the seeded contestants, the rest of the disciples who had not participated in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony 3 times could participate in the selection. It was said that this time, the Moon Maidens had adjusted the rules of the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Due to the appearance of the Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, and the appearance of the Mountain River Martial Spirit, there was a feeling that the mystic world would undergo a huge change. The adjustment of the rules was to allow more disciples to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. The previous conditions were too harsh, and the number of disciples who had the qualifications to enter the Moonlight Pagoda would definitely not exceed 20. Sometimes, there would only be 1 or 2. However, it was different this time. The original rules were no longer applied, and the number of people who could participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony was increased to 50. These 50 people would be selected through competition. In other words, no matter what, there would not be less than 50 disciples who would enter the Moonlight Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Chapter 493. However, even though the number of spots to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony had increased, for many disciples with weaker cultivations, it was more troublesome. Because if they wanted to compete, they would have to compete with their strength. Of course, those with higher cultivation would have an advantage. In the past, they could only pass a certain test by luck. But now, the spots could only be obtained through competition. Naturally, strength was more important. Many people sighed at this, such as Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji had been diligently cultivating ever since Ling Xiao gave him the martial arts manual. Now, his cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 2nd layer transcendent realm. However, this cultivation level was truly not that high. It would be very difficult for him to enter the top 50. The Yuhua school's inner sect currently had about 200 disciples. About 100 of them were in the 1st layer transcendent realm. The others hadn't been counted yet, so Zhao Ji didn't know his exact position. He could only desperately raise his strength to the limit. If he could snatch a spot, that would be the best. Dai Yuling's cultivation was about the same as Zhao Ji's. But because her cultivation method was more unique, she had already reached the early 3rd layer transcendent realm. These two were just barely qualified to obtain a spot. However, when Ling Xiao handed them a fine-grade artifact defensive artifact, their confidence suddenly increased. Once a cultivator of the same level had a magic artifact, they would be much stronger. Especially a defensive artifact, it could play a big role in a critical moment. Looking at the fine-grade artifact defensive artifact in his hand, Zhao Ji said excitedly, "Senior brother Ling, I can't thank you enough. I, Zhao Ji, owe you, Ling Xiao. When I inherit the throne, I will definitely protect your family." This was all he could do. After all, in terms of talent, he couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. Saying that he would save Ling Xiao and help Ling Xiao was a bit hypocritical. However, as the most valued prince of Northern Han, he could play a role in the secular world. Protecting the Divine Sword sect was relatively simple. By the way, Senior Brother Ling, did you get this transcendent artifact from the Divine Weapon Hall? Even though Ling Xiao was still an outer court disciple, How could Zhao Ji not know how terrifying his strength was? Although Wu Yang and Qin Wu did not spread the news of what had happened at the Shaw family castle to the public and only told Meng Yuan about it, Zhao Ji could feel that Ling Xiao's aura had changed. Therefore, he had already changed the name of Ling Xiao to senior brother. In the sect, the strong were respected. Other than the fact that the title of master and disciple would not change, the titles of senior and junior brothers, senior and junior sisters, and so on, were all determined based on their cultivation. This was also a kind of incentive measure. Divine Weapon Hall? Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not know that there was such a place in Yuhua school. It can't be, right? Senior brother Ling, there are many good treasures in the Divine Weapon Hall. You obtained so many sect points last time, could it be that you exchanged them all for martial arts secret manuals? Zhao Ji asked in surprise. No, I didn't. I was in a hurry to leave the sect to train, so I didn't use them. Ling Xiao touched his chin. He felt that he really had to make a trip to the Divine Weapon Hall. Transcendent artifacts were not just weapons and defensive equipment. It also included some special items that aided in cultivation and battle. Of course, it also included secret scrolls, which were also considered a type of transcendent artifact. In this period of time, Ling Xiao had seen the power of secret scrolls, as well as the power of many auxiliary and offensive transcendent artifacts. Since he had a lot of points now, there was no need to exchange them for martial arts secret manuals. He might as well exchange them for transcendent artifacts. In this way, his combat power would increase by a lot under the same cultivation level. After all, anything could happen during the pagoda ascension ceremony. With more assurance, there would be more chances of success. Thank you for the reminder, junior brother Zhao. I'll go take a look at the Divine Weapon Hall now. After bidding farewell to Zhao Ji, Ling Xiao gave the last high-quality defensive artifact to Shangguan Lei. Of course, he did this secretly and was sure that no one would see it. After that, he asked for the location of the Divine Weapon Hall and quickly went there. The Divine Weapon Hall was the same as the Array Hall and the Medicine Hall. It was one of the more important halls in the Yuhua school. The Hall Masters of the Array Hall and the Medicine Hall were peak Transcendent Realm Level 9 martial artists. The Hall Master of the Divine Weapon Hall was a true Heavenly Venerable. Moreover, this Hall Master was an old acquaintance of Ling Xiao's Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, who was also Leng Hao's master. Ha ha ha, little guy, we meet again. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light was very friendly when he saw Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao had refused to be his disciple, he was not a narrow-minded person. Heavenly Venerable is actually the Hall Master of the Divine Weapon Hall. Ling Xiao bowed to Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. He had a very good impression of Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. Then, he explained his purpose of coming here. You want a support-type artifact? Sure, no problem. Take your pick. No matter what grade the artifact is, I'll give you a 50% discount for the first item, and a 20% discount for the second and subsequent item. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light said with a smile. Sky Sovereign, you have to think carefully. Last time, I made a great contribution to the sect. All the pills, martial arts manuals, and armaments were originally calculated according to a 20% discount. The discount you mentioned is calculated on the basis of a 20% discount. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, this Heavenly Venerable knows. However, since the Moon Maiden has chosen you, you are the future hope of the Yuhua school. This Heavenly Venerable only has one request for you, and that is to help Leng Hao as much as you can. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light explained the reason why he was treating Ling Xiao so well. Since Heavenly Venerable Golden Light has said so, this junior will naturally not refuse. Helping Leng Hao was just a small matter, but he could obtain the powerful help of Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. Even if there was no discount, Ling Xiao would definitely agree. Ling Xiao was very clear about this debt. Since that's the case, follow me in. Although you said that you want to choose a support-type weapon, this Heavenly Venerable feels that you should take a look. In fact, even the same weapon will have completely different attributes and uses. As Heavenly Venerable Golden Light led Ling Xiao into the Divine Weapon Hall, he said, this Heavenly Venerable knows that you have two treasured swords in your hands. They might have reached the level of a treasured artifact, but your 2 treasured swords are of the ice and snow attribute. This heavenly venerable feels that you can choose some treasured swords that are compatible with your attributes. His words reminded Ling Xiao. The 12 golden lotus arts had the power of 12 celestial bodies. However, his ice dragon sword and floating snow sword were both of the ice and snow attribute. This was obviously not compatible enough. What he needed now were 4 swords of the wind, thunder, rain, and lightning attributes. Only then would it be more suitable for him to display the power of the celestial bodies. Of course, it would be even better if he could gather the power of 12 celestial bodies. Junior understands. Thank you for your reminder, Heavenly Venerable. Ling Xiao nodded. He already had a plan in mind. Chapter 494. Divine weapons and sharp weapons reflected each other's brilliance, revealing their sharpness. It looked very shocking. Even Ling Xiao, who already had quite a few treasures, was dazzled by the number of treasures and weapons he had to deal with. No wonder so many martial artists yearned for divine weapons. With the same level of strength, once one had a good weapon, one's battle power would increase by a large margin. There wasn't a single common weapon here. Even the worst one was a common grade artifact or a magic weapon. It was just that in the outside world, most martial artists like to refer to all weapons, defensive equipment, and auxiliary equipment as martial tools, and martial tools of the mortal grade and above as magic treasures. This was also to differentiate between ordinary weapons and weapons. It was not just a difference in name. Of course, since they were not ordinary, the price would not be cheap. Even though Ling Xiao could casually give away mortal grade and fine grade treasures, in reality, even the lowest mortal grade treasures were worth a lot. Ling Xiao took a look. The price of a mortal weapon was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. These were low-grade spirit stones, not gold or silver. Among the secular sects, only a sect like the Divine Sword sect would have so many low-grade spirit stones. The other sects would not have so many low-grade spirit stones. Fine weapons were even more expensive. The price of one could reach tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Among them, defensive weapons were the most expensive. They could only be bought with tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. The price of a treasure weapon was even more ridiculous. The price of one could reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions of low-grade spirit stones. It was simply frightening. There's nothing good here. Let's go in and take a look. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light was going all out for his disciple, Leng Hao. This could be considered as him trying his best to rope in Ling Xiao. He brought Ling Xiao into this place. All of the treasures were treasured weapons. None of them were below the level of treasured weapons. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao looked for a long time and did not find any immortal weapons. As expected, items of that level should have been divided up by the sect elders. It was impossible for them to be placed here as decorations. Ling Xiao casually glanced around. Not only did these treasures have price tags, they even had detailed introductions. It was truly considerate. The Northern Wood Saber was forged from the treasured saber of the Northern Wood Saber Venerable, a thunder attribute weapon, a rare grade artifact suitable for transcendent realm cultivators. It can increase the user's strength by 40% and has a 10% chance of causing double damage. It also has a thunder explosion effect. When used, it would produce some of the domineering aura of the Northern Woods Blade Venerable. The price is 39,800 low-grade spirit stones. Legend has it that the phoenix armor was forged from the feathers and bones of a bird-type beast with an ancient bloodline and some special metals. Its defense is astonishing, and it can increase the strength of one's protective Jin Yuan by 40%. It also has the effect of raging flame protection and can reduce damage by 20%, but it consumes Jin Yuan. The selling price is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Dazzling Dragon Gold Brick is a hidden weapon artifact made from the bones of a fire attribute vicious beast. When it attacks, it can produce terrifying flames that can instantly kill a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. Any cultivator below the Transcendent Realm who is hit by this artifact will be severely injured. The price is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao looked at the introductions of these artifacts and couldn't help but feel that he had been really muddle-headed before. Although he had a rare grade artifact, he had never been able to truly exert its power. He had only been using it as a weapon. Therefore, the additional effects were only triggered randomly and were not deliberately controlled. No wonder his attacks would suddenly become much stronger. It turned out that this was the problem. Little fellow, the treasures here are all carefully selected by the sect. Generally, disciples with insufficient loyalty and contribution points don't have the qualifications to purchase them. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light introduced, the craftsmanship and materials used in each of them are very exquisite, as they are as close to perfection as possible, so the price is naturally much higher. Ordinary disciples can't afford them at all, but you can rest assured, if you don't have enough spirit stones, this senior can lend you some. Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that Heavenly Venerable Golden Light had good intentions, but he could accept a discount, but not alone. He still had quite a number of low-grade spirit stones. Previously in the Dragon Submission mountain range, he had killed so many martial artists and obtained quite a number of spirit stones. In addition to those he had obtained from the Plague Demon King's Devil Cave and the Evil Beast Demon King's Devil Cave, the number of low-grade spirit stones was definitely over 1 million. But even if it was 1 million, it seemed like he could only buy one good item. But it didn't matter. Sect points could also replace spirit stones. Therefore, Ling Xiao's budget was still very ample. This time, Ling Xiao's original purpose of coming to the Divine Weapon Hall was to choose a few secret skill scrolls. However, after listening to Heavenly Venerable Golden Light's words, he changed his mind. He decided to gather all 12 types of treasured swords with the power of celestial phenomenon attributes. Otherwise, he would never be able to fully unleash his strength, and that would be too depressing. Attribute compatibility was a very important thing for a martial artist. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to look at other things. Instead, he focused his attention on those sword-type weapons. Of course, if there weren't any sword-type weapons, he could also settle for the next best thing and choose other treasures with the corresponding attributes. Of course, it would be best if it was a weapon-type treasure. Because this way, if he used the Mountain River Martial Spirit to condense it, the attributes would be completely transferred to the new weapon. Otherwise, many of the attributes would be wasted. However, his worries were completely unnecessary. Sabers, swords, spears, and bows, these 4 types of weapons were the most popular among weapon-type treasures. Therefore, there were many of them, and there was no need to worry about not being able to find them. Thunder Shadow Sword, treasure artifact level weapon, Thunder attribute, can double the power of Thunder attribute True Chi and increase the speed of sword moves by 20%. It has the special skill Explosive Thunder Flash, which can instantly release explosive thunder to bombard the enemy. It can easily break through the defense of a 7th-level Transcendent Realm martial artist and is a huge threat to Transcendence. The price is 36,500 low-grade spirit stones. This is not bad. A Thunder attribute treasure sword, and it has a special skill. Interesting. I'll take it. Ling Xiao casually picked up the Thunder Shadow Sword and put it aside for the time being. Raging Wind Sword, treasure artifact level weapon, Wind attribute, can double the power of Wind attribute True Chi and increase the speed of attack by 20%. It has the special skill Raging Wind Shuttle, which condenses the power of wind into a shuttle. It is extremely terrifying. The price is 294,300 low-grade spirit stones. This sword's price was slightly lower, but its attributes were also quite good, and it also had a special skill. He wanted it. Ling Xiao took the Raging Wind sword and put it aside. Golden Light Heavenly Master wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he didn't say anything. Chapter 495. In fact, sect points were extremely precious. Usually, martial artists would use them to exchange for martial arts manuals or elixirs instead of weapons. Therefore, most people would use spiritual stones to buy weapons if they could. At most, they would add some sect points. That was because there was no other way. Ling Xiao didn't know what Heavenly Master Golden Light was thinking. He was just choosing according to his own ideas. After the Ice attribute Drifting Snow Sword was modified, it should be able to be forged into a Rain attribute sword. Therefore, he didn't need to choose anymore. After all, whether it was ice or rain, they were all water. It was just that there were some changes. The difficulty of modification would be relatively low. Now, all that was left was a lightning-attributed sword. The purple flash sword is a precious grade weapon. Lightning attribute. It doubles the power of lightning attribute True Yuan and has a 20% chance of paralysis. It comes with the special skill Purple Flash Shocks the World. It can temporarily upgrade the purple flash sword to an immortal grade weapon. However, it needs to consume the Purple Flash Shocks the World secret technique scroll. It lasts for an hour. After each use, it needs to be maintained for an hour before it can be used again. Otherwise, the sword will definitely be destroyed. This sword is priced at 57,800 low-grade spiritual stones. The Purple Flash Shocks the World secret technique scroll is priced at 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones each. It can only be used with the Purple Flash sword. Wow, there's actually such a weapon? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. At the current stage, immortal grade weapons were extremely rare. Even in the entire Yuhua school, it was difficult to find more than a few. However, this purple flash sword could actually be upgraded to an immortal grade weapon temporarily. This was really amazing. Ling Xiao directly took down the purple flash sword. The sword was glowing with a purple light. When he infused the lightning attribute of the astronomical energy, he realized that the light was even brighter. The material should be the spine of a ferocious beast. In addition, there were some special alloys. He could even feel the aura of a ferocious beast. Little guy, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this purple flash sword. Forget it. Heavenly Master Golden Light suddenly waved his hand. Why is that? Ling Xiao asked Golden Light Exalted Celestial in confusion. The purple flash sword is indeed outstanding, but its purple flash shocks the world can only be used with a secret scroll. However, I can tell you honestly that our Yuhua school only has 2 secret scrolls for purple flash shocks the world. This means that you can only use this special skill twice at most before it becomes useless. It's not worth it. Golden Light Heavenly Lord explained. Previously, many elders had their eyes on this purple lightning sword, but after considering it over and over again, they ultimately chose another one, because among treasured artifacts of the same level, other special skills are more practical. No wonder no one wants to buy such a good item. Ling Xiao nodded his head, finally understanding. Although the secret technique scroll was a huge problem for others, it was not a problem for him. Based on the price of the purple lightning shocking world scroll, the difficulty of creating this scroll shouldn't be too high. If Luo Yunyang asked his Yuan Venerate Master for help, he would be able to create it himself. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to use it. Heavenly Venerate, I have already decided to buy these 3 swords. Furthermore, I also want the 2 secret scrolls for purple flash shocks the world. Ling Xiao smiled at Heavenly Venerate Golden Light. You are always so unpredictable. Forget it. Since you have already made your decision, I won't say anything else. You just have to pay a total of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones for these 3 swords. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light didn't ask why Ling Xiao was so insistent on buying these 3 swords. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was full of secrets, so there wasn't much point in getting to the bottom of it. 500,000? Aren't you at a disadvantage then? How could I be at a disadvantage? This is basically the price after the discount. Furthermore, I will give you a little discount. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light chuckled. This isn't too good, Heavenly Venerate. Won't you be pursued by the sect? Is the sect going to punish this Heavenly Venerate for a mere treasure artifact? Besides, the first 2 swords were personally forged by this Heavenly Venerate. At worst, this Heavenly Venerate won't take a cut. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light said domineeringly. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Ling Xiao directly paid 500,000 low-grade spirit stones and placed the 3 swords into the mountain river world. After returning, he just needed to forge the drifting snow sword into a rain-attributed treasure sword. Then, he would have all 4 swords of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. Little guy, you should be able to easily obtain a spot for the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension ceremony, right? Heavenly Venerate Golden Light asked with a smile as he sent Ling Xiao out of the Divine Weapon Hall. Probably. Ling Xiao was very confident about this. Leng Hao should also be participating, right? Of course, after all, the number of spots this time has been expanded to 50, and Leng Hao's cultivation has already reached the peak of the transcendent fourth layer, so it will be relatively easy for him to obtain a spot. However, the pagoda ascension ceremony is not so simple. In order to obtain certain opportunities, in addition to luck, the most important thing is strength and intelligence. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light Side, for nearly 1,000 years, the pagoda ascension ceremony has been held every year. Although there are relatively few people participating, there will still be at least 1 or 2 people every year. However, those who can really obtain greater benefits are few and far between. Is it really that difficult? Yes, Sect Master Chang Yueying and the Flame Deity are the 2 people who have obtained the greatest benefits in the past 1,000 years. It is also because of this that the Flame Deity has always been regarded as the only successor to the position of Sect Master. This is also why most of the sect's upper echelons support him. Exalted Celestial Master Golden Light nodded and said, after entering the Moonlight Pagoda, the opportunities obtained are different, but the most powerful is naturally the martial spirit inheritance. The rest, such as martial arts manuals and divine weapons, are secondary. The Sect Master and Exalted Celestial Master Demonic Flame obtained the martial spirit inheritance. Otherwise, they would not have achieved what they have today. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't care much about martial spirit inheritances. After all, the mountain river martial spirit in his body was the strongest martial spirit. What he wanted to participate in the pagoda ascension ceremony this time was a higher level martial skill. After all, the strongest martial skill the Yuhua school could provide to the disciples was probably a gold-grade martial skill. There might not be any higher-level martial skills. After all, jade-grade martial skills were too precious. Even if he wanted to teach them, he must prove that the disciple was very loyal. In addition, he also needed a large number of dragon race martial skills. After all, until now, he only had a set of finger techniques, which was too weak. The reason he didn't want to transform into the ancient golden dragon form, besides not wanting others to know, was actually related to his lack of combat skills. After bidding farewell to Heavenly Venerate Golden Light, Ling Xiao prepared to return to the cave to condense the drifting snow sword. Unexpectedly, he met someone on the way. It was a very unfamiliar face. However, Ling Xiao vaguely remembered his name. It seemed to be Shen Tianlin. Chapter 496. When Ling Xiao met Shen Tianlin, who blocked his way before, this person was the strongest disciple below the 10 core disciples. He was stronger than Zhon Liu, Tai Shan, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu. But why was he blocking Ling Xiao's way today? Ling Xiao. Shen Tianlin looked at Ling Xiao and said arrogantly, I have already worshipped the Flame Deity as my master and will be participating in the pagoda ascension ceremony this time. When the time comes, I will naturally compete with you. Is that so? Since you're done talking, can you get out of the way? Ling Xiao looked at Shen Tianlin and said. Today, he was not afraid of Shen Tianlin, although he had killed Wang Shi by using the All-Evil Beast Demon King's All-Evil Beast Soul Spear. However, now that he had 4 swords that matched his inner force secret art, his combat strength had improved significantly, so he should be able to deal with Shen Tianlin. Of course, Yang Kai could not rule out the possibility that Shen Tianlin had recently broken through and obtained benefits from Elder Jin or the Flame Deity. But even so, he was still not afraid of Shen Tianlin. Competing with him? That was simply looking for a beating. What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you talk to your senior brother? Shen Tianlin was angry. He had never felt that he was worse than anyone. This time, after becoming Heavenly Venerable Demon Flame's disciple and receiving guidance from Elder Jin, his cultivation had broken through to the 8th layer of the Transcendent Realm and he had successfully become the 10th ranked core disciple. After He Suo's death, Meng Yuan, who was originally ranked 10th, received the full support of Elder Jin and was now at the peak of the Transcendent 8th layer. On top of that, he had consecutively defeated the 9th and 8th core disciple and replaced the 8th position. Of course, one of the 10 core disciples had also been eliminated. This was the competition between sects. If your strength was not good enough, you would not be able to maintain your position. Even if you were stronger than others now, it was difficult to guarantee that you would be stronger in the future, so you must not slack off in the slightest and must continue to cultivate and improve your strength. Shen Tianlin received the task given to him by Elder Jin, which was to kill Ling Xiao in the Moonlight Pagoda. Originally, he disdained to accept this mission. However, in order to consolidate his position, he still chose to help the tyrant. He became the flame deity's disciple. Senior brother, do you think you're worthy of helping the tyrant? Ling Xiao glanced at Shen Tianlin and was about to leave. Now was not the time to argue with others. The tower ascension ceremony was about to begin. He still had some things to finish, including the refining of the rain attribute sword and the production of the purple lightning shocks, the world secret technique scroll. All of this would take time. Whoosh! Shen Tianlin pulled out his long saber and drew a line on the ground. He said coldly, "If you dare to cross this line today, I will kill you." In fact, he did not dare to kill Ling Xiao so openly. He just wanted to scare Ling Xiao. After all, he was the senior brother, and there were so many disciples around, so he had to give face. Midge. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao just snorted and crossed the line without hesitation. Shen Tianlin's head turned hot in an instant. His face turned red, and the long saber in his hand slashed toward Ling Xiao without hesitation. However, at that moment, the long saber stopped in midair. "Bastard, you dare to disobey the orders of Her Highness Moon Maiden?" The one who stopped Shen Tianlin was Lan Yu'er. Lan Yu'er did not know Ling Xiao's current strength, so she was worried that Ling Xiao would be hurt, so she stopped him. "Ling Xiao, if you are a man, don't hide behind a woman," Shen Tianlin roared angrily. "A cat or a dog wants to challenge me. Do I have to accompany them? You should be a seeded player who got a spot. Let's meet in the Moonlight Pagoda. I don't mind killing a dog." After saying that, he looked at Lan Yu'er and smiled. "Senior sister, I was just looking for you. This time I went out and got a lot of good things. This is for you." Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, and Shangguan Lei all got gifts, so Lan Yu'er was no exception. "This is an earth spirit stone." When Lan Yu'er saw the thing in Ling Xiao's hand, her eyes turned green. It was like a big pervert who saw a beauty. "Yes, I was lucky to get a few pieces. This is for Senior Sister Lan. I hope Senior Sister Lan can break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. Don't let the flame deity continue to be arrogant," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "But such a precious thing, how can I take it for free?" Lan Yu'er wanted it very much, but she was embarrassed. "By the way, Ling Xiao, I went out to practice before and found a few phoenix feathers. I heard that they can be used to arrange arrays. I don't know if it's true, but I'll give it to you. My stupid sister, you're simply wasting such a precious thing. You want to use the phoenix feathers to arrange arrays?" When Ling Xiao saw the phoenix feathers in Lan Yu'er's hand, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This thing was too precious. It should be said that it was too precious to him. The phoenix feathers had too many uses. In addition to arranging arrays, it could also be used to condense fire attribute magical treasures and make flying or attacking secret scrolls. In addition, it could also be used to improve fire attribute or bird-type martial souls. It could be used to speed up the cultivation of fire attribute cultivation techniques. It could improve the cultivation of fire attribute true essence. Of course, more importantly, it had a powerful phoenix flame. It was definitely better than most flames when used to refine elixirs and arrays. It was second only to the 12 sacred flames. "Senior sister, this thing of yours is precious. I'll just take one. You can keep the rest." Ling Xiao didn't want to take advantage of Lan Yu'er. After all, this senior sister had helped him a lot. He couldn't be so wicked. "No, you can take all of them. There are only 3 in total. Anyway, it's meaningless for me to keep them. I might as well give them to you." Lan Yu'er shook her head. Her attitude was very firm. When Ling Xiao saw this, he simply took out 2 pieces of earth spirit raw stones and handed them to Lan Yu'er. "Senior sister, I can't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you 2 more earth spirit raw stones. Don't refuse. If you refuse, I don't want the phoenix feathers." Okay. That's it. Lan Yue gladly accepted. She didn't care how precious the phoenix feathers were. No matter how precious it was, it didn't help her cultivation at all. Therefore, it was meaningless. Senior sister, I still have something to do. I can't accompany you. Okay, then you can go. Shen Tianlin, who was next to them, watched Ling Xiao leave. He was so angry that his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. Listening to the whispers of the surrounding disciples, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Ling Xiao did not care whether his face was bright or not. After returning to the Immortal's cave, Ling Xiao began to condense a new treasure sword. He used the rain celestial phenomenon to create a rainstorm in the mountain river world. Then, he let his martial soul avatar be in the rainstorm and changed the attributes of the drifting snow sword. Chapter 497. After repeated tempering, finally, the originally silver-white drifting snow sword turned into a treasured sword that was as clear as water. Ling Xiao named it Overflow Rain Sword. After the transformation, the attributes of this sword had changed and its function had also changed. Overflow Rain Sword, a treasure-grade weapon. Rain attribute, can double the power of rain attribute True Yuan. When used, can increase corrosive damage by 20%. This effect lasts for a long time, unless the user is healed. Has the special skill Corrosive Rain Sword, which can damage enemies in a large area and create a strong corrosive effect. The stronger the sword owner is, the stronger the corrosive effect. The process of condensing the Overflow Rain Sword was not easy. Ling Xiao had originally planned to finish it in 1 day, but it had taken him 2 days to complete it. However, he had succeeded in the end, which made him look forward to it a little more. He had originally planned to learn the purple lightning shocking the world from the Yuan Venerate, but now he could only put that on hold. Because the Moon Arrival Festival was approaching, the competition for the slots for the Pagoda Ascension Ceremony would begin today. In addition to the 10 seeded contestants, there were still 40 slots to be decided among the many disciples. These 10 seeded contestants were basically disciples of various inner sect elders. Of course, their cultivation bases were not weak either. They were basically at least at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. 2 of them were even core disciples, including Shen Tianlin. Of course, there was also Li Zonghao, who had just been squeezed out of the core disciples. This person was also one of the seeded contestants. Although he had been squeezed out of the top 10 core disciples, he was still the strongest person below the top 10 core disciples. After leaving the cave abode, Ling Xiao looked at the sky. It was early in the morning, so it seemed like he had calculated the time quite accurately. He walked quickly to the inner sect plaza. After all, most of the disciples competing for the 40 slots included the majority of the inner sect disciples and all the outer sect disciples. Everyone wanted to try their luck. They wouldn't die anyway. Therefore, an ordinary venue would definitely not work. The inner sect plaza would be large enough. Ling Xiao hadn't arrived yet, but many people had already gathered in the plaza. Along the way, there were many moon-shaped colored lanterns, couplets, banners, and so on. This symbolized that the Moon Arrival Festival had arrived. The Moonlight Pagoda stood there, still as mysterious and frightening as ever. What exactly was inside the pagoda that stretched as far as the eye could see? This had always been something that Ling Xiao had been perplexed about. This was an excellent opportunity, and he naturally wouldn't miss it. Not long after, Ling Xiao also arrived at the square and joined up with Zhao Ji, Dai Yuling, and Shangguan Lei. At this moment, he noticed that the faint blue moonlight on the Moonlight Pagoda had become even more obvious, as if it was draped with a mysterious veil. The Moon Arrival Festival was held annually. The Tower Ascension Ceremony was also held once a year. However, every martial artist only had 3 chances. Therefore, for the warriors who came this time, this opportunity was very rare. 1 less opportunity meant 1 less opportunity for a carp to leap over the Dragon Gate. Senior Brother Ling, you're the strongest in our outer sect. Do your best to bring glory to our outer sect. We'll cheer for you. Although there were also a large number of outer sect disciples who signed up for the competition, these people were probably only in the first round, so it was basically impossible for them to get a spot. The only one with a chance was naturally the unfathomable Ling Xiao. Don't worry, with senior brother Ling's strength, it's a cinch, Zhao Ji said confidently. Zhao Ci couldn't help frowning when she heard this. She had always looked down on Ling Xiao, always thinking that Ling Xiao was too arrogant, and his methods were too ruthless. Especially when Ling Xiao killed her fellow sect members one after another, her saintly heart was completely enraged. Since then, she had never spoken to Ling Xiao again. However, since she was so arrogant, Ling Xiao didn't bother to pay attention to her. Dai Yuling had now broken through to the third layer of the transcendent realm with Ling Xiao's help. Zhao Ji was also at the peak of the second layer of the transcendent realm. Shangguan Lei's cultivation wasn't low, and he was now at the peak of the fourth layer of the transcendent realm. On the other hand, Zhao Ci was still at the late first layer of the transcendent realm, her cultivation speed as slow as a snail. In fact, Zhao Ji had secretly tried to persuade his sister. But he was helpless. His sister had been spoiled since childhood, always thinking that everything had to be done according to her wishes. Zhao Ji was too lazy to care about it now. As the few of them talked, more and more people gathered in the square. Even the core disciples who weren't participating in the quota competition had arrived one by one. The reason they came was naturally very simple, because the people who won the quota might be their strong competitors in the future, so it was better to observe more here. Except for some disciples who couldn't make it back in time, or who were on secret missions or guarding the mountain gate, basically all the disciples of Yuhua school had gathered in the inner sect square. After all, this was one of the Yuhua school's grandest ceremonies. Let's go and say hello to senior sister Lan, Ling Xiao said to Dai Yuling. She's not my senior sister, she's my master. Dai Yuling smiled bitterly, but she didn't slow down. After Shangguan Lei greeted Ling Xiao, he stood behind Meng Yuan. After all, on the surface, he was still one of Meng Yuan's people. As for Zhao Ji, he stood in the same place. He wanted to be Ling Xiao's friend, not a follower. He wouldn't follow behind Ling Xiao. After all, he still had the dignity of a prince. Besides, he wasn't familiar with Lan Yu. It wouldn't be good if she hated him. TSK, I'm really envious. Look at that Ling Xiao, he can be so close to Lan Yu, who is ranked second among the top 10 core disciples. There's no other way, he's in the limelight now. Yeah, it's said that even Her Highness the Moon Maiden wants to accept him as her disciple. TSK, don't talk nonsense, how is that possible? Yes, Her Highness the Moon Maiden is just joking. Do you really think that Ling Xiao can get first place in the Tower Ascension ceremony with his strength? That's true. Poor Ling Xiao, he was completely played. I wonder how the people who said these words would feel when they learned that Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden lived together intimately in the Thousand Ghost Forest. Ling Xiao didn't care about those people's comments at all. From the Ling family to the latent dragon camp, there were many people who talked about him. Now, those people were just passers-by. However, he had become a popular disciple in the Yuhua school. He even had the qualification to challenge the core disciples. This was a real improvement. Senior sister Lan, unfortunately, I will also be participating in the Tower Ascension ceremony this time. When I meet this little brother, do you think I should treat him well? Among the top 10 core disciples, there was a seductive woman named Tantai Lingzi. She was currently ranked 6th among the top 10 core disciples, higher than Meng Yuan. If she wanted to make things difficult for Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would really be in trouble. If you dare to hurt him, I will kill you, Lan Yu said coldly. Chapter 498. Ling Xiao looked at Tantai Lingzi with a smile. He didn't quite understand why this woman seemed to have malicious intentions towards him. However, since the other party had already threatened him, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Even if it wasn't low, with his current strength, it would be harder for the other party to kill him than to reach the heavens. She wasn't a heaven realm expert, so why was she pretending? The rules of the Tower Ascension ceremony's qualifiers were very simple. They would draw lots to fight. Those who lost 3 times in a row would be eliminated, and the rest would advance until there were only 40 people left. The rules were very simple and clear. They just had to keep winning. Even if they lost, they couldn't lose more than 3 times. Ling Xiao liked this rule the most. It saved him a lot of trouble. After all, it was just a qualifier. It didn't make much sense to make it too complicated. Soon, most of the higher-ups of Yuhua School gathered in the square. The entire square of the inner sect was supported by a spirit array. After all, the inner sect disciples were all above the transcendent realm. Their destructive power wasn't small. Of course, the spirit array on the battle stage was even stronger. As long as their cultivation didn't exceed the half-step heavenly venerable realm, it was impossible to destroy the battle stage. There were a total of 20 battle stages in the inner sect square. 20 battles could start at the same time. In fact, this wasn't considered slow because the cultivators drawn at the beginning might have a big gap in strength between the two sides. The battle might end in a moment. As time passed, the strength of the disciples would be closer, and the battle would take longer. Ling Xiao felt that it was unlikely to encounter a strong opponent at the beginning. Although it was said to be a draw, it was easy for the higher-ups to change the lineup at the last minute. These higher-ups definitely wouldn't allow a strong battle to occur at the beginning. There were many higher-ups here today. Ling Xiao had seen and not seen all of them before, including the sect master, Chang Yueying. However, he didn't see the Moon Maiden. Thinking about it, the Moon Maiden was the most mysterious existence in Yuhua School. She had to be a little mysterious. The Supreme Sect Master has arrived. Suddenly, the sky changed color. In the inner sect square, a gust of wind blew. Between heaven and earth, the fluctuations of spirit chi became turbulent. A white-haired old woman appeared with the help of a girl. Although she walked very slowly, she didn't have any imposing manner. However, the truly powerful martial artists could feel that her entire being seemed to have merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. What a terrifying cultivation! Although they were weaker than the Moon Girls, they were stronger than the rest of the Yuhua School students. He should be a Grotto Heaven realm expert. Master. When Lan Yuer saw the old woman, she ran over excitedly. So she was senior sister Lan's teacher. He didn't expect her to be the grand headmaster of Yuhua School. She should be the previous headmaster. Ling Xiao thought to himself. What made him sigh with emotion was that this Yuhua School was indeed a school founded by women. The 3 strongest people in the school were actually women. Moon Maiden, Supreme Sect Master Chang Yueying. Although the old woman looked old, the strange thing was that there were no wrinkles on her face. Her hands were also very bright. Only the silver hair on her head showed her age. Welcome, Supreme Sect Master. Chang Yueying stood up and saluted the Supreme Sect Master with the rest of the higher-ups. You're welcome, you're welcome. All of you, sit down. I'm just an old woman who has retired to the second line. I'm here today to see the performance of my second disciple. The Supreme Sect Master's original name was Chang Yueli. In her life, she only took in 3 disciples. The eldest disciple was Chang Yueying, the current headmaster. The youngest disciple was Lan Yuer, who was seen as a strong competitor for the next headmaster. The second disciple's name was Bai Feifei. This girl was said to be the flame deity's adopted daughter. This made Ling Xiao think of a person. That person was Master Bai Yun's daughter. Master Bai Yun had his daughter at an old age. However, on the day of his daughter's birth, his wife was killed and his daughter was taken away. Now, it was confirmed that this matter was done by the flame deity. Master Bai Yun and the flame deity both had the surname Bai and belonged to the same family. This girl also had the surname Bai and was the flame deity's adopted daughter. From this, it could be seen that Ling Xiao's guess was most likely correct. On the surface, Bai Feifei's cultivation seemed to be at the early transcendent realm 3rd layer, but Ling Xiao noticed that she should have cultivated a secret martial art that could hide her cultivation. Her actual cultivation had reached the half-step Empyrean realm, even higher than Lan Yuer's. Terrifying aptitude. She might be older than Lan Yuer, but she was only about 20 years old. It was amazing that she could cultivate to the half-step Empyrean realm. However, thinking about it, it was normal. To be accepted as a disciple by the Supreme Sect Master, how could her aptitude not be good? Bai Feifei had been cultivating with Chang Yueli and had never participated in the sect's ranking competition, so she was not a true disciple. This time, Chang Yueli did not let her enter the seeded contestants. Presumably, she wanted to let him, the second disciple of the divine palace, show his strength publicly. As for the deeper purpose, it was unknown. Of course, Ling Xiao was too lazy to delve into it. In any case, he had only promised to help Master Bai Yun find his daughter. Now that he saw Bai Feifei was fine and living such a comfortable life, Master Bai Yun must be very happy. Leng Hao, who was standing behind heavenly venerable golden light, also turned his gaze to Bai Feifei, a trace of worry on his face. In fact, his cultivation speed could already be regarded as terrifying. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. His current cultivation was only at the early transcendent realm 4th layer, so the rumors among the disciples could not be completely believed. The flame deity still did not appear, but Meng Yuan, Ming Tian, and Shen Tianlin had all arrived. The three of them stood behind Elder Jin. Obviously, while the flame deity was recuperating, Elder Jin had completely become their backer. Ming Tian's cultivation was even more terrifying than Leng Hao's. After all, his cultivation was originally higher than Leng Hao and Ling Xiao's. Now, he was already at the early transcendent realm 5th layer. This kind of cultivation speed was extremely rare. However, facing these two so-called geniuses, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. Thinking back, his goal was to surpass Ming Tian, but now his cultivation had easily surpassed Ming Tian's. Of course, for geniuses like Ming Tian and Leng Hao, cultivation did not represent strength. Even if they encountered an opponent one realm higher than them, they could still easily win. But even so, they were still left behind by Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao's goal had become the flame deity. If he surpassed the flame deity, he didn't believe that the Yuhua school wouldn't treat him like a treasure. When the time came, he wouldn't have to worry about the flame deity seeking revenge. Ling Xiao, are you confident you can defeat Ming Tian? Dai Yuling asked. Ming Tian? Ling Xiao didn't answer and just smiled faintly. There were too many geniuses. Even though Ming Tian was very outstanding, Bai Feifei, Lan Yu Ren Xingtian, Yu Ren, Tan Tai Lingzi, and Meng Yuan were not inferior to him. Ming Tian was only one of them. Chapter 499. What Ling Xiao should pay more attention to now was Tan Tai Lingzi, who had an inexplicable hostility towards him, and Shen Tianlin, who had just become the flame deity's disciple. These two people's cultivations were higher, so they were not easy to deal with. And this time, both of them were going to participate in the pagoda ascension ceremony. Although they were seeded contestants and would not encounter each other now, once they entered the Moonlight Pagoda, a fight was inevitable. Today is the first day of the Moon Advent Festival. The annual pagoda ascension ceremony is about to begin. Today is the competition for the spots in the pagoda ascension ceremony. Since the contestants have arrived, the competition will begin now. The one who spoke was the Inner Hall Master, Heavenly Eye. Ling Xiao had never seen this person before. Now that he saw him today, he felt that this person's appearance was very different from ordinary people. He actually had a vertical eye in between his eyebrows. It was said that his martial soul caused some changes in his body, but whether it was true or not was unknown. After Heavenly Eye announced the start of the qualification competition, everyone went to draw lots. Junior brother Ling, remember, if you meet my senior sister, immediately declare your surrender. A half-step Heavenly Venerable is not someone you can provoke. Moreover, my senior sister's personality is very similar to the flame deities. She is very cruel and vicious. She relies on her master's favor. Even if she kills you on the spot, no one will dare to say anything. Lan Yue reminded Ling Xiao before the competition began. I know, senior sister. Ling Xiao naturally knew that Lan Yue was doing it for his own good. He was not the kind of person who flaunted his superiority. Anyway, as long as he obtained the qualifications, it was fine. It was not like he had to take first place now. A real man knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Facing an undefeatable enemy and forcing oneself to fight was simply the most foolish decision. After the drawing of lots, the competition began. At the beginning, as many people expected, the gap between the two sides was relatively large, so the battle ended very quickly. Basically, the outcome was decided in one move. Some people even won without a fight. It was not until there were only about 100 people left that the competition gradually slowed down. At this time, the competition had truly entered the white-hot stage. If one was not careful, one might be directly eliminated. From the beginning until now, Ling Xiao had not lost a single time. Moreover, all of his opponents were defeated in one move. However, because the opponents were too weak, they couldn't see anything, so they didn't pay much attention to them. After all, Ming Tian, Leng Hao, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu had also won using the same method. Ling Xiao was one of the less eye-catching ones among them. The battle continued. Soon, it was Northern Han's Princess Zhao Ci's turn. Zhao Ci had already lost 2 matches in the previous matches. One was against her brother, Zhao Ji, and the other was against Dai Yuling. This was also because she was lucky that she did not meet someone stronger. Otherwise, she would be even more depressed. Therefore, this battle was extremely important to him. Ling Xiao had just finished his battle and was bored, so he stood below the stage and watched. Zhao Ci's opponent this time was the Swordsman King. The Swordsman King had once been defeated by Ling Xiao and was almost killed by Ling Xiao. Now that he had survived, his strength had not regressed, but unfortunately, he had not made any progress. Even so, he was still a second-layer transcendent realm cultivator. Zhao Ci's defeat was very simple. The Swordsman King showed no mercy. The most ridiculous thing was that Zhao Ci had once been very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao for injuring the Swordsman King, but today, she had been injured by the Swordsman King to the point that her clothes were in tatters. It was simply a feast for the eyes of the disciples below the stage. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. After this lesson, this woman should understand the dangers of the world, right? After 3 defeats, Zhao Ci regretfully was eliminated. In the end, she lost in a very humiliating manner. Fortunately, her brother Zhao Ji gave her some clothes to wear and let her cry on his shoulder, otherwise she would have been too ashamed to show her face. The next match Ling Xiao watched was Ming Tian's battle. Ming Tian's opponent was an early 6th-layer transcendent realm inner disciple. In terms of cultivation, this inner disciple was stronger than Ming Tian. Therefore, as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he confidently took the initiative to attack. However, before his attack could reach Ming Tian, he was heavily injured. His body was sent flying and he fell off the stage. What happened just now? The crowd below the stage was surprised. Because the disciples with lower cultivation and poor eyesight had no idea what had just happened on the stage. TSK, this guy's use of the 9-tailed ninja spirit has become even more skillful. He even combined it with the Yuhua school's internal force cultivation method, truly amazing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise. It had to be said, if it weren't for him encountering a freak like him, Ming Tian would really be regarded as the #1 genius under Grandmaster Bai Yun. Unfortunately, with Ling Xiao here, this treacherous Ming Tian who betrayed his master and betrayed his ancestors would eventually meet a tragic end. I think I saw a red light just now. I noticed it too. It's really terrifying. He defeated a cultivator whose cultivation is 1 level higher than his so easily. This guy will probably become the biggest competitor for us core disciples. Tantai Lingzi looked at Lan Yu and smiled. He's better than the junior brother you like. Lan Yu ignored her and just smiled faintly. She didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was. But she was sure that Ling Xiao wasn't weaker than Ming Tian. This was a woman's intuition and trust. Ling Xiao couldn't help but yawn. He was busy condensing the overflow rain sword last night and was a little tired now. However, his yawn was a little too loud and the higher-ups on the stage heard it. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Do you think you're stronger than Ming Tian? Elder Jin asked in a very displeased tone. Elder Jin, please forgive me. I just didn't sleep well last night. I didn't want to do anything. Of course, it's true that I'm stronger than Ming Tian. Ling Xiao said to Elder Jin with a smile. There was nothing he couldn't admit. He believed that the news of him killing Wang Shi in the Shaw family castle would spread to the Yuhua school sooner or later. There was no point in hiding it. Good boy, you're bold enough. I like it. Golden Ray Heavenly Master laughed. Golden Ray, what do you mean? Elder Jin said unhappily. Elder Jin, the little guy just yawned. Why are you so calculative? The competition is still going on. Golden Ray Heavenly Master smiled faintly. Ling Xiao, you probably don't know that Mingtian's internal strength mental cultivation method is the top gold grade martial art, Hell Lava technique. He can only master it with his nine-tailed ninja. This is a horrifying cultivation method that even core disciples can't master. Do you really think you can do it? Elder Jin snorted coldly. Of course not. Elder Jin was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's words, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to not finish his sentence. Chapter 500. Mingtian's aptitude is top-notch. So what if we make an exception? If you had his aptitude, the sect would make an exception for you too. Elder Jin said loudly. Aptitude? Haha, I wonder what Elder Jin's so-called aptitude is. When Mingtian was in the secular world, his cultivation was much higher than mine, but now his cultivation is lower than mine. You say his aptitude is better than mine? Isn't that the biggest joke in the world? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Enough, stop talking. Today's competition is not a bickering competition. The sect master, who was also the noblest grand elder in Yuhua school, Chang Yueli sneered, Little guy, this old woman's words are correct, right? The sect master's words are naturally correct. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said. This person was Lan Yu's master, so Ling Xiao didn't want to have a conflict with him. Since he didn't say anything, Elder Jin, as an elder, naturally couldn't continue to insist. The competition was still going on in an orderly manner. Zhao Ji won with difficulty. He only had one loss so far, which could only be attributed to good luck. It was hard to say what would happen next. Dai Yuling also had a hard time winning. The key was that she encountered a relatively strong opponent, a peak transcendent realm third-layer cultivator. In any case, she won with her powerful martial spirit. She hadn't tasted defeat yet. After all, the opponents she encountered so far were relatively weak. However, the situation these two would face would only get worse and worse. She only hoped that they wouldn't lose 3 times, otherwise they would be eliminated. Shangguan Lei's situation was similar. Although he hadn't tasted defeat yet, his situation was very serious. Bai Feifei, Leng Hao, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu won relatively easily. Especially Bai Feifei. Basically, all her opponents directly admitted defeat and won without a fight. Besides the fact that she was the adopted daughter of Heavenly Exalt Demon Flame and the disciple of the sect master, most importantly, she'd crippled an outer court disciple on her first attack. So, how could anyone dare to fight her after this? The sect master said in a dignified manner that Bai Feifei rarely accepted such a competition, so she didn't hold back and didn't do it on purpose. But Ling Xiao clearly found out that she did it on purpose. He now understood why the flame deity was so proud of himself. He had raised Grandmaster Baiyun's daughter into such a cruel and vicious woman. This was a huge blow to Grandmaster Baiyun. After watching the other battles for a while, it was finally Ling Xiao's turn again. Coincidentally, his opponent was the early Transcendent Realm inner disciple who had just lost to Ming Tian. Ling Xiao smiled and leaped onto the stage. Although he didn't look gorgeous, he looked calm and relaxed. It was obvious that he had cultivated his movement technique to the point of perfection. Among the inner sect disciples, there were very few 7th layer and 6th layer Transcendent Realm cultivators, no more than 10 of them in total. Ling Xiao meeting one was really bad luck. At the very least, compared to Zhao Ji, Dai Yuling, and Shangguan Lei, he was rather terrible. Ling Xiao just stood there and looked at his opponent indifferently before cupping his fists and saying, Senior brother, please show me your skills. Temph, you seem to be looking down on me. Don't think that just because I lost to Ming Tian, I will lose to you. The inner sect disciple coldly snorted, Ming Tian is a genius disciple, you're not. As he spoke these words viciously, the true qi in his body continued to condense. Oh, is that so? He's a genius, I'm not? Ling Xiao grinned, he defeated you in one move, so even if I didn't make a move, you would still lose. Nonsense, don't try to scare me. How could the inner sect disciple believe Ling Xiao's nonsense? He suddenly condensed his true qi, brandished his saber, and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Mountain-shattering saber art, mountain-splitting strength. Ling Xiao still stood there, not moving. The inner sect disciple was surprised. He didn't think that Ling Xiao was the kind of idiot who wouldn't make a move. There was definitely a conspiracy here. But what was the conspiracy? He didn't know. The saber art had already been used, and it was impossible to withdraw it. He simply gritted his teeth and chopped down with his saber. Fall. Ling Xiao's eyes were smiling as he softly uttered a word. As soon as he finished speaking, the inner sect disciple was already lying on the ground, as if something had grabbed him and he couldn't move. You actually used demonic arts. The inner sect disciple cried out in shock. Idiot, still not admitting defeat. That's because he used the array formation of the battle stage. What demonic arts? The one who spoke was the array formation hall master. She was surprised to find that the array formation of the battle stage where Ling Xiao was at had already been controlled by Ling Xiao. This array formation originally had a heavy pressure effect. The purpose was to restrain some disciples who suddenly went crazy. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to actually use this. Was this considered a move? It didn't seem to be. This time, even the Grand Sect Master was surprised. She wasn't afraid of how strong Ling Xiao was. Anyway, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be compared to her disciples, let alone her. However, this kid was actually able to control the array formation of the battle stage in such a short time. This was too terrifying. I admit defeat. The inner sect disciple's face was red, but there was nothing he could do. He was lying there and couldn't stand up. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. Unfortunately, after admitting defeat, he had lost 3 times and could only be eliminated. He was really unlucky to have met by Fei Fei, Ming Tian, and Ling Xiao one after another. Originally, he thought that losing to Bai Fei Fei was normal and that he should be confident in dealing with Ming Tian and Ling Xiao, who knew that he would lose more and more miserably in the last round. There was already a shocking discussion in the audience. Many people were discussing how terrifying Ling Xiao was. When fighting with this kid, I have to be careful of his array formation in the future. It's too hard to guard against it. Shen Tianlin secretly reminded himself. He really didn't need to use one move to defeat the inner sect disciple. Although it was a trick, it's really powerful. If Ming Tian is a genius, he should be considered a genius. Sect Master Chang Yueying secretly nodded. This kid hasn't used any moves until now. In the previous battles, he used ordinary attacks to defeat his opponents. Now that he's met a strong opponent, he changed to an array formation. Doesn't he plan to expose his martial arts? Even Bai Fei Fei, who originally disdained Ling Xiao, was a little concerned about Ling Xiao now. But if it were me, I definitely wouldn't fall for his trick. Ling Xiao glanced at Bai Fei Fei and couldn't help but secretly smile. This woman was indeed powerful. However, if he could borrow the battle stage's array formation, it wasn't impossible to deal with her. In fact, he used the array formation to deal with the inner sect disciple just now. The battle stage's array formation had many other functions. More importantly, there were half-step heavenly venerables protecting the array formation with all their might. In other words, he might even be able to borrow the power of these half-step heavenly venerables to deal with Bai Fei Fei. Although his strength was inferior to the opponent, it didn't mean that he couldn't win. Ever since the trip to the Dragon Submission mountain range, Ling Xiao realized the importance of this tactic more and more. Fei Fei, do you want to help your father vent his anger? Sect Master Chang Yueli asked by Fei Fei, who had already returned to her side. Yes. Chapter 501. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble everyone to arrange a match between Fei Fei and that little brat. Although the Supreme Sect Master's voice was very low, the elders responsible for arranging the matches did not dare disobey. Although Sect Master Chang Yu-ying was a little unhappy, there was nothing she could do. Chang Yueli was her master and her cultivation was much higher than hers. As a result, the two people who were unlikely to meet were arranged together. It was just that they would not meet so soon. At the same time, Elder Jin was also arranging 2 matches. Of these 2 matches, one was against Zhao Ji and the other against Dai Yuling. As for the rest of the upper echelons, they turned a blind eye to this. In any case, it was not a big deal. As a result, Zhao next opponent was a peak Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator, while he was only a peak Transcendent Realm 2nd layer cultivator. Dai Yuling's next opponent was an early Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator, while she was only an early Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator. Elder Jin did not arrange an opponent that was too excessive, that would be too obvious. He still wanted to maintain his old face. Besides, he felt that an opponent a whole realm higher would be enough to defeat Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling. After all, these two people were not geniuses, and it was not easy for them to deal with cultivators in the same realm. Ling Xiao, little beast, if you dare disrespect this king will make all the people around you suffer. He glared at Ling Xiao coldly and thought to himself. The dignified head of the law enforcement hall was actually so narrow-minded, no wonder all the disciples he raised were so disgusting. Ling Xiao paid close attention to all of this. When Zhao Ji's opponent appeared, almost everyone thought that Zhao Ji would lose. Brother Emperor, it's all your fault for insisting on being friends with that Ling Xiao. Now I can see that someone is deliberately messing with you. Zhao Xi had gradually calmed down by this time, but she still felt that it was inappropriate for Zhao Ji to be friends with Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter, if I lose, I still have a chance anyway. Besides, even if I can't participate in the Tower Ascension ceremony, Brother Emperor chose Ling Xiao to be my friend because he is loyal, Zhao Ji said as he was about to go on stage, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao, who whispered a few words in his ear. Really? Zhao Ji asked in surprise. You won't go wrong if you listen to me. Once you're up there, just do that. Ling Xiao nodded at him. Good. I believe senior brother Ling's words. Zhao Ji jumped onto the stage. When everyone on Elder Jin's side was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, he suddenly ended the battle with a very beautiful move. Victory in one move. His opponent's weak spot had been completely struck. Although it was one realm higher, it wasn't by much. The reason why geniuses were able to challenge those of a higher level was because of their outstanding eyesight. They were able to detect their opponent's weaknesses. Zhao Ji could not be considered a genius, but he had received guidance from Ling Xiao. With his full strength, he naturally won easily. It's Ling Xiao again. Sect leader, isn't this against the rules? Meng Yuan could not help but ask. Impudent, how can you speak to sect leader like that? Wang Han Tianzuan had long been unhappy with Elder Jin's side. He had been enduring it previously, but now he finally exploded. Disciple knows his mistake. Meng Yuan's expression was ugly as he apologized. All right, this isn't against the rules. There's no problem in giving some guidance before the battle, but after the battle begins, it's not allowed. Chang Yu Ying reminded. Following that, Dai Yuling's battle process was basically the same. She also won after receiving guidance from Ling Xiao. Although the two of them knew that doing this might be a bit unfair, they just didn't want to reveal their trump cards here. Otherwise, with their strength, they would be able to win. The Tower Ascension ceremony was very important. Even the person with the worst opportunity, as long as they didn't die inside, their cultivation and strength would advance by leaps and bounds after coming out. Thus, the two of them didn't want to miss it. Ling Xiao helped them because of this point. In the next few battles, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Leng Hao, and Ming Tian were still able to win. Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, and Ming Tian were basically able to defeat their opponents in a single move. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that he actually got a bye, causing him to be somewhat puzzled. Of course, he didn't think too much about it. The number of people was getting smaller and smaller, so it was possible for him to get a bye. Bai Feifei is the strongest, there's no doubt about it. Wu Yang and Qin Wu are both veteran inner sect disciples, and this is their last time participating in the Tower Ascension ceremony. As 7th layer transcendent realm cultivators, they are naturally the strongest. After them, I'm afraid Ming Tian and Leng Hao are the two great geniuses, right? Hey, don't forget about Ling Xiao. He still has a complete victory so far. If there was a winning streak, he would have already advanced. That's true. Although Ling Xiao is an outer sect disciple, his strength is unfathomable. That guy is also a monster. He's obviously so strong, yet he refuses to enter the inner sect. It's really strange. The audience was discussing one after another, but the focus of their discussion was actually Ling Xiao. Because so far, Ling Xiao was the most difficult person to see through among them. Let's wait and see. Ling Xiao only knows how to play some small tricks. He may not have true strength. Obviously, the discussion about Ling Xiao was divided into two extremes. Those who liked him very much. Those who didn't like him were jealous and unhappy. No matter what, they wanted to find fault with Ling Xiao. When there were only 60 people left, the elimination process became more and more intense. Zhao Ji finally lost another battle, making it 2 defeats. However, Ling Xiao felt that Zhao Ji had made a wise decision. The other party had a treasure-grade artifact, so there was no need for him to fight head-on. In any case, 2 defeats were absolutely allowed. There were only 40 spots left, so there was no reason to exhaust his strength. Perhaps after this round of battles, he wouldn't need to fight again. When Dai Yuling met Ming Tian, she also admitted defeat without hesitation. She wouldn't fight head-on in such an unwinnable battle. Moreover, even if she lost this battle, she had only lost once. As for Shangguan Lei, his luck was extremely good. Of course, it could also be said that Elder Jin had arranged a weaker opponent for him. He won easily, and he still had a complete victory until now. One really didn't know what kind of expression Elder Jin would have when he found out that Shangguan Lei had secretly helped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao against Leng Hao. Ling Xiao's opponent was actually not weak. He was one of the 2 great geniuses, second only to Ming Tian. The reason why he arranged such an opponent for Ling Xiao was only because the Grand Sect Master wanted to use Leng Hao to see Ling Xiao's strength, so as to serve as a reference for Bai Feifei. After all, although Bai Feifei was strong, she had basically never displayed it against a human. Although she had killed many ferocious beasts, they were still very different from humans. Leng Hao was being used by someone without knowing it. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at heavenly venerable golden light on the grandstand. Chapter 502. Ling Xiao used his gaze to ask Empyrean golden light if he should give in to Leng Hao. However, the voice transmission that Empyrean golden light gave him was, "Help this Empyrean wake that guy up properly. This brat's cultivation has advanced a bit now and is a little too arrogant. Have to kill his arrogance." "Alright then." Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. This Empyrean golden light was also too much. "You didn't teach your own disciple yourself, but instead made me help you. Sigh. Might as well give it a try." The spectators were all looking forward to this battle very much. After all, Leng Hao was regarded as one of the 2 great geniuses like Ming Tian. Although his cultivation was slightly lacking, that was because his foundation was weaker to begin with. In terms of cultivation speed, not only did he not lose to Ming Tian, he was even a little faster. Whether Ling Xiao had real ability or fake ability, this battle would be able to see clearly. However, to their disappointment, the battle ended much faster than they had imagined. In their view, even if Leng Hao could not defeat Ling Xiao, he could at least last over 100 moves. But Ling Xiao only used 1 move to defeat Leng Hao. At any rate, he used a move. Snow Lotus Sword Art times Flying Snow. This was Ling Xiao's most commonly used sword move. What he used in his hand was still the Ice Dragon Sword. He did not use any special move. This made the Grand Sect Master greatly disappointed. However, it was this move that directly shattered Leng Hao's protective true essence. Then, a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder, and he was also directly pierced flying out. Leng Hao, who was lying on the ground, simply did not dare to believe this result. He had not even used a move yet and was actually defeated. Elder Jin and the Grand Sect Master exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. But Wang Han Tianzuan and Yang Danlin were overjoyed. As for Empyrean Golden Light, he directly went over and mentioned his disciple Leng Hao, muttering something in his ear. It was also unknown what he said. Leng Hao's originally dejected fighting spirit burst forth once more. "Ling Xiao, from now on, Ming Tian is no longer the target that I pursue. You will become my new target to pursue." After saying that, Leng Hao returned to Heavenly Lord Golden Light side and sat down cross-legged to heal himself. Ling Xiao didn't use too much force, so his injuries weren't that serious. After this round of battles, some more people were eliminated. There were still 50 people left. There were a total of 50 participants in the Tower Ascension ceremony, but because there were 10 seeded contestants, the final quota for the qualifiers was 40. Therefore, another 10 people had to be eliminated. It was estimated that after another round of battle, it should be about done. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He felt that something was amiss. The Grand Supreme Sect Master was looking at him as if he was a test subject. Was he really going to let Bai Feifei fight him? He shook his head. Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? As long as you're not afraid of losing face. Ling Xiao sneered. He was actually looking forward to it. Currently, the few people with the best battle records seemed to have powerful backers behind them. Bai Feifei represented the Grand Supreme Sect leader. Ming Tian represented the Flame Deity. Behind Wu Yang and Qin Wu was Elder Jin. Leng Hao represented Heavenly Lord Golden Light. Ling Xiao represented the entire Outer Sect. Naturally, he would receive the support of the Outer Sect Hall Master, Heavenly Lord Wu Go. Of course, he also had the support of Yang Danlin and Wang Han Tianzuan. This was another story. At this point in the battle, although the higher-ups didn't participate in the battle, they were actually competing in their hearts. They all hoped that their disciples would be able to achieve a hearty victory. Junior brother Ling, as long as you don't meet my senior sister Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Although Lan Yu'er was the Grand Supreme Sect Master's disciple, she was obviously a little too concerned about Ling Xiao. That's true. Ling Xiao smiled. Lan Yu'er was right. Although he could defeat Wu Yang and Qin Wu, he was afraid that he would have to use some extraordinary means. And if he wanted to defeat Bai Feifei, it would be even more troublesome. Unfortunately, senior sister, my opponent for this round is still your senior sister, Bai Feifei. Ling Xiao shrugged helplessly and showed Lan Yu'er the number he drew. How could it be? Lan Yu'er smiled bitterly and said, Junior brother Ling, you are too unlucky. Alas, forget it. Anyway, you haven't lost a single battle. When you meet my senior sister, just admit defeat. You are not her opponent. I want to admit defeat, but I'm afraid that she won't give me the chance. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Your senior sister is so strong. If she really forces me to fight, I won't be able to do anything unless I take a blow from her. Then what should we do? Lan Yu'er asked worriedly. Forget it. There will always be a way. Ling Xiao smiled and said. The battle resumed. Zhao Zi's last battle was very difficult. In the end, he relied on the defensive fine artifact that Ling Xiao gave him to take a blow from his opponent and then defeated him. It was a narrow victory. He probably knew that this might be the last round, so he went all out. Dai Yuling was more unlucky to meet Wu Yang. Under Ling Xiao's reminder, she directly countered her opponents. So far, she had been defeated twice, but she would not be eliminated. Shangguan Lei's opponent this time was still evenly matched, but with the defensive artifact in his hand, he won in the end. Zhao Zi and Shangguan Lei's victory was really related to Ling Xiao. As for Leng Hao, although he was defeated by Ling Xiao, he won this round cleanly. He defeated his opponent who was stronger than him, and it was obvious that this guy's cultivation had a breakthrough. Qin Wu's opponent directly admitted defeat, so he won easily. Ming Tian's opponent did not admit defeat, but he was still defeated by Ming Tian in one blow. Ming Tian. Until now, Ming Tian still had a perfect record. Of course, this was related to the fact that he did not meet Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, or Qin Wu, but it was still very dazzling. Therefore, among the spectators, he had too many fans. However, Ming Tian seemed to be unsatisfied. Although he had won, his eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. His battle intent surged to the heavens, and many people were shocked by it. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They thought that Ling Xiao would at least show respect or pay equal attention to Ming Tian. However, he did not. Ling Xiao closed his eyes at this time and did not pay attention to Ming Tian at all. It was because in his eyes, a person like Ming Tian who betrayed his master and ancestors and betrayed him was not worthy of being his opponent at all. Not to mention that Mingtian was inferior to him now. Even if he was really stronger, he would be too lazy to pay attention to him. What's with Ling Xiao's attitude? He even looks down on the number one genius. That's right. What's so great about him? He just defeated Leng Hao. How can Leng Hao be compared to Mingtian? A bunch of idiots. Your vision is not as good as a frog at the bottom of a well. Leng Hao scolded disdainfully. Ling Xiao's strength is not what you can estimate. If you don't believe me, who dares to bet with me? Bet on what? Bet on the battle between Ling Xiao and senior apprentice Sister Bai. I bet that Ling Xiao will win. Leng Hao's words were simply shocking. Even Heavenly Venerable Golden Light felt that this disciple of his was crazy. Chapter 503. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter from below the stage. Because no one thought that Ling Xiao would win. Including Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, Wang Han Tianzuan, Heavenly Sovereign Wu Go, Yong Danlin, and others who supported Ling Xiao. I say, Leng Hao, did you lose to Ling Xiao? Is your brain stupid? Shen Tianlin said disdainfully. What does an idiot like you know? I heard that you actually stopped Ling Xiao and said that you wanted to teach him a lesson. I advise you to give up on that idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Don't forget those idiots in the outer sect, Wang Feng, Xu Ying, and He Suo. In the past, Leng Hao was actually quite disdainful of Ling Xiao. In fact, because his master often mentioned Ling Xiao in his ears, he even had a very strong hostility towards Ling Xiao. However, after today's battle, he could be considered to have been enlightened. Ling Xiao was really no longer on the same level as them. This person was not only powerful in strength, but also in that terrifying wisdom. What was Bai Feifei? Although she was strong, she had never experienced actual combat. She would not even know how she died if she was played to death by Ling Xiao. It was precisely because of this that he firmly believed that Ling Xiao could definitely win. Do you dare to bet? Leng Hao asked loudly. Don't mess around. Come back quickly. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light shouted sternly. Although Leng Hao was a little unhappy, his master told him to go back. He could only helplessly walk towards Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Little fellow, this old woman will bet with you. The sect master suddenly smiled and said, if you lose, your master will have to promise to do something for me. If you win, this old woman will also promise to do something for you. Sect master, why do you have to make things difficult for a child? Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light smiled bitterly. Leng Hao said, master is master, and I am me. Although I definitely won't lose, I can't use master as a wager. Haha, I've long heard that Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light is domineering and straightforward. This old woman also admires it very much. Why is it that when I see you today, you are as timid as a mouse? You are actually inferior to your own disciple. The Grand Sect Master narrowed his eyes and smiled. Let's bet then. Heavenly Lord Golden Light was a rather straightforward person. Even if the other party was the Grand Sect Master, he could not tolerate being forced to such an extent. What a fool, Golden Light. Wang Han Tianzuan smiled bitterly and said, do you really think Ling Xiao can win? It's too difficult. Heavenly Lord Golden Light glanced at Ling Xiao with a questioning look. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment before he finally nodded. The more he looked at the self-proclaimed old woman, the more he disliked her. Since you've arranged for your disciple to deal with me, then don't blame me if she loses. All right, Supreme Sect Master. Everyone here heard what you said just now. The Golden Ray Celestial Sword Ling Xiao nodded and made the final decision. This young man had given him too many surprises, so he was willing to take a gamble. That Ling Xiao is really a madman. That's right. He actually wants to defeat Senior Sister Bai, who is a half-step Empyrean. Maybe he has some other tricks up his sleeve. Who knows? Anyway, the battle is about to begin. We'll know the result later. This battle was incomparably anticipated. In addition, the battles on the other battle stages had also ended. Therefore, it could be said that everyone present was watching Ling Xiao and Bai Feifei. On the battle stage, Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Bai Feifei and said, Senior Sister Bai, please show mercy. Show mercy. Bai Feifei snorted coldly and said, "Whether it's my foster father or my master, they have never taught me how to show mercy." Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but be puzzled. Wasn't the difference between the three disciples taught by the same master too great? Well, does senior sister Bai know that her biological father is still alive? Ling Xiao asked again. Of course, these conversations were carried out between the two of them through voice transmission. No one else could hear them. Of course I know. No. If you know, why don't you look for him? Ling Xiao was shocked. He had always thought that Bai Feifei was kept in the dark by the flame deity, so she did not know that her father was still alive. It turned out that this woman knew. A piece of trash is not worthy of being my father. Bai Feifei snorted coldly. Senior sister Bai, do you know that your mother was killed by the flame deity, and you were also kidnapped by the flame deity? Your father, Master Bai Yun, has been looking for you all these years. Ling Xiao explained. I know all these. Foster father has already told me. Bai Feifei sneered and said, but so what? I'm living very well now. In this world, only the strong have status and dignity. The weak should die. I won't kill you today. Go back and tell that old man to stop bothering me in the future. I, Bai Feifei, only have one father, and that is the flame deity. You're really hopeless. Ling Xiao had thought that after explaining everything, Bai Feifei would cry bitterly and seek revenge on the flame deity. But he was wrong. Who said that people were born good? It was all nonsense. If this woman had not wanted to become like this, the flame deity alone would not have been able to train her to such a state. What's more, even though they were both Chang Yueli's disciples, Chang Yueying and Lan Yuer were completely different from her. Sure enough, she had chosen this path willingly. Enough nonsense. When the battle begins, I will let you know that in the world of the strong, the weak have no right to speak at all. Bai Feifei looked at Heavenly Eye, waiting for the battle to begin. It's not wrong to respect the strong, but if you forget even the most basic human relationships, then you are no different from a beast. Today, let me, Ling Xiao, beat you awake, stupid woman. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly soared as he fully released his early Transcendent Realm's 6th layer cultivation. How is this possible? This little brat actually broke through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer in such a short time. How did he cultivate? Too terrifying. What genius. There's nothing in front of him. This is a true genius. So what if he's a genius? It's a pity he's too arrogant and doesn't know his limits. Today, he will definitely be defeated by senior sister Bai. For a time, there were all kinds of comments in the audience. Some praised Ling Xiao. Naturally, there were also those who were jealous. There were also those who poured cold water on him and cursed. However, all of this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao on the stage. His battle had already begun. The battle stage spirit array was firmly in his hands. Not only that, he had also integrated the plague bone dissolving array and myriad beast blood refining array into it. If he did not play with this Bai Feifei this time, he would write his name upside down. Ling Xiao versus Bai Feifei, battle begin. The instant Empyrean Heavenly Eye's voice fell, Bai Feifei abruptly erupted. Obviously, she was not willing to give Ling Xiao any chance to beg for mercy or admit defeat. She wanted to defeat Ling Xiao in the cleanest and most elegant way possible. One move was enough. That was what she thought. Below the stage, Dai Yuling cried out nervously. Lan Yuer also looked nervous. Zhao Ji was on tenterhooks. Yang Danlin, Heavenly Venerable Wu Go, Wang Han Tianzuan, and Heavenly Venerable Golden Light were also worried. Elder Jin, Grand Sect Master, and the others, however, smiled. What's the use of having a sharp tongue? You're still going to lose. Chapter 504. Bang! Bai Feifei's fair palm imprinted onto Ling Xiao's body, and a huge explosion sounded out. His body instantly split apart, shattering into pieces on the ground. Fake! Bai Feifei looked at the fragments beneath her feet in shock, and then, she turned her gaze to Ling Xiao who had already appeared on the other side of the contest ring. Then he laughed disdainfully. Interesting, I didn't expect you to be able to condense a sword soul clone, but do you really think that you can become my opponent just by relying on this little trick? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I'll let you know in a while how terrifying this martial arts world is. It's not something that can be understood just by killing a few fierce beasts. Ling Xiao smiled, and ignored Bai Feifei's offensive words. He had already understood Bai Feifei's level. His strength was really strong. The attack power of a half-step Empyrean was definitely not something that he could withstand. Even if his earth spirit body could withstand it, he would definitely be injured. However, this woman's actual combat experience was too poor. She couldn't even see through the sword soul clone, so he had some confidence in his heart. Taking advantage of the fact that this woman was still unclear about his methods, he might as well make the first move and gain the upper hand. He would be able to find some flaws in this woman's background. Thinking of this, he suddenly pulled out his ice dragon sword. A powerful true essence condensed on it. Bai Feifei was not in a hurry to attack, because she realized that Ling Xiao had no intention of surrendering or begging for mercy. Since that was the case, there was no need to do that. She was also very curious as to what qualifications Ling Xiao had to fight with her. 12 Golden Lotus Arts times Rain Celestial Phenomenon. Hua. Suddenly, a torrential rain began to pour down on the contest ring. However, the strange thing was that the entire area where the heavy rain fell was only the contest ring. There was not a single drop of rain in the surroundings. The rain had completely covered Bai Feifei's line of sight on the stage. Only the experts of the Heaven Realm could vaguely see the two figures in the heavy rain. Bai Feifei frowned. She really did not expect Ling Xiao to do such a thing. However, after a moment of surprise, he didn't think much of it. She believed that she was strong enough to disdain Ling Xiao's despicable methods. Even if it was raining heavily and she couldn't see Ling Xiao's figure, as long as he made a move, she would be able to react. She released her true essence in an attempt to sense the existence of Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt discomfort in her body. Oh no, this isn't normal rain. Bai Feifei was really too inexperienced. Did she think that Ling Xiao had spent so much effort to make this rain purely to hide himself? As the torrential rain fell on her body, she actually felt a burst of palpitations, as if her true essence was rapidly disintegrating. Turning pale with fright, Bai Feifei angrily shouted, "Despicable and shameless thief, your tricks are useless against me." A sword appeared in her hand, and she pierced through the air. A terrifying amount of true essence leaked out, and the torrential rain around her seemed to have encountered an obstacle and could no longer land on her body. Even so, Bai Feifei didn't dare to be careless. Now that the problem of the torrential rain has been solved, she still didn't see Ling Xiao's figure. Therefore, she clenched her teeth and continued to stab with her long sword. One has to admit that she was truly strong. The wind phenomenon was completely destroyed by her, and the torrential rain on the battling platform stopped. Other than Ling Xiao's disappearance, everything seemed to have returned to normal. Where is Ling Xiao? Where is Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao sure is strange. There is nothing else on the battling platform, yet he was able to disappear right under our noses. How did he do it? Bai Feifei was not the only one who was shocked and flustered. Even the higher-ups who were watching the battle were shocked. Don't panic. Bai Feifei tried her best to calm herself down. She believed that with her capabilities, even if Ling Xiao turned into a mosquito and flew past her, she would be able to detect him. If that was the case, then what was there to worry about? She stood on the battling platform and carefully observed her surroundings. There wasn't even a bug that crawled on the clean stone floor. But Ling Xiao, a living person, just disappeared without a trace. Could it be an array? Bai Feifei was a little nervous. Arrays were far too mysterious. She didn't know anything about them, but she knew how powerful they were. She didn't dare to be careless and didn't even dare to move. Ha! Suddenly, someone below the stage laughed out loud. You are a half-step heavenly sovereign and you claim that you can kill Ling Xiao with one move. But now, you are so scared that you don't even dare to move. The person who spoke was Lung Hao. This kid was really bold. He even dared to laugh at Bai Feifei. However, he was one of the geniuses groomed by the Yuhua school, and he had heavenly sovereign golden light's protection. He really wasn't afraid of anything. Moreover, what he said was the truth. Although the Grand Supreme Sect Master's old face was very smooth, It seemed to have stiffened at this moment. A few wrinkles actually appeared on his face. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to use arrays to such an extent. He was even more brilliant than the array master. Bai Feifei was provoked by Leng Hao's words. She was furious. She gritted her teeth and finally raised her foot. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt an almost imperceptible murderous aura rushing toward her. She didn't panic. Instead, she smiled. Ling Xiao, that brat, really couldn't hold it in anymore. She still pretended to walk in the direction of the murderous aura. She seemed to be defenseless, but her expression was exceptionally focused. No one. When she walked there, she didn't find anything unusual. Ling Xiao was still nowhere to be seen, and the murderous aura had also disappeared. Oh no. Suddenly, she felt a slight fluctuation of true core in the sky above her head. At that moment, she realized that she had made a serious mistake. She only cared about looking around and didn't look up to check. Now that she felt the faint fluctuation of true core, she knew that something was wrong. It was too late to check, so she simply stabbed her sword toward the top of her head and burst out with powerful true core. She was determined to make Ling Xiao, who had ambushed her, suffer a great loss. It would be best if he was killed by her sword. Only then would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. Whoosh! Bang! The sword chi directly collided with the array protective wall of the battling platform, making a dull sound. However, no one screamed. She looked up in great perplexity. However, there was no one there. She had used up a lot of true core to attack, but it turned out that she was just being paranoid. That faintly discernible true essence fluctuation came from the battle stage's array formation. Ling Xiao, that brat, actually played such a trick. Could it be that he wants to exhaust me to death? Bai Feifei thought of a very pessimistic possibility. If that was really the case, then she would lose too unjustly today. What is senior sister Bai doing? Fighting with the air? Someone below the stage asked in confusion. Chapter 505. What the hell do you know? We can't see Ling Xiao, but senior sister Bai should be able to see him. Maybe Ling Xiao has already been stabbed. Just as this person's voice fell, a dazzling cold light suddenly stabbed towards Bai Feifei's side with the force of thunder and lightning. The tip of the sword had already pierced through Bai Feifei's clothes. Only then did this proud and vicious woman realize the danger. At that moment, she was so frightened that her soul almost flew away. But after all, she had fought countless fierce beasts. At the crucial moment, she condensed all the true essence in her body to one point and blocked Ling Xiao's sword attack. But even so, her clothes still seeped with dark red blood. Although the injury was not serious, it was still an injury. After Bai Feifei blocked Ling Xiao's attack, she did not dare to be negligent. Her figure rapidly retreated and almost directly fell out of the tournament stage. Only then did she manage to stand still, looking at the place where the sword light stabbed out in shock and anger. In the void, there was actually a deep air cave. The tournament stage's array has the function of allowing cultivators to temporarily dodge attacks. It only comes in handy when the opponent goes crazy. I didn't expect this kid to actually use it, the array hall master said in surprise. She really admired Ling Xiao. This kid really made her, the hall master, feel ashamed of her own inferiority. Ling Xiao jumped out of the cave and shook off the blood on the tip of the sword. He smiled and said, "What a pity. I thought this sneak attack was perfect. I didn't expect senior sister to actually block it. But then again, you should be glad that this is just a tournament and not a Jianghu vendetta. Otherwise, you would already be dead." Ling Xiao had a treasured artifact in his hand. If he really wanted to kill Bai Feifei, he definitely could have done it. He only needed to enter his human dragon form. But he could not kill this person for the time being. Although this woman was hateful, she was Grandmaster Bai Yun's daughter. At most, he could capture this woman alive and hand her over to Grandmaster Bai Yun to deal with. This was a promise that he once made. He would not easily go back on his words. Looking at Ling Xiao's calm and collected manner, he thought to himself. Bai Feifei's originally rosy face turned a little pale. Her heart was still thumping wildly because of the thrill of the sword just now. It was a close call. Although Ling Xiao made it sound easy, she could feel that she had just brushed shoulders with death. Ever since she became sensible, she had only had such an experience once, and that was when she was attacked by 2 peak Class 9 vicious beasts. At that time, she was only an 8th order transcendent realm cultivator. Now, she was already a half-step Empyrean, but this fear once again occupied her entire body. And the one who gave her this fear was none other than Ling Xiao. It was that Ling Xiao whom she looked down on and disdained. Admit defeat, senior sister Bai. I'll give the Grand Sect Master some face today. I can't let her lose face, right? Ling Xiao looked at the Grand Sect Master on the stage with a smile. This old lady might not have any grievances with Ling Xiao, but her personality was vicious. She didn't need a reason to kill and destroy people. Perhaps in her eyes, Ling Xiao was just a test subject, just like those vicious beasts she had captured and used as sparring partners for her disciples. If he died, he died. If there was a grudge between them, Ling Xiao could understand, but this kind of character who didn't take the lives of others seriously made him feel very uncomfortable. Especially this time, the one being used as a test subject was him. Since you treat this young master like this, don't blame this young master for not giving you any face. He said he wanted Bai Feifei to admit defeat, but in fact, he was simply slapping Grand Sect Master Chang Yueli's face. What a joke, how could I possibly admit defeat? Bai Feifei took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Although she was still afraid, the same trick would definitely not work in front of her, so she was no longer afraid. At this time, her voice was slightly hoarse and dry because of fear. I admit that as your senior sister, I have underestimated a despicable and cunning little brat like you. You have played this trick beautifully. You are really qualified to make me use my real strength. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to react, Bai Feifei raised the long sword in her hand and pointed it at Ling Xiao. He could feel that her true essence was undergoing some special changes. At the same time, a martial spirit phantom appeared behind her. It was a lute as white as jade. An ancient musical instrument. Peeper martial spirit. Ling Xiao had seen weapon-type martial spirits before, but it was the first time he had seen a musical instrument martial spirit like the peeper. However, no matter what martial spirit it was, there were only 3 functions. First, to strengthen the martial artist's ability in a certain aspect. Second, to help the martial artist attack. Third, to bestow the martial artist with a special ability. Basically, there were only these 3 types, unless it was an extremely special martial spirit, such as the 9 Great Primordial Dragon Soul, which might have other special effects. Ling Xiao stood there with the Ice Dragon sword in his hand, looking for an opportunity to attack. The current Bai Feifei made her feel that she was in danger, so he didn't approach her for the time being. After all, his opponent's cultivation was much stronger than his. A head-on battle was simply courting death. To fight with this woman, one naturally had to rely on wisdom. Demonic sound sword art. Bai Feifei slowly spat out 4 short and powerful words. This cold and ruthless voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, bringing with it an extremely terrifying killing intent and a strange feeling. It seemed like this woman really hated Ling Xiao to the core. This kind of hatred and killing intent was something that could only be displayed by an irreconcilable enemy. As Bai Feifei's voice fell, an astonishing baleful aura suddenly erupted from her body. This aura was like a storm, becoming stronger and stronger. It also quickly spread out in all directions, quickly enveloping the entire contest ring. Although Ling Xiao was already prepared, he was still hit head-on by this sudden and violent aura. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. What a terrifying true essence. What a terrifying aura. Ling Xiao frowned, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He was very clear that his sneak attack just now had caused Bai Feifei to suffer a loss and lose quite a bit of face. This woman was preparing to use her true trump card. Even calling out his martial spirit was the best evidence. Little bastard, to be able to see my martial spirit and demonic sound sword art, even if you go to hell, you should be satisfied. Bai Feifei's furious voice sounded from the contest ring. The spectators could all feel that terrifying aura. Ling Xiao is in trouble this time. Yeah, he's just a little smart, but he can't beat senior sister Bai's strength. I heard that the demonic sound sword art is a top gold grade martial art. Even core disciples find it hard to learn it. And that Peeper martial spirit, it doesn't seem to be much of a threat, but the more strange the martial spirit is, the more troublesome it is. Right. The sounds of discussion were incessant. However, Ling Xiao did not listen to a single word. Chapter 506. Ling Xiao was currently an early Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator, while his opponent was a half-step Heavenly Venerable, an existence that surpassed the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to be Bai Feifei's opponent. But the current situation was in his favor. He could draw true chi from the half-step Heavenly Venerable guarding the battle stage with the help of the Spirit Array, so his strength was not inferior to Bai Feifei's. If it were any other place, he would most likely be forced to flee upon seeing Bai Feifei, unless he used his ancient golden dragon form. But the current situation was special, and Bai Feifei, this stupid woman's combat experience and adaptability were simply too poor. If he couldn't even win against this girl, then he, Ling Xiao, would have gotten the Mountain River martial spirit for nothing. He would be too useless. The poor half-step Heavenly Venerable guarding the Spirit Array felt his true chi constantly leaking out and thought that the battle between the two of them was putting too much pressure on the Spirit Array, but little did he know that Ling Xiao was secretly using his true chi. Standing there, Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stared at the long sword in Bai Feifei's hand, feeling a little surprised. He saw that Bai Feifei's long sword was undergoing some strange changes at this moment. Many strange inscriptions had appeared on the originally smooth blade of the sword, giving off a colorful glow. Not only that, but the long sword was also vibrating slightly and emitting a strange sound. This sound might only sound beautiful to others, but in Ling Xiao's ears, it was like the sound of a demon, giving him a strong sense of foreboding. But even so, Ling Xiao's face was still as indifferent as water, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions. His expression made Bai Feifei feel very uncomfortable. In Bai Feifei's opinion, once she used her demonic sound sword art and summoned her Peeper martial spirit, Ling Xiao would definitely be shocked and helpless. Especially with her terrifying murderous intent and violent momentum, against an early 6th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, it was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. She thought that Ling Xiao would immediately kneel down and kowtow to admit defeat. However, the reality was far from what she had imagined. I really hate that expression of yours. You're just a trivial early-stage Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. What gives you the right to act so calm in front of a half-step Heavenly Venerable? Why was he so confident? Are you that confident? Bai Feifei gritted her teeth and said, "You hypocrite, show me your fear and panic, and maybe I'll spare your life." "Oh, really?" Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "I'm really sorry to make you unhappy, senior sister. But I can't help it. Senior sister's performance really can't make me feel spirited, let alone scared. If this is all you have, then it's really disappointing." Psychological warfare was also a type of battle. To deal with a girl like Bai Feifei who had no actual combat experience, a few words were enough to make her completely crazy and lose her mind. As expected, Bai Feifei's expression became even angrier. She let out a wild howl and leaped up. With a light shake of the sword in her hand, she had already pierced it towards Ling Xiao. Demon Note Sword Art, Heart Slayer. A strange sound accompanied the sword strike as Bai Feifei's Peeper martial spirit began to play. This kind of music intoxicated the spectators and made them want to stand up and cheer for Bai Feifei. But for Ling Xiao, this was music that could kill. Listening to it was like listening to a demonic tune, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Bai Feifei did not want to give Ling Xiao a chance to play psychological warfare. She knew that she could not win against Ling Xiao, nor was she as cunning as Ling Xiao, so she planned to rely on her cultivation to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao stood there, his expression unchanged as he watched Bai Feifei's attack. As the mountain and river martial spirit circulated, the target and weakness of Bai Feifei's sword appeared. Seeing that Bai Feifei was already a foot away from him, he suddenly raised his ice dragon sword and thrusted it towards Bai Feifei. He did not defend at all. This sword of his was aimed at Bai Feifei's heart, which was a vital point. If Ling Xiao had used his Qing Gong to escape or used a formation to dodge, Bai Feifei would have been annoyed. However, when she saw that Ling Xiao was actually planning to exchange blows with her, the flames of joy ignited in her heart, and the expression on her face became ferocious. "Idiot, go and die. Go and repent after you go to hell." She spoke extremely quickly. The sword in her hand changed moves, blocking Ling Xiao's ice dragon sword. However, at this moment, her face revealed a complacent smile. Because under the long sword, a sword light suddenly split out, piercing straight towards Ling Xiao's heart. So her demonic sound sword actually had such a profound ability. Seeing that, Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. Holding onto the ice dragon sword in his right hand, he continued to confront Bai Feifei's sword, while his left hand pulled out another sword, the Thunder Shadow Sword that he had just bought from the Divine Weapon Hall. Since the opponent used the demonic sound, he would use the thunder sound to break it. Buzz! When the Thunder Shadow Sword collided with the sword light, it produced a strange rumbling sound. Many of the disciples below the stage turned pale and spat out blood. There were even many people who fainted on the spot. This sound attack was simply too terrifying. It killed without leaving a trace and was difficult to block. However, Ling Xiao had used the sound of thunder to break the demonic sound, causing Bai Feifei's sword technique to become meaningless. Although the sword technique was broken, a look of surprise flashed past Bai Feifei's eyes. However, her attack did not stop because of this. Demonic sound sword art? Scattering splendor. Suddenly, the sword in her hand transformed into dozens of illusions, and the Peeper martial spirit behind her started to play even more hurried music. Countless notes that flickered with light attacked Ling Xiao like a torrential rain. The distance was too close, and the power was even more ferocious. Ling Xiao did not dare to take it head-on. Cloud Dragon Divine Travel? Illusion Array. Fully aware that his cultivation was far inferior to Bai Feifei's, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, but he did not show any signs of panic. In that instant, his entire person suddenly transformed into a faintly discernible illusory figure, speeding up on the stage. Notes that flickered with light constantly bombarded the stage, rumbling loudly. The half-step Empyreans guarding the array also became increasingly pale. Switch with this Empyrean. At the critical moment, the inner hall master Empyrean Heavenly Eye personally took action, protecting the stage's array formation, so as to prevent it from suddenly collapsing and injuring the disciples below the stage. The reason why that whistling sound just now overflowed was most likely because the half-step Empyrean's true essence was insufficient. He could not let the same thing happen again. When Bai Feifei saw Ling Xiao's ghost-like movement technique, her head hurt badly. What she could do now was to continue increasing the input of true essence. The Peeper's sound became even more hurried, like the drumbeats of a battlefield. And those flashing notes became more and more concentrated, virtually not giving Ling Xiao the slightest room to dodge. The spectators all exclaimed that it was marvelous. I originally thought that there was no suspense in this battle, but it was actually so brilliant and peerless. It really greatly exceeded my expectations. Even the headmaster Chang Yueying was also filled with emotion. This kind of battle, who loved to watch? That kind of one-sided battle, although satisfying, it was too fast. There was simply no time to appreciate it. Chapter 507. Bai Feifei's attacks became faster and faster, but Ling Xiao's movement technique was too strange. He was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and sometimes even stopped abruptly. However, those notes were unable to attack him, and could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Only when the notes gradually slowed down and Bai Feifei stopped attacking while panting slightly did Ling Xiao stop. His figure quickly became real, revealing his hateful and indifferent face. Bai Feifei stood there, her chest rising and falling, and the hand holding the sword was trembling. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot of energy after using the powerful sword technique twice in a row. It should be about time to end the battle. Looking at Bai Feifei's situation, Ling Xiao revealed a smile of wisdom. Bai Feifei was extremely unhappy. This guy was actually like this again. Could it be that he had some tricks up his sleeves? Ling Xiao didn't care what she thought. To deal with people who were stronger than him, the first thing he had to do was to avoid their sharpness, then dampen their spirit and exhaust their true essence as much as possible. He had to find a suitable opportunity to completely defeat them with the force of a thunderbolt. Now, it was time. He made an attacking posture and kept the ice dragon sword. Holding the thunder shadow sword tightly with both hands, he aimed it at Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei was not in a hurry to attack. In fact, she had no way to attack first. She needed to recover, so she planned to stall for time. Junior brother Ling, to be honest, the fact that you were able to dodge 2 of my fatal attacks in a row has greatly surprised me. But do you think that if this continues, you will have the chance to dodge my attack again? To tell you the truth, although your movement technique is miraculous, when you used your sword move just now, I already discovered its weakness. Next, if you continue to be stubborn, then I will use an even more powerful sword move to defeat you. I have just mastered that sword move, and I can't even control it myself. Bai Feifei's attitude was as fickle as the weather in summer. Just a moment ago, he had wanted to kill him, but now he was actually affectionately calling him junior brother. This made Ling Xiao feel a burst of disgust, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Did this idiotic woman really think that she could stall for time or make him underestimate her? Bai Feifei probably didn't know that the more she said this, the less confident she was. Ling Xiao was increasingly certain that the best time for him to end the battle had arrived. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but it's too late." Bai Feifei's pretty face was filled with a ferocious expression, and her entire body was trembling with anger. This Ling Xiao actually dared to not give her face, actually dared to not do as she said. Damn it. Since you insist on destroying both jade and common stone, then bring it on. She lost her mind once again and forgot that she had used up too much of her energy. She prepared to suddenly attack and kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Idiot who doesn't know what's good for you, go to hell. Bai Feifei suddenly lifted her foot and took a step forward. Heavenly sound step. Her figure suddenly disappeared, and in an instant, she appeared at a place about 10 feet away from Ling Xiao. In terms of speed, it was even faster than Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, but it was not as strange. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. However, the contradictory thing was that shock appeared on his face, and his figure involuntarily retreated backward, with a panicked look in his eyes. The Thunder Shadow sword in his hand also waved out a sword net, attempting to completely protect himself, as if he had instantly forgotten that his cultivation was much lower than his opponent's, and that he could not fight head-on. Idiot! Bai Feifei cursed inwardly, thinking that she had indeed made the right choice in using the heavenly melody steps at the very end. It was obvious that she had given Ling Xiao a huge shock, but that was enough. After that, the long sword in her hand trembled, and directly pierced into the sword net of Ling Xiao's Thunder Shadow sword. Based on her cultivation, she was not afraid of going head-to-head with Ling Xiao. Seeing that the long sword was about to break through the sword net and pierce Ling Xiao, Bai Feifei was alarmed to hear Ling Xiao's laughter. That laughter seemed to be somewhat complacent. Not good. A woman's intuition told Bai Feifei that she had fallen into a trap. But what kind of trap? She was completely unclear. Could this be another doppelganger? Impossible. This was definitely the real body. Stupid woman, look around you. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out once again. Before Bai Feifei had time to look at the situation around her, suddenly the sky-shaking roars of wild beasts rang out from the tournament stage. It was as if countless wild beasts were crying out in grief, and that sound was enough to cause one to completely collapse. Then, Bai Feifei saw an incredible scene. Countless wild beasts, demon beasts, ferocious beasts, and evil beasts rushed towards her from all around the tournament stage. She wanted to escape, but her body couldn't move, as if it was imprisoned by something. 1000 Beast Blood Refining Array, I didn't set it up for nothing. Now it's time to put it to use. Ling Xiao secretly sneered. He didn't intend to fight head-on with Bai Feifei in this battle. He just wanted to win, so he could do whatever it took. He didn't care about how he did it or what he did. In the eyes of the spectators, Bai Feifei was clearly about to attack Ling Xiao, but she suddenly stopped. Then the long sword in her hand was thrown to the ground, and she held her head and screamed in pain. They didn't understand what happened. Because they couldn't see the illusion of the 1000 Beast Blood Refining Array. Feifei, you disappoint me too much. Just when Ling Xiao was sure to win this round, Grand Headmaster Chang Yueli suddenly said. Her voice seemed to be blaming Bai Feifei, but in fact, she used her powerful soul force to break the illusion created by Ling Xiao. At that moment, Bai Feifei woke up from the illusion. She was shocked and angry. She was annoyed that she had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap again and again. She was angry at Ling Xiao's cunning. With the help of Grand Headmaster, she got out of the predicament. She raised her hand, and the demon note sword automatically returned to her hand. Then, she desperately waved the long sword, and her body was wrapped in a layer of musical notes, as if it had formed a protective wall made of musical notes. But Ling Xiao was in trouble. The illusion of the 1000-beast blood-refining array was broken by Grand Headmaster Chang Yueli, and he also suffered a soul attack. That was the soul attack of a Grotto Heaven realm expert. He actually spat out a mouthful of blood. F***ck your grandfather Chang Yueli. As Grand Headmaster, you are simply shameless to the extreme. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao directly cursed at Chang Yueli. Chang Yueli had originally thought that by helping Bai Feifei, Ling Xiao would not dare to say anything even if he was at a disadvantage. However, she had not expected that Ling Xiao, this fellow, would be so audacious that he did not care who the other party was. Whatever he had to say, he would not hold back at all. At that moment, Chang Yueli's old face turned red. Chapter 508. Ling Xiao was still angry. In any case, it would take a while for Bai Feifei to completely wake up from the illusion. You evil creature, how can you talk to me like that? Chang Yueli had long lost her previous calmness. She was so angry that she actually stood up. 18 generations of ancestors. You shameless old man. You're really giving your ancestors face. Shameless and despicable. What a disgrace. Ling Xiao's anger still hadn't subsided. Chang Yueying, this is the good disciple you've accepted. As the Grand Master, Chang Yueli couldn't continue to bicker with Ling Xiao. Instead, she pointed her spear at the Grand Master, Chang Yueying. Master, you're wrong. It's not good for us as seniors to interfere in a fight between juniors. His words were a bit too much, but it's understandable for a child to be so angry. Although Chang Yueying was Chang Yueli's eldest disciple, she was also the Grand Master of Yuhua School. She knew very well what Ling Xiao represented. She definitely wouldn't protect her master because of this matter. Otherwise, her position as the Grand Master wouldn't be stable. What's more, her relationship with her master wasn't very good. Back then, because of the fight for the position of Grand Master, they had already broken off their relationship. In addition, Ling Xiao had the support of the Moon Maiden. Even if she didn't give face to Ling Xiao, she had to give face to the Moon Maiden. Of course, the most important thing was that she also felt that her master had gone too far. Originally, Bai Feifei was being raped by Ling Xiao, but she still went to help. No wonder she was scolded. She deserved it. You're not going to do it, right? Then I'll do it myself. Chang Yueli couldn't command Chang Yueying. She was unable to restrain her anger and released her powerful true essence, attempting to kill Ling Xiao through the array formation of the stage. She was a Grotto Heaven realm expert. She could crush Ling Xiao like an ant. However, she never thought about why Ling Xiao would be so bold to argue with her. If he didn't have anything to rely on, would Ling Xiao be so stupid? Of course not. In fact, Ling Xiao had already noticed that the Moon Lady had arrived at the scene to watch the battle. Furthermore, she was very angry at Chang Yueli for sneaking an attack on him. Now that Chang Yueli had the intention to kill, how could the Moon Maiden not make a move? Even if the Moon Lady didn't do anything, Ling Xiao could just rebel against Yuhua School. Chang Yueli might be strong, but she was just a layman in array formations. Ling Xiao was proficient in most of the Yuhua School's array formations. It would be easy for her to escape and destroy the Yuhua School's array formations. Chang Yueli, how awe-inspiring. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about what to do next, the Moon Lady finally spoke. At the same time, an even stronger aura surged towards Chang Yueli. The dignified sect master knelt down in front of almost everyone in the sect. His white hair was in a mess, making him look like a madman. Your Highness Moon Maiden. Chang Yueli's face turned pale. Back then, when she made a mistake, the Moon Maiden removed her position as sect master and supported Chang Yueying. After so many years, Chang Yueli had almost forgotten how terrifying the Moon Maiden was. And now, this terrifying woman had appeared again, all for an outer sect disciple. She was about to break down. I've said before that Ling Xiao is my disciple. Whoever dares to hurt him will be going against me. Didn't you know? The Moon Maiden was cold and majestic at this moment. Almost all the higher-ups in Yuhua school were trembling in fear. I really didn't know. Please forgive me, Moon Maiden. Chang Yueli was annoyed. She really didn't know about this. Otherwise, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Since you've been well-behaved for so many years, I won't kill you. You can continue to be the sect master. Don't interfere in the sect's affairs in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The Moon Maiden snorted coldly. I'll do as you say. Chang Yueli gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with fear and resentment. The Moon Maiden. This woman had humiliated her twice and caused her to fall from the clouds into the abyss. She had to find a way to trample on this woman. Even if it meant betraying Yuhua school, she wouldn't hesitate. The Moon Maiden ignored her and looked at Ling Xiao and Bai Feifei below. The battle between the two of you isn't over yet. Continue. No one will interfere anymore. Thank you, Moon Maiden, for speaking up for us. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to look at Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei had already recovered from the illusion of the Thousand Beast blood refining formation and was focused on the battle again. She was unhappy that the Moon Maiden had taught her master a lesson. Although she didn't dare to say anything to the Moon Maiden, she definitely dared to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Senior sister, you're really lucky. If it wasn't for that old fart helping you, you would have lost. Ling Xiao said with a smile. How dare you disrespect the Supreme Sect Master? I won't forgive you. It was just a moment of carelessness. Bai Feifei snorted coldly. Hehe, a moment of carelessness? The battle between the two of us has been going on for a bit too long. I reckon that the spectators are a bit unhappy. I said that it's time to end it, so it must end. Even if the Supreme Elder helps you, it's useless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Bai Feifei didn't know what Ling Xiao was relying on, so she felt a little uneasy. As a half-step heavenly venerable, she actually had such a feeling when facing an early-stage Transcendent Realm 6th level cultivator. This made her feel very ashamed. She was also very angry. If it wasn't for the spirit array on the battle stage, she believed that she could have killed Ling Xiao in one move. Shameless little bastard, you missed the opportunity just now. You won't have another chance to kill me. Bai Feifei tried her best to calm herself down. In fact, these words were just to comfort herself. Oh, is that so? Don't you know that your life is actually in the hands of your junior brother? Ling Xiao's words surprised Bai Feifei and the spectators. What's going on? Ling Xiao doesn't look like someone who would speak without thinking. He's probably just bluffing. In any case, I can't see anything. I really can't see through him. Discussions broke out below the stage again. It seemed that every time Ling Xiao made a move, it would cause a big stir. Ha 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 ha, you say you control my life and death. What a stupid statement. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say so? After a moment of surprise, Bai Feifei quickly returned to normal and couldn't help laughing. She thought she had exposed Ling Xiao's conspiracy. However, Ling Xiao's next words almost scared her out of her wits. Senior sister, haven't you noticed? What kind of changes have happened to your body? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Changes? What changes? Don't talk nonsense. Bai Feifei was just about to retort when her expression changed drastically. Although she said she didn't believe Ling Xiao, she still checked her body and found that her true qi was being consumed at a terrifying rate. Not only that, but strange green spots had also appeared on her body. What did you do to me? How can you be so vicious and insidious? Bai Feifei shouted in fright. Chapter 509. Haha, it's actually nothing much. I just embedded a plague bone formation on the battle stage's formation. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The speaker was very relaxed, but the listeners were shocked. especially Shangguan Lei, who had experienced the terror of the plague bone formation. This kid is actually so vicious. Elder Jin could not help but say. Elder Jin, you're wrong. The plague bone formation is a terrifying formation invented by the plague demon king. If Ling Xiao was really vicious, then he could have killed Bai Feifei. However, he did not do so, which shows that this kid is still kind. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light retorted. Actually, he was wrong. The reason why Ling Xiao had not killed Bai Feifei was purely because he wanted to bring her to Great Master Baiyun to be dealt with. Otherwise, based on this woman's attitude towards him, he would have long wanted to kill her. H, with the formation you cast, I don't think it's that strong. As Bai Feifei spoke, she was already trying to use her vital essence to force the poison out of her body. That's right. Because I don't have all the materials, I can only set up a simplified version of the plague bone formation. If Senior Sister Bai could have discovered it early, perhaps it would have been fine. If you weren't injured and bleeding, it shouldn't be a big problem. Ling Xiao said with a smile. However, an hour has passed since the battle began. Your poison has entered your body through your wound. Moreover, you have activated a large amount of vital essence, causing the poison to take effect faster. If you don't believe me, you can try to circulate your vital essence again. I guarantee that you won't be able to stand up. Bai Feifei naturally did not believe Ling Xiao's words. However, the moment she circulated her vital essence, she discovered that the poison had already entered her bone marrow. Fortunately, she was a half-step Heavenly Venerable. If her cultivation was weaker, she would probably be lying on the ground, unable to move. You. Give me the antidote. Bai Feifei was anxious. Don't worry. As Heavenly Venerable Golden Light said, I naturally won't take your life. However, it's very simple to get the antidote. Just admit defeat. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You're delusional. Bai Feifei was so anxious and angry that her heart was about to explode. Alright, if that's the case, then let's just wait like this. In any case, the unlucky one will definitely not be me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shrugged and stood there with a smile. You could have defeated me. Why didn't you just do it? Bai Feifei said angrily. TSK, TSK, TSK. Senior Sister Bai's words are too amateurish. If I were to attack you now, wouldn't that give people the chance to say that I'm taking advantage of you? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Besides, I like to see a proud woman like you lower your noble head in front of me. He said it. Damn, he actually said it out loud. Although I thought about it, I didn't dare to say it. Among the disciples, there were many who had the same idea as Ling Xiao. Looking at those high and mighty female disciples who disdained them, they would all have such thoughts. It was a pity that they were only imagining it in their minds. Ling Xiao did it openly and was completing it step by step. I won't admit defeat. Not even if I die. Bai Feifei roared with a ferocious face. Don't worry, this plague poison won't kill you. It will slowly corrode every inch of your skin and make your smooth skin crack inch by inch. In the end, you will become an extremely ugly woman. Ling Xiao smiled and said, then, it will corrode your martial veins and make your 9 martial veins gradually damaged. In the end, you will lose all your cultivation and become a cripple. But you won't die. You can't die even if you want to because this plague poison has a soul. It can stop you from doing that. Well, what's this called? It's called living a life worse than death, right? No. No. I don't want it. I don't want it. I beg you, please give me the antidote. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Bai Feifei broke down. Perhaps she really wasn't afraid of death. After being brainwashed, she obviously wasn't that afraid of death. But as a woman, she was most afraid of her fairy-like beauty becoming extremely ugly. And as a martial artist, she was most afraid of losing all her cultivation and becoming a cripple. She knew very well that if that happened, she would have no place in Yuhua school. Even her master, Chang Yueli, would abandon her. So she had to admit defeat. But she wouldn't let Ling Xiao go. She had to kill Ling Xiao. Once Ling Xiao gave her the antidote, she would kill Ling Xiao. Hehe, that's right. Won't everything be fine if you admit defeat? Ling Xiao smiled and threw a paper bag to Bai Feifei. There were a few pills inside. Bai Feifei glanced at it and swallowed it without hesitation. Supreme Sect Master, Ling Xiao has already won this battle. Our bet from before still stands, right? Heavenly Lord Golden Light looked at Chang Yueli and asked with a smile. Do I look like someone who goes back on her words? Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Grand Leader Chang Yueli asked. If someone wants to kill Ling Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to kill him. That's my request. Heavenly Lord Golden Light thought of many requests, but in the end, he still placed all his bets on Ling Xiao. He believed that as long as Ling Xiao could grow, his disciple, Leng Hao, would definitely be able to grow as well. And he himself would also have a higher status in Yuhua school in the future. What request is this? Chang Yueli was stunned. She thought of many possibilities, but this was the only one she didn't think of. What was this Heavenly Lord Golden Light trying to do? Was he trying to curry favor with the Moon Lady? Grand Leader doesn't agree. Heavenly Lord Golden Light asked. This is just a small matter. However, I've been cultivating in the sect all year round. If he gets hurt outside, I won't be able to do anything. Chang Yueli snorted and said, besides, you can't expect me to protect him forever, right? That's simple. Grand Leader only needs to protect him until Ling Xiao advances to the celestial realm. Heavenly Lord Golden Light felt that he couldn't force this old woman too much, so he took a step back and said, as for Ling Xiao getting into trouble outside, we'll help to find out the identity of the murderer. You just need to do something when the time comes. All right. Chang Yueli glanced at the auspicious clouds in the sky. At the end of the day, she was still afraid of the Moon Lady. Otherwise, she might not have agreed to this request. In the arena, Bai Feifei was completely dumbfounded. She had thought of killing Ling Xiao after taking the antidote, but now, her master actually agreed to such a request. Didn't that mean that once she made a move, she would be killed by her master? No. She couldn't do that. No matter how unhappy Bai Feifei was, she didn't dare to make a move now. Since Ling Xiao also wanted to participate in the pagoda ascension ceremony, she would kill him during the ceremony. Bai Feifei had a plan in mind. Chapter 510. Ling Xiao knew that Bai Feifei hated him to the core, so how could he not take some precautions? Unfortunately, with that stupid woman Bai Feifei's brain, she probably didn't think of this. She really thought he was an idiot. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! After the competition ended, the crowd burst into frenzied cheers. Ling Xiao defeated Bai Feifei. An early-stage Transcendent Realm 6th-level martial artist defeated a half-step Heavenly Master. This caused a huge reaction among the Yuhua school's disciples, and Ling Xiao suddenly became the most popular one. Of course, there were also people who secretly cursed Ling Xiao for being despicable and shameless for using underhanded means to win the competition. However, such voices were soon drowned out by the cheers. After Ling Xiao defeated Bai Feifei, the selection competition came to an end. After a few more battles, the final 40 spots were finally selected. Together with the 10 seeded contestants, there were a total of 50 people, all of whom were qualified to enter the Moonlight Pagoda. Among the people Ling Xiao knew, Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, Shangguan Lei, Leng Hao, Ming Tian, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, all of whom were qualified. Of course, Zhao Ji really did it because of Ling Xiao's secret help. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated. Because of this, he admired and respected Ling Xiao even more. Among the other 10 seeded contestants, Ling Xiao only knew 2 of them, Shen Tianlin and Tan Tai Lingzi. The trouble was that he didn't have a good relationship with these 2 people. However, Ling Xiao just frowned slightly and didn't think about it anymore. He had even offended Bai Feifei, and these 2 people were even weaker than Bai Feifei. What was there to be afraid of? At most, he would be more careful after entering the Moonlight Pagoda. Of course, a quota was only a quota. Although there were 50 people who had obtained the opportunity to enter the Moonlight Pagoda, only a few of them would be able to obtain benefits from the Moonlight Pagoda in the end. There were probably no more than 10 of them. In the next 3 days, the sect will be holding a celebration for the Moon Arrival Festival. The 50 of you can have a good rest and prepare yourselves. Gather here again on the morning of the 4th day. If anyone is late, they will not be able to participate in the tower ascension ceremony. The dignified and cold voice of Yuhua School's headmaster, Chang Yueying, reverberated throughout the hall. As the sect leader, he really had to have this kind of aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control people. With that, the powerful auras left one after another. Now that the qualification contest had ended, there were naturally people who were happy and people who were sad. Some of the people who didn't get the qualification looked sad, and some even cried bitterly. This was because they knew very well that the earlier they participated in the tower ascension ceremony, the more they would be ahead of the other disciples. Senior brother Ling, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have gotten this opportunity. Zhao Ji felt like he was in a dream. Among the 50 people, his cultivation level was the lowest. Even among those who were eliminated, there were many who had a higher cultivation level than him. But he actually passed. Of course, other than his hard work, the most important thing was Ling Xiao's help. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, he definitely wouldn't have been able to make it to the end. Becoming friends with Ling Xiao was the wisest thing he had done since he was born. Although he had some conflicts with Ling Xiao when he first joined the sect, it was fortunate that as a member of the royal family, he was a smart person whose goal was to inherit the throne. He wisely chose not to aggravate these conflicts and even gradually became closer to Ling Xiao. Although they couldn't be considered life and death friends now, they were absolutely considered very good friends. If not for Ling Xiao secretly giving him pointers on his martial arts and giving him martial arts secret manuals, he really wouldn't have been able to reach this step today. In addition, in today's competition, there were clearly people targeting him, but they were also resolved by Ling Xiao. This kindness was really not something that could be clearly expressed verbally. He would remember it in his heart. Although he had a master too, and this master was even the inner sect hall's hall master, Empyrean Heavenly Eye, his imperial uncle. But Empyrean Heavenly Eye had too many disciples under his command. It was simply impossible to focus on imparting martial arts to him. Ling Xiao was more like his master instead. Dai Yuling's thoughts were actually about the same as Zhao Ji's. Actually, Ling Xiao's kindness to her was much greater than Zhao Ji's. When she was in the outer sect, her martial soul was forcefully crippled by someone. It was even Ling Xiao who helped her take revenge and bestowed her an even stronger martial soul. She smiled bitterly in her heart. Perhaps only by offering this life to Ling Xiao could she repay his kindness. Walking together with them, there was also a Zhao Ci. Zhao Ci's heart was filled with intense unwillingness. She did not understand why Ling Xiao, this unscrupulous fellow, would become stronger and stronger, while she, this kind-hearted person, suffered setbacks time and time again, and was even almost killed by the people she had once helped. She really had some doubts about society now. The outlook on life and worldview that she had always established also collapsed with a loud bang. Of course, the one who was most jealous was probably still Mingtian. Back then, at Master Baiyun's place, he still firmly suppressed Ling Xiao. But now, Ling Xiao could defeat Bai Feifei. Although Bai Feifei, that dumb woman being too stupid, was the biggest reason. But Ling Xiao's cultivation was actually even stronger than his. This made Mingtian unable to accept it. The intense flames of jealousy in his heart continuously burned. His two eyes even became blood-red in color. Head Elder, I agree to your request. I'm willing to listen to your arrangements and do that thing. Mingtian looked at Elder Jin and gritted his teeth. Are you sure? Once you do that thing, you will lose your human nature. You might even lose your emotions and become an existence no different from a dire beast. Elder Jin narrowed his eyes and asked. Even if I become a dire beast, I want to be stronger than him. Mingtian nodded heavily. All right, since you've already made your decision, then follow me. After parting ways with Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling, Ling Xiao went to Yong Danlin's place. Because he still did not understand some details about the pagoda ascension ceremony, he needed to ask this old hall master. Ha ha ha, kid, you're really good. You even defeated that girl Bai Feifei. But you have to be careful. What happens inside the Moonlight Pagoda cannot be seen from the outside. Be careful of her secretly harming you. Yong Danlin was laughing heartily at first. He was very happy, but his expression soon became serious. Don't worry about this, Elder Yang. If Bai Fei obediently doesn't provoke me, nothing will happen to her. Otherwise, when she comes out, she'll be a cripple. Ling Xiao said coldly. Hihi, kid, what did you do to her? Forget it, there's no need to talk about the details. It's fine as long as you're safe. Yang Danlin smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, you're here for the details of the pagoda ascension ceremony, right? That's right. What will happen during the pagoda ascension ceremony? And how will the results be determined? Ling Xiao asked. The Moon Arrival Festival was held once a year. Naturally, the pagoda ascension ceremony was also held once a year. Chapter 511. Well, actually, the Moonlight Pagoda is very mysterious. There will be all kinds of scenes and assessment content inside. The situation is different every year, so I can't help you with the specifics. La Yang Danlin pondered for a moment before adding, however, the results have always been calculated based on survival time. Survival time? Yes, if you die in the Moonlight Pagoda, you won't really die. Instead, you will be directly sent outside. However, remember, even though you won't really die, your soul will still be severely damaged and won't be able to recover for a month or two. Therefore, try not to die if you can, Yang Danlin explained. Generally speaking, the longer you can stay in the Moonlight Pagoda, the more benefits you will obtain. Therefore, the results are also calculated based on this. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. However, old Yang, even if you won't die, you can still be imprisoned inside, right? Yes, that's possible. There was once a disciple who was imprisoned inside and never came out. Furthermore, the people who went in later never discovered his existence. Yang Danlin replied. It sounds rather dangerous. Although Ling Xiao said this, there was a smile on his face. Kid, don't mess around. If you can't do something, try not to do it. Many times, don't rashly snatch things just because the rewards are plentiful. You might end up being killed and sent out immediately. Yang Danlin reminded him. Your eyesight is very good, so you should be able to determine whether it is dangerous or not. Never do anything that you can't do. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. I understand. Master, do you want to go in with me? Ling Xiao shouted at the Yuan Venerate in the Beast Ring. Of course, I also want to see what this pagoda ascension ceremony is all about, the Yuan Venerate said. Absolutely not, the Yuan Venerate said. Absolutely not. The Moonlight Pagoda is very mysterious. If a powerhouse hides in the Beast Ring, he will be detected by it, Yang Danlin said hurriedly. That will ruin Ling Xiao's pagoda ascension ceremony. Unlucky. Forget it then. The Yuan Venerate was helpless. However, he couldn't joke about his disciple's future just because of his curiosity. Ling Xiao released it from the Beast Ring and handed it over to Yang Danlin for safekeeping. After that, he inquired about some things that needed to be prepared before returning to his cave residence to cultivate. In any case, he still had 3 days. Even if he couldn't make any breakthroughs in his cultivation, he could still make breakthroughs in other aspects. Over the past 3 days, although Ling Xiao's cultivation had not broken through, he had already reached the peak of the early Transcendent Realm 6th layer, so with a little stimulation, he should be able to break through to the mid-6th layer. Let's leave this matter to the Moonlight Pagoda. However, he had successfully condensed 13 sword soul doppelgangers. He could finally begin to cultivate the shadow form sword technique. In addition, his Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger and Soul Dice had also successfully entered the 4th layer in these 3 days. It could be said that he had left the initial stage and entered the advanced stage. These 2 types of martial arts were relatively special. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was most suitable for the human dragon form and the primordial golden dragon form. It was extremely powerful and belonged to the dragon race. The Soul Dice was a martial art of the soul race. It was a martial art that utilized one's soul power. This would be Ling Xiao's powerful trump card and was best used in conjunction with the martial Dao. 3 days later, Ling Xiao arrived at the inner square early in the morning and waited to enter the Moonlight Pagoda. At this time, the 50 disciples had already gathered. The 10 seeded contestants stood in the front row, while the rest lined up behind them. Among the 10 seeded contestants, only 2 were core disciples. They were Tantai Lingzi and Shen Tianlin. Tantai Lingzi was ranked 6th, and her true cultivation was at the late 8th layer of the transcendent realm. Shen Tianlin was ranked 10th, and his true cultivation was at the early 8th layer of the transcendent realm. Of course, there was also Li Zhonghao, who had been squeezed out of the top 10 core disciples by Shen Tianlin. His cultivation was also at the early 8th layer of the transcendent realm, but in terms of actual combat, he was inferior to Shen Tianlin. However, the one who received the most attention was not these 3 people, but rather Bai Feifei. Although Bai Feifei had lost to Ling Xiao in the competition for a spot, her strength was clear for all to see. Ling Xiao had indeed used some underhanded means to defeat her. Therefore, in the sect, many people were full of expectations for Bai Feifei. They felt that the benefits she would obtain after entering the Moonlight Pagoda would be greater than anyone else's. She might even break the record set by sect master Chang Yu-ying and the Flame Deity. Of course, Tantai Lingzi, Shen Tianlin, and Li Zhonghao were also placed high hopes on. The 2 geniuses, Ming Tian and Leng Hao, were also highly anticipated. However, the most difficult person to figure out was Ling Xiao, who was not even an inner court disciple. This guy was weak, but he had defeated the insufferably arrogant Bai Feifei. He was strong, but in fact, he had not used any powerful means in the battle. He had relied on some unorthodox methods to win. Therefore, his existence was truly an unknown. Standing in the crowd, Zhao was a little excited. Although he knew that with his strength, he might not be able to obtain any good opportunities, as long as he could enter the Moonlight Pagoda, he would definitely be able to obtain some benefits. Even if it was just a little, he would be content. Senior brother Ling, after entering the Moonlight Pagoda, you have to be careful. Bai Feifei and Shen Tianlin might not care about an insignificant person like me, but they will definitely target you. Zhao was now worried about Ling Xiao. Thank you for your concern, junior brother Zhao, but it's okay. I know what to do. Ling Xiao smiled and said, after entering, you and Yuling should try to stay close to me. Although I dare not say that I will help you to reach the end, I will at least let the 2 of you obtain some benefits before coming out. Although the Pagoda Ascension ceremony was a trial for the individual. However, in reality, after entering the Moonlight Pagoda, they could also find ways to cooperate. For Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling, he could only try his best to help them. If it really didn't work, then there was nothing he could do. After all, although there were many opportunities in this Pagoda Ascension ceremony, there were also dangers everywhere. If one was careless, even if one's cultivation was strong enough to reach the 9th heavenly layer transcendent realm, it would be meaningless. When it was time to die, they would still die. Therefore, in fact, he was not optimistic about that stupid woman Bai Feifei at all. So what if she was strong? She was inexperienced and did not know how to be flexible, so it was useless. It seems that senior brother Ling has the pearl of wisdom in his hands. I was a little worried. Zhao Ji saw Ling Xiao's confident look and knew that his worries were unnecessary. What he needed to do was to try his best to preserve his life. This was probably the greatest help to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything. He did not know much about the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, but his confidence came from his comprehensive ability. Whether it was strength, cultivation, spirit arrays, alchemy, or the ability to adapt to changes, he was not bad. The Pagoda Ascension ceremony was just a trial, not a suicide mission. Chapter 512. The Pagoda Ascension ceremony was a challenge of opportunity, so it shouldn't be prepared to harm the disciples. It would definitely create many opportunities for survival. Moreover, to Ling Xiao, who had the mountain river martial soul and could see through everything, was it so easy for him to be eliminated? Suddenly, a peerless figure appeared in midair. It was the Moon Maiden. A powerful aura enveloped the entire inner sect square and even enveloped all 50 disciples. Welcome, Your Highness. Under the lead of the sect master Chang Yueying and the inner sect hall master Tian Yang, the 50 participants of the Pagoda Ascension ceremony bowed. The Moon Maiden nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Her eyes were fixed on the top of the Moonlight Pagoda as if she could see through the layers of fog and see what was at the top. After a while, The moonlight in the sky suddenly became very bright and offset the daytime sunlight. It was like a golden thread that enveloped the surroundings of the moonlight pagoda. Vaguely, one could see a majestic palace floating in the moonlight. This scene was filled with a mysterious and ancient aura, causing all the disciples to swallow their saliva. Moonlight illuminates the sun, divine palace appears, pagoda opens. The Moon Maiden muttered softly. Her voice was very clear because it was infused with a powerful energy. Then, she pointed to the sky with both hands, and a stream of true yuan pierced through the clouds and shot into the mysterious palace. At that moment, a voice came from the palace, allow. At the same time, the moonlight that enveloped the moonlight pagoda gradually changed. A doorway appeared, and the metal door on the pagoda slowly opened. Everyone was paying attention to the moonlight pagoda. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were fixed on the sky. Perhaps only he could see that there were faint figures flashing in the palace, but because it was too far away and there were layers of energy barriers, he couldn't see clearly. However, he was sure of one thing. These people were extremely powerful. Perhaps they could kill the Moon Maiden with a sneeze. Not to mention the higher-ups of the Yuhua school and the disciples who were still ignorant of the world's secrets. The moonlight pagoda has opened. The disciples' exclamations forcefully pulled Ling Xiao back from his thoughts. He vaguely felt that this world might be more complicated than he imagined. Become stronger. I must continue to become stronger. Then, he would explore the mysteries of the world. What's going on with that palace? What's going on with those people? I have to figure it all out. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and tried his best to calm himself down before looking at the opened door of the moonlight pagoda. He couldn't see anything inside, only a glaring light. He guessed that he would only be able to see things clearly after entering. At this moment, the Grand Sect Master, Elder Jin, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Venerable Wu Go, Wang Han Tianzuan, and many other high-ranking members of the Yuhua school were watching this ceremony from a distance. It seemed like it was just a matter of the disciples' encounters, but in fact, it was a secret battle between the higher-ups. Whoever's disciple could obtain a great opportunity would be able to obtain a higher status in Yuhua school. Standing in front of the moonlight pagoda, Ling Xiao could feel a powerful force attracting him, urging him to quickly enter. Behind the blinding light was a world where opportunities and dangers coexisted. He didn't care about the battle between the higher-ups. He even felt that it was ridiculous and ignorant. A group of ants fighting endlessly for power and profit, but they were unwilling to look up and see how wonderful the outside world was. Before entering the moonlight pagoda, Chang Yueying had something to say to everyone. At this moment, Bai Feifei and Shen Tianlin, who were in the crowd, couldn't hold back their strong expectations. They turned around and glanced at Ling Xiao, who was standing behind them. Bai Feifei's eyes were filled with resentment and anger. Shen Tianlin, on the other hand, was disdainful and impatient. It was as if he was eager to show off to his master and gain merit. Tan Tai Lingzi, on the other hand, was looking at Ling Xiao with a smile. Ling Xiao couldn't guess what this woman was thinking for the time being. Because he didn't know why she was targeting him, he didn't have the time to investigate. In any case, he just had to be careful. The three of them knew very well that after entering the moonlight pagoda, even the Moon Maiden couldn't control them. Although they wouldn't really die after dying in the moonlight pagoda, there were many ways to kill people. However, there were many ways to kill a person. As long as he could bind Ling Xiao's soul before he was teleported out, that would be enough. Not to mention, the three of them had special secret scrolls in their hands that could ignore the moonlight pagoda's rules. Although the three of them had different thoughts, the idea of Ling Xiao must die was absolutely unified. Alright, I've finished speaking. Now, enter the moonlight pagoda according to the order. At this moment, Chang Yueying stood to the side and said. Everyone nodded. Then, according to the order, they walked toward the unknown white light one by one and entered the moonlight pagoda. The Moon Advent Pagoda Ascension ceremony had officially begun. Ling Xiao stepped into the moonlight pagoda. In that instant, from the blinding white light into the darkness, almost everyone's eyes showed different degrees of discomfort. But Ling Xiao didn't. After he entered the moonlight pagoda, He closed his eyes and released the true Yuan ball to sense everything around him. This was even more sensitive than his eyes. Feeling that it was about time, he slowly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes wasn't the ground of an ordinary pagoda. The place where they were standing was actually a steel cable bridge. He didn't know how long the bridge was, but he couldn't see the end of it. The bridge was only about 2 meters wide. There were no wooden planks, only some steel cables connecting it. Under the steel cable bridge, there was a surging river, and the waves were turbulent. The moment he opened his eyes, Ling Xiao heard a few cries of agony. 50 disciples participating in the pagoda ascension ceremony. 5 have been eliminated. 45 remain. This was a very cold mechanical voice. It felt like the voice of a mechanical puppet. What? They were eliminated just like that. The disciples who were left behind were also shocked. They hadn't done anything yet, but 5 people had already been eliminated. The Moon Advent Pagoda Ascension ceremony was indeed very difficult. This is the first stage, and also the simplest stage. After passing through the steel cable bridge, the things you encounter may be more difficult than the last. Moreover, everyone's encounter will have different changes. The cold mechanical voice continued to sound. The Moonlight Pagoda will record your performance. The longer you stay inside, the higher your results will be. Of course, the opportunities you encounter, the performance when you encounter danger, and so on are also one of the criteria. However, I must emphasize again. Survive. This is the core mission. Survive, and you will obtain more. When this cold mechanical voice sounded, no one moved. Because everyone wanted to listen carefully to the rules. Chapter 5:13. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a dangerous aura behind him. It was by Fei Fei. This stupid woman, she hasn't even figured out what's going on yet. She wants to start a fight here. Yu Ling, Zhaoji, you two go first, I'll play with senior sister Bai. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's expression suddenly changed and he activated Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, grabbing Zhaoji and Dai Yuling at the same time. Seeing him run away like this, everyone was stunned. Just as everyone was puzzled, a huge python suddenly opened its maw and bit down on them from the turbulent river. The position this python was in was exactly where Ling Xiao had been standing before. Run! There's a python. At this time, many people had already discovered the python. In fact, this python wasn't very strong, at most a 5th-order vicious beast. Even a 5th-order transcendent realm cultivator should be able to deal with it. However, this python's body was too big, and coupled with its sudden attack, it caused the cultivators to panic, none of them even thinking of fighting back. As a result, 7 or 8 more disciples were swallowed in one gulp, declared dead, and teleported out of the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda. 50 participants in the Tower Ascension ceremony, 12 failed, leaving 38 people. The cold voice sounded again, causing the hearts of all the youths present to thump. They hadn't even passed the first stage yet, but only 38 people were left, and listening to the cold voice, the further they went, the more difficult it would become. What should they do next? Many people had already lost confidence in themselves. In a panic, everyone rushed to the other side of the steel cable bridge, but because of the crowd and mutual hostility, another person was pushed off the steel cable bridge and fell directly into the surging river. 37 people remain. Perhaps it was to increase the pressure on the cultivators who were participating in the Tower Ascension ceremony, but every time someone failed, the cold voice would directly report it. Many thanks, senior brother Ling Zhaoji stood at the bridge, still in a state of shock. If Ling Xiao hadn't noticed the danger in time and brought him to the bridge, he would likely have died. No need, it's just a matter of convenience. Ling Xiao's attitude was very clear. If he could help, he would do it. But if he couldn't even take care of himself, then he wouldn't meddle in other people's business. Ling Xiao, you damned bastard, why didn't you warn us when you discovered the danger? Shun Tianlin, who had rushed to the bridgehead, roared furiously. What a joke! As a true disciple, could it be that you are inferior to me? Why didn't you remind everyone? Ling Xiao sneered. You. Shun Tianlin's face turned red, but he couldn't say anything. If he said that he didn't sense any danger, it would mean that he wasn't as good as Ling Xiao. However, If he were to say that he had discovered the danger, that would be equivalent to slapping his own face. It was neither left nor right. Everyone, listen up. After crossing the steel cable bridge, I'm afraid there will be greater dangers. Although I don't know what dangers there are, it's best for everyone to be careful. That's all. Ling Xiao had already felt that after crossing the steel cable bridge, there was an aura even more terrifying than the giant serpent locking onto them. However, he didn't know what it was for the time being. The moonlight pagoda was too magical. If many things didn't appear, even Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to detect them. He could only sense a trace of their aura. Gah! As soon as he finished speaking, an ear-piercing cry suddenly rang out in the sky. Then, the terrifying and dangerous aura was getting closer and closer. Gah! That sound rang out again. Everyone noticed that the sound came from the pitch-black sky, but they couldn't see anything. This terrifying and oppressive feeling was really unbearable. What's going on? Bai Feifei also forgot to deal with Ling Xiao at this time. Just now, when she was dealing with Ling Xiao, even she had almost been plotted against, so she had learned her lesson. What on earth was it? This was the question on everyone's mind. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky. His black pupils instantly turned golden. At that moment, his face changed, and then he grabbed Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling and continued to flee forward. After passing the steel cable bridge, there was a dense forest. It was still pitch black, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. However, for these transcendent realm cultivators, they could still see, but their field of vision wasn't as wide as it was during the day. Including Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, and Shen Tianlin, all they could see was a dark shadow. Only Ling Xiao could see very clearly. That thing wasn't easy to deal with, so running away was the best option. Senior brother Ling, let us down. If we keep relying on you, we'll lose the opportunity to train. Zhao Ji suggested. Idiot, this is a place to search for opportunities, not a place for you to cultivate. Outside, I naturally won't interfere with you. But here, if we can help each other, it's better to help each other. It's just that I have some extra strength now. When greater danger strikes and I can't even take care of myself, even if you want me to help, I won't even bother to do it. Ling Xiao said coldly as he ran. Among these people, the smartest were Tantai Lingzi and Leng Hao. When the two saw Ling Xiao running, they turned around and followed without hesitation. Shangguan Lei ran purely out of trust for Ling Xiao. Some other people also habitually followed him. Bai Feifei, that stupid woman, didn't run away. Ming Tian didn't run away either. Shen Tianlin also stood there. It was close. They could see it clearly. In the sky, a huge rock stretched its huge wings and rushed towards them. The rock stretched out its wings, which were more than 20 meters wide. With a flap of its wings, a gust of wind blew, causing people to tremble in fear. Black-winged great rock. How can there be such a terrifying beast here? This is a peak grade 8 vicious beast. Even a 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator has to be wary of it. Shen Tianlin frowned and turned to leave. Who cares if it's a black-winged great rock? Just kill it. Bai Feifei didn't want to run anymore. When they encountered the giant python just now, because it happened so suddenly, she couldn't react in time and ran away. But now, she didn't want to run anymore. She was a half-step heavenly venerable. How could she be afraid of a peak grade 8 vicious beast? Su. After saying that, she had already flown up. Senior sister, don't. Shen Tianlin called out, but it was too late. Boom. Bai Feifei collided with the black-winged great rock. However, things didn't develop as Bai Feifei thought. She originally thought that she could kill this bird with one punch, but the result was that she was sent flying and hit the ground. The black-winged great rock's body only shook and paused for a moment. How is this possible? Bai Feifei couldn't believe such a result. Senior sister, let's go quickly. That black-winged great rock seems to have a special array on its body that can make it stronger. Even the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda is helping it. It's too dangerous to fight it. Shen Tianlin ran over and said. Damn it, it's an array again. I hate arrays the most. After saying that, Bai Feifei still ran forward unwillingly.